Chapter 3852, Chapter 926, Ranking Chapter 926, Ranking, Everlasting City, Quick, inform the higher-ups that Zero Wing is taking action. The angle they're taking, are they going to plot 95? What? Plot 95? Impossible. Is Zero Wing crazy? When the players monitoring Zero Wing's movement saw that Zero Wing's forces were headed to plot 95, they were surprised. They hadn't expected Zero Wing to make such a crazy move. By now, the powers competing over each of Everlasting City's 144 plots of land were already fixed. Among them, the royal powers were involved in 17 plots of land, making these 17 plots essentially off-limits for other powers. As it so happened, Plot 95 was one of these 17 plots. By aiming for Plot 95, Zero Wing was effectively snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Rainbow, why is Black Flame going for Plot 95? You were the one who strongly recommended Zero Wing for a reserve slot in the Human Alliance. Is he not afraid Zero Wing will sustain heavy losses by going up against a Royal Powers team? A black-robed old man wearing the Seven Luminaries Alliance's guild emblem asked Verdant Rainbow after reading his subordinate's latest report. Our race is already at a disadvantage against the two alien races. We hardly have any powers that can compete with them. Now that Zero Wing has a chance to be cultivated by us, it would be a pity if it were to meet its demise here. He might be trying to collect more tokens, Verdant Rainbow said, her voice uncertain. Then she recalled the situation in the last Continental Championship and added, "But you don't need to worry too much, Elder Marshal. I'm sure Guild Leader Black Flame knows what he is doing. Who knows? He might even give you a surprise." A surprise? The black-robed old man shook his head at Verdant Rainbow. "I only hope that it doesn't turn into horror. Now that the two alien races have found a path into the Eternal Realm, there isn't much time left for the human race." A war between races, is it? Verdant Rainbow's expression grew solemn. The current Eternal Realm had already become a junction for the three races. Previously, none of the three races had a reliable way to enter the Eternal Realm, so the human race wasn't under much threat. However, following the discovery of the Eternal Realm's entrances, the powerful Holy Race would likely invade the human race's greater God's domain. At that time, a war between races would be inevitable. Everlasting City, Plot 95. Damn it, those are Zero Wing's members. Run, spread out and run away. We must not let Zero Wing take advantage of us. Following the arrival of Zero Wing's team, the commanders of several 1,000-man legions fighting on Plot 95 promptly commanded their forces to scatter. In response, the experts operating under them fled in all directions without hesitation, as if they had just seen a terrifying monster. Phoenix Rain's all-consuming fire had left a deep impression on everyone fighting in Everlasting City. Everyone also understood that they could do nothing against such a terrifying spell. Naturally, they wouldn't waste time battling Zero Wing. Even if, deep down, they believed that Phoenix Rain couldn't use that spell again within a short time, they dared not take their chances. Everlasting City's competition was about which power could collect the most tokens. It wasn't a fight to the death. So long as they survived, they would have more opportunities to collect tokens. Why did these people run away as soon as we arrived? Hidden Soul was flabbergasted by the scene before her. Once upon a time, Zero Wing was a pushover everyone dared to bully. Yet, it had now become an existence that everyone feared. Moreover, these were not ordinary players they were talking about, but experts from pseudo-apex powers. Hidden Soul found this situation truly unbelievable. Run! Not on my watch! As the various powers experts fled, Gentle Snow reached for the Chaos Windblade on her back and leaped into the air. Then, with the greatsword raised, she cast Chaos World, instantly creating a miniature world covering a 5,000-yard radius that was isolated from the outside world. The skill Gentle Snow had just activated was called Chaos World, one of the Chaos Windblade's additional profound skills. The skill became much stronger after the Chaos Windblade was upgraded into a divine artifact. It now allowed Gentle Snow to create a realistic world comparable to Shi Feng's miniature abyssal world. All enemies caught in the Chaos World would have their basic attributes and mobility heavily suppressed. However, none of the players present was a weakling. They were all fifth-floor experts. Many were equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, while some were even equipped with divine artifacts. The instant Gentle Snow activated Chaos World, many trapped players resisted it by using similar skills. This greatly weakened the Chaos World's suppressive effect, making it no longer capable of stopping players from fleeing. It seems it's still necessary to have Dragon's Crown take action. When Shi Feng saw that Gentle Snow had failed to suppress the various powers experts, he decided to have Purgatory Jade's group intervene. There were only 40,000 players on Plot 95, while the battlefield he had chosen to land on had nearly 4,000 players. With how wary the various powers were of Zero Wing, he would have difficulty finding another big haul like this if he let these players escape. However, before Shi Feng could give his command, Gentle Snow tightened her grip on the Chaos Windblade and swung it at the ground. Suddenly, the Chaos World shattered, its countless fragments transforming into space-time storms that swept up everyone within its radius. Each space-time storm rivaled a divine artifact's profound skill, exerted to 100% potential. If targeted players couldn't counter with a divine artifact's profound skill, exerted to 100% potential, or a peak gold combat technique, they stood no chance against the space-time storms. Gentle Snow's complexion visibly paled after she completed her attack. It was obvious the attack had taken quite a toll on her concentration. However, her efforts were not in vain. Her attack had annihilated over 80% of the players caught in her Chaos World. As for the survivors, only a small portion of them were unscathed. The rest suffered heavy injuries, retaining less than 30% of their HP and looking worse for wear. Was that a peak gold combat technique? Shi Feng was surprised by Gentle Snow's attack, which was not much weaker than Phoenix Rain's all-consuming fire. Although Shi Feng did not know the exact rank of the combat technique Gentle Snow had just used, he knew it had reached the peak gold standard at the minimum. He even felt it could rival Ink Crystal's serious attack. How interesting, Purgatory Jade thought in admiration, a hint of approval coloring her eyes as she looked at Gentle Snow. Kowloon Demon and I should be the only ones in the team who can fully block this technique. It's a pity it places such a heavy burden on its user. If she could use it repeatedly, she would stand a chance against Kowloon Demon and me. Subsequently, the tokens owned by the 3,000-plus players Gentle Snow killed appeared in her bag space. This, in turn, caused a drastic change to Plot 95's ranking list. Plot 95 team ranking list first, Zero Wing, 8,426 tokens. Chapter 3853, Chapter 927, Zero Wing and Evil Nature, Chapter 927, Zero Wing and Evil Nature. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did someone else just seize Plot 95's first place? Zero Wing. Didn't Zero Wing just enter Plot 95? Zero Wing already has 8,426 tokens. What did it do in Plot 95? Besides those participating in Everlasting City's competition, the various powers also had observers stationed outside the island. When these players noticed the sudden change in Plot 95's ranking list, they couldn't help but doubt their eyes. As Plot 95 was considered one of Everlasting City's forbidden zones, most powers didn't bother to pay much attention to it. After all, everyone knew that the ultimate occupant of Plot 95 would be Evil Nature, one of the Holy Race's 10 great royal powers. If there hadn't been so many players gathered in Plot 95, which afforded more opportunities to collect tokens, the powers involved in Plot 95 would have long since fled to greener pastures. Yet, evil nature, originally placed first in Plot 95, was replaced by Zero Wing. This was a major event that could upset the entire competition. First place. How interesting. The black-robed old man from the Seven Luminaries Alliance burst out laughing when he saw the change in Plot 95's ranking list. Rainbow, you did a great job recommending Zero Wing. The old fellows from Demon's Gate promised they would seize the Sun Dynasty's Plot 113, yet they're still behind by over 1,000 tokens. In contrast, evil nature is no weaker than the Sun Dynasty, yet Zero Wing already leads it by over 4,000 tokens. Those old fellows will have a stroke if they learn about this. Zero Wing has 8,426 tokens. Verdant Rainbow was surprised when she inspected Plot 95's ranking list. She couldn't fathom how Zero Wing had obtained so many tokens so quickly. After including the experts mobilized by the various Apex and Royal powers, the number of players participating in Everlasting City's competition was only about 2 million. If these players were evenly distributed among the city's 144 plots of land, each plot would only have a little more than 10,000 players. Depending on how the various powers arranged their players, 8,426 tokens could already comprise all the tokens on a plot of land. Not to mention, it hadn't been more than 20 minutes since Zero Wing arrived in Plot 95. Even if the experts fighting in Plot 95 were a bunch of harmless livestock, it shouldn't be possible for Zero Wing to collect over 8,000 tokens in such a short time. Everlasting City, Plot 59. Vice Guild Leader, something big happened on Zero Wing's side, Shoyan exclaimed as she approached Lunar River, who was busy organizing a siege. Zero Wing has risen to Plot 95's first place with over 8,000 tokens. It is now leading evil nature by more than 4,000 tokens. First place, leading by more than 4,000 tokens. Lunar River chuckled when she heard Shoyan's report. Then, while recalling Shi Feng's face, she said, "So this is why you refuse to partner with us." Vice Guild Leader, now that Zero Wing has secured such a huge lead, unless the various powers involved in Plot 95 let evil nature freely slaughter their experts, there is very little evil nature can do to topple Zero Wing, Shoyan said anxiously. She couldn't understand why Lunar River was still in the mood to laugh. It should be known that King's Paradise was hoping for Zero Wing's failure. After all, Zero Wing would be willing to seek King's Paradise's help only if it crashed and burned. Yet what had happened was the opposite of what King's Paradise hoped for. Not only did Zero Wing not fail, but it had even secured first place in Plot 95. At this rate, King's Paradise's plans would be completely disrupted. Based on your analysis, there is indeed a high possibility that Plot 95 will go to Zero Wing, Lunar River said leisurely. But do you think a monarch would let an ant occupy their throne? Vice Guild Leader, are you saying that evil nature will take action? Shoyan gasped. Evil nature is targeting many plots of land, so its top experts are very scattered. Although it is unlikely to mobilize all its forces, the limited forces it mobilizes should still be enough to make Zero Wing suffer, Lunar River stated calmly. This should let Zero Wing know the gap between powers beneath the Apex Standard and powers at the Apex Standard and above. Zero Wing will also understand how difficult it is to occupy 4 plots of land in Everlasting City's competition. All right, enough about Zero Wing. All of you, get ready. We will be seizing Plot 47 next. We will likely have to clash with the Holy Race's #1 Chosen One. This will be a good chance to see how powerful the Holy Race's half-step mortal gods are. Understood. Lunar River's words stimulated Shoyan. She hadn't expected Lunar River to take action so soon. The gap between powers below the apex standard and powers at the apex standard and above wasn't limited to equipment. It also included legacies. This situation led to a significant difference in the quantity and quality of experts nurtured. It was also why King's Paradise had been operating behind the scenes all these years. As an upstart guild, Zero Wing had no idea how big of a difference this gap was. Everlasting City, Plot 95. As the experts who survived Gentle Snow's attack were heavily injured, Zero Wing's forces had an easy time hunting them down. Although most of Zero Wing's members were behind the various pseudo-apex powers experts in levels, many still managed to achieve victory one-on-one. They could even finish their opponents under a dozen moves when they fought two-on-one. Zero Wing's forces eliminated the remaining several hundred experts in less than 10 minutes, increasing Zero Wing's token count to 9,265 and putting Zero Wing ahead of Evil Nature by 5,000 tokens. As the number of players on the battlefield decreased, the number of players engaging in guerrilla warfare would increase, making it harder for the various powers to rack up kills and tokens. Thus, Zero Wing was already guaranteed to become Plot 95's occupant. Guild Leader, a group of concealed players are rapidly approaching us. Azure Shadow, who carried a longbow on his back, reported in the team chat. They are very fast. They'll reach us in 10 seconds at most. There are players coming for us. How many? Hidden Soul, who was resting, asked curiously. Zero Wing became very famous in Plot 95 because of Gentle Snow. After all, unlike Phoenix Rain's all-consuming fire, Gentle Snow's attack that annihilated over 3,000 experts in one fell swoop wasn't a spell with a long cooldown, but a combat technique. Unless Zero Wing's opponent had an expert of a similar caliber, its only option would be to wear out Gentle Snow's stamina and concentration with numbers. Because of this, the powers operating in Plot 95 avoided Zero Wing like the plague. Any player that encountered Zero Wing's team would promptly turn around and flee. Since the initial battle, this was the first time anyone had taken the initiative to approach them. It's a party of 6. Although Azure Shadow had doubts when he saw the results of his scouting skill, he still answered truthfully. Only 6. Do they not have any rangers or assassins among them? Jai Luorong was stunned by this answer. Reconnaissance should be the top priority for groups wandering Everlasting City's chaotic battlefield. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what killed them. Yet, a 6-man party was approaching Zero Wing's team of 600-plus players. However, before Azure Shadow could conduct further verification, 6 players appeared in the sky above the street that Zero Wing's team occupied. Each of these 6 players was equipped with at least 5 divine artifacts, with the rest of their equipment comprising fragmented divine artifacts. The leader of the party, a one-eyed old man with white hair, was fully equipped with divine artifacts, and the aura he radiated was so powerful that many of the Zero Wing members present went weak in the knees. After scanning Zero Wing's forces, the one-eyed old man looked at Shi Feng and asked, "Are you Zero Wing's Black Flame?" "That's right. And you are?" Shi Feng asked, standing up from the ground. "Evil Nature's unseeing demon." The old man's words gave birth to a powerful attack that assaulted everyone on Zero Wing's team. Apart from those with at least Tier 6 peak concentration, everyone else experienced a wave of dizziness. Chapter 3854, Chapter 928, Royal V's Royal, Chapter 928, Royal V's Royal. A mental combat technique. Phoenix Rain was shocked when she felt the mental storm the old man emanated. Mental combat techniques were extremely rare in God's domain. According to the various human powers' understanding, the holy race wasn't proficient in mental development but physical development. Yet the old man could intimidate players with concentration beneath the Tier 6 peak standard with nothing but a glare. This was unheard of. Unseeing demon. Shi Feng was also shocked by the one-eyed old man. The Transcendent List's 12th ranked Unseeing Demon. The Transcendent List was the Holy Race's version of the Divine Glory List. However, the Transcendent List had much more substance than the Divine Glory List. Any expert on the Transcendent List could pose a significant threat to the major human powers. Those ranked in the Transcendent List's top 100 could rival the Divine Glory List's top 10, while those ranked in the Transcendent List's top 20 had all grown to become sixth-floor experts in Shi Feng's previous life. Unseeing Demon was one of these experts. In Shi Feng's previous life, Unseeing Demon had fought all three of the human race's three absolutes in one-on-one duels. He won against one of them, drew with one of them, and lost to one of them. He was, without a doubt, a super powerhouse. "Yes, that is me," the one-eyed old man answered. "Since you know me, I will give you a chance. Surrender all your tokens, and I will let you leave Plot 95 alive." After Unseeing Demon said so, the 5 players behind him revealed their auras, which rivaled that of level 220 ancient gods. The implication was clear. They would immediately take action should Shi Feng refuse. The appearance of Unseeing Demon's party naturally caught the attention of the powers observing Zero Wing's movement from a distance. Among them, the spectating human powers were dumbfounded by this development. 6 experts that rival ancient gods of the same level. Is this the strength of a royal power? They're no different from humanoid bosses. Just one of them can take care of the entire Plot 95, let alone 6. Unseeing Demon. Isn't evil nature being excessive? Why would it mobilize an old fellow like him? Apart from the 5 other royal powers, who else can contend with evil nature now? Experts who could rival ancient gods of the same level were typically among the strongest combatants of the various pseudo-apex powers. As mighty as the human race's 9 great pseudo-apex powers were, even they had no more than 10 such experts each, while the weaker ones had only 5 or 6 such experts. Yet evil nature had mobilized 6 such experts to seize just one plot of land. The gap in strength between evil nature and the human race's pseudo-apex powers was like heaven and earth. They stood on completely different levels. Has evil nature gone insane? Isn't this just a competition? Why would it mobilize an old monster like Unseeing Demon? Does it really think the human race is a pushover? The 7 Luminaries Alliance's Elder Marshal was furious as he glared at Unseeing Demon's figure displayed on his magic mirror. "Elder Marshal, is Unseeing Demon that strong?" Verdant Rainbow asked, Elder Marshal's fury piquing her curiosity. "That old fellow isn't just strong," Elder Marshal sighed helplessly. "He's a walking disaster." Others might not know who Unseeing Demon was, but as a Grand Elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Elder Marshal knew just how terrifying of an existence the one-eyed old man was. According to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's investigation, Unseeing Demon had once destroyed several realms by himself. He was a walking disaster through and through. With that old fellow there, Plot 95's ownership is already decided. Turning to Verdant Rainbow, Elder Marshal said, "Contact Black Flame and have him leave Plot 95 immediately. If Unseeing Demon decides to take action, not even the Holy Race's other royal powers can stop him." Not even the other royal powers can stop him. Hearing this shocked Verdant Rainbow even more. Verdant Rainbow knew a little about the other royal powers experts. They had quite a few existences who could rival ancient gods. They had even mobilized experts who could rival the Holy Race's holy ancestors. Thus, she couldn't help but doubt Elder Marshal's statement. As Verdant Rainbow was about to call Shi Feng, the magic mirror showed him responding to Unseeing Demon. "You want us to surrender our tokens?" After glancing at Unseeing Demon and the 5 experts behind him, Shi Feng stated plainly, "I'm afraid you're not strong enough to make us do that. Young man, are you tired of living?" Unseeing Demon's voice grew cold. Unseeing Demon had run rampant in the holy race's greater god's domain for many years. Since the human race was weaker than the holy race, he naturally didn't regard human players to be of any significance. Although Evil Nature's investigation showed that Shi Feng had previously defeated Garuda, Unseeing Demon viewed their fight as nothing but children playing house. A true powerhouse who had mastered many top-tier holy arts could easily defeat Shi Feng and Garuda. Shortly after Unseeing Demon finished speaking, a crisp voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "Guild leader Black Flame, can you leave this matter to us?" Immediately, everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw that the speaker was none other than Purgatory Jade. "Of course. Since you are interested, I will leave it to you, Miss Jade," Shi Feng said, consenting to Purgatory Jade's initiative. "Little girl, do you know that you are courting death?" Unseeing Demon glared at Purgatory Jade, unleashing an even more powerful mental storm at her. However, before Unseeing Demon's mental storm could reach her, Purgatory Jade unleashed a mental pulse that thoroughly neutralized it. "Old man, are you referring to yourself?" Purgatory Jade retorted, looking at the surprised Unseeing Demon indifferently. "Put away your useless mental combat technique and bring out your true abilities. Otherwise, I'll end you in 3 moves. Chapter 3855, Chapter 929, Purgatory vs. Unseeing. Chapter 929, Purgatory vs. Unseeing. TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 918. Original. She had also replaced her previous shield with a divine shield. Purgatory Jade. Edited. She had also replaced her previous shields with divine shields. The ease with which Purgatory Jade nullified Unseeing Demon's mental storm made the 5 Evil Nature members behind the one-eyed old man start to take her seriously. They also looked at her as if she were a monster. As longtime party members of Unseeing Demon, they knew how powerful the old man's mental combat technique was. Even experts with Tier 6 limit concentration would have trouble resisting his mental storm. Only the old monsters of the holy race could shrug it off. Unseeing Demon's mental combat technique, or more specifically, mental secret technique Spiritual Blade, was equivalent to a peak gold combat technique. He was the only player in Evil Nature to have succeeded in learning it. This was because the innate concentration of his unique class Holy Soul Fighter was 50% stronger than other classes. Even then, it had taken him years of research and practice to learn it. Yet, a young human woman had managed to match Unseeing Demon's mental attack. This was simply unbelievable. "It seems you aren't all talk after all," Unseeing Demon smirked. "No wonder you dare to look down on me. With that move alone, you are indeed qualified for me to fight you seriously." As soon as Unseeing Demon finished speaking, he unleashed an incredibly dense holy aura that transformed him into a 100-meter-tall, 6-armed, 3-eyed giant. Now, he was akin to an awakened primordial holy demon, his presence alone shattering the surrounding space and expelling the Eternal Realm's world power within a 1,000-yard radius. When the 5 Evil Nature members saw this, they quickly retreated 1,000 yards away, lest they get swept up in Unseeing Demon's battle. "Spread out." Shi Feng also commanded Zero Wings members to retreat by 3,000 yards, leaving enough space for Purgatory Jade to fight Unseeing Demon. When experts of Purgatory Jade and Unseeing Demon's caliber fought, only experts of a similar standard could intervene. The ripples of their battle could easily kill weaker experts. Unseeing Demon did not pay any attention to the withdrawal of Zero Wings forces. His full attention was on Purgatory Jade and the 2 shields she wielded. He had long regarded Shi Feng and the other 0 wing members as walking corpses. Once he dealt with Purgatory Jade, he could retrieve the tokens in the hands of 0 Wing's other members whenever he wanted. After sensing that Shi Feng and the others had distanced themselves from her, Purgatory Jade launched herself off the ground and instantly appeared above Unseeing Demon's 100-meter-tall body as if teleporting. Immediately afterward, her shields expanded into 2 1,000-meter-tall hills, and she smashed them into Unseeing Demon, the downward pressure blurring the space beneath them. Peak gold combat technique, collapsing Earth. However, Unseeing Demon didn't think much of Purgatory Jade's attack and simply threw a punch at the descending shields, the dense holy aura circulating around his arm condensing at his fist. Boom! When shields and fist collided, the impact turned the space within a 1,000-yard radius into an empty void. The street and the surrounding buildings vanished, as if a black hole had appeared in the middle of the city. As soon as their first exchange ended, Purgatory Jade and Unseeing Demon traded several more blows, each exchange producing tremors and explosions that players operating in the surrounding plots of land felt and heard. Crap! Who is fighting over there? What's with this huge commotion? The commotion seems to be coming from Plot 95. Could a Royal Powers experts be taking action? Is this the strength of a Royal Powers experts? When the players in the surrounding plots of land looked toward Plot 95, some were glad and some were frightened. Although the various powers knew they couldn't afford to provoke royal powers, they had never known how powerful royal powers were. However, after sensing the commotion in Plot 95, they finally understood why royal powers were feared. Even without experiencing the battle in person, they knew that the average fifth-floor expert would be no different from cannon fodder in a battle of such a level. After several exchanges, the fight between Purgatory Jade and Unseeing Demon paused. When it came to equipment standards, Unseeing Demon, who was fully equipped with divine artifacts, had a huge advantage over Purgatory Jade. However, Purgatory Jade's Guardian Knight class granted her incredibly high HP and defense. She was also a primordial dragonoid. Hence, she had lost only 10% of her HP thus far despite being inferior to Unseeing Demon in basic attributes. This outcome astonished the 5 spectating Evil Nature members. "Guild leader, should we help her?" Hidden Soul asked, growing worried as she looked at Purgatory Jade's HP. Currently, there weren't any noticeable differences in combat standards between Purgatory Jade and Unseeing Demon. Although Purgatory Jade had lost only 10% HP in their several exchanges, this outcome already sealed her fate. After all, neither of them were near exhaustion. Their fight could easily go on for 100 exchanges. In that case, it was only a matter of time before she fell. Relax. If this is all Unseeing Demon has, he won't be able to kill Purgatory Jade, Shi Feng said, chuckling. She isn't just a Guardian Knight. As Shi Feng spoke, Purgatory Jade cast a Tier 6 Holy Heal on herself. The spell not only healed her HP back to full but also provided her with continuous healing for 30 seconds. This sight dumbfounded Hidden Soul, a hidden class that comes with self-healing. Unseeing Demon's eyebrows twitched when he saw the fruits of his effort erased. That's right. I'm not just a Guardian Knight. I'm also a Divine Dragon Knight. When it comes to self-healing capabilities, I am no weaker than the average cleric, Purgatory Jade admitted while nonchalantly dusting her armor. If this is all you've got, it will be the end of the line for you. You are full of surprises. Unseeing Demon did not grow flustered after learning about Purgatory Jade's class. On the contrary, his eyes brightened with vigor, and he gathered his holy aura on all 6 fists, transforming them into 6 illusory, pitch-black miniature worlds. Out of everyone in the younger generation, you are the second person to make me use my full strength. After saying so, Unseeing Demon launched all 6 fists at Purgatory Jade, the 6 illusory miniature worlds merging and transforming into a black beam. The speed and power of this attack were completely different from his previous attacks. The name of this attack was World's Light. It was the strongest fusion holy art in his arsenal, and it combined the strength of his current form and one of his divine artifacts' profound skills. Almost instinctively, Purgatory Jade executed Collapsing Earth to defend against Unseeing Demon's attack. Boom! Following a loud report, Purgatory Jade flew across the sky, her body leaving a wake of nothingness that extended over 1,000 yards, smashing through several skyscrapers before coming to a halt. The commander will win for sure now. The 5 spectating Evil Nature members grew excited when they saw Purgatory Jade's HP had fallen below 50%. However, just as they started celebrating, Purgatory Jade stamped her feet and demolished the skyscraper she was in. As she remained suspended in the air, a dazzling light burst from her body, and her HP rapidly recovered, returning to full in just 2 seconds. At the same time, her shields transformed into a miniature world several hundred meters in diameter, composed of divine patterns. "Old man, you are very strong," Purgatory Jade said as she gazed at Unseeing Demon, innumerable divine patterns flashing in her eyes. "Since coming to this world, you are the first expert I have needed to fight with my full strength." As the miniature world enveloping Purgatory Jade began to rotate, a look of surprise appeared on Unseeing Demon's face for the first time in this battle. A mortal god. Chapter 3856, Chapter 930, Another Mortal God. Chapter 930, Another Mortal God. A mortal god? Impossible. How could she have reached that realm? The 5 spectating Evil Nature members gawked at Purgatory Jade. The 6th floor standard, also known as the Mortal God realm, was akin to a myth. This was true for the human race, the Crystallian race, and the Holy race. According to legend, anyone who reached the 6th floor standard would become a god among mortals, invincible among those of the same tier. Until now, Ink Crystal from the Crystallian race was the only person known to have reached the 6th floor standard. They hadn't expected to meet a second one here. Mortal gods were considered invincible against opponents of the same tier, not just because their powerful concentration could drastically reduce their concentration consumption, but also because they were capable of manifold execution. They could fuse 2 peak gold rank techniques to achieve unimaginable destructive power. There was no doubt that Purgatory Jade was a mortal god. The miniature world she had formed with her shields was obviously a fusion of Collapsing Earth and a combat technique of similar rank. Seeing as she could fuse 2 peak gold combat techniques, she must have reached the 6th floor standard. This is truly unexpected. First, there was that little girl from the Crystallian race. Now there is you. Unseeing Demon stared at Purgatory Jade, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The 6th floor standard was a realm that every 5th floor expert in God's domain yearned to reach, and he was no exception. "Come, then, let me experience the power of that legendary realm." After saying so, Unseeing Demon gathered his holy aura at his fists again, forming a series of illusory, pitch-black miniature worlds. "As you wish." Purgatory Jade did not hesitate to clash with Unseeing Demon. Subsequently, Purgatory Jade and the miniature world enveloping her transformed into a beam of light that shot at Unseeing Demon. In response, Unseeing Demon threw all 6 of his fists again, launching a black beam at Purgatory Jade. When the 2 beams collided, it felt like 2 worlds, one black and one white, slammed into each other. The entirety of Plot 95 became brightly lit, and smaller, interwoven beams of black and white pierced the ground and the sky. 3 seconds later, the dazzling beams faded, and both Purgatory Jade and Unseeing Demon flew 100 yards back. Both had also lost over 20% of their HP. At a glance, it was clear that they were evenly matched. However, before anyone could recover from their surprise, Purgatory Jade cast another miniature world of divine patterns around herself and launched herself at Unseeing Demon. Damn it! Unseeing Demon turned ashen when he saw Purgatory Jade coming at him again. I shouldn't have insisted on trading blows. After executing his fusion holy art, World's Light, for a second time, Unseeing Demon had exhausted his mind and needed to rest for a few seconds before he could use it again. Out of desperation, Unseeing Demon executed a top-tier holy art to defend himself. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile. He was flung into the distance the instant his attack collided with the oncoming white beam, and his body smashed through one building after another as his HP plummeted. 75%, 50%, 30%. When Unseeing Demon's body stopped, his HP had already fallen into the red. Just as he was thinking about getting up to resume fighting, Purgatory Jade again appeared before him, enveloped in her miniature world of divine patterns. She gave him no time to catch his breath. Ultimately, Unseeing Demon disappeared in a white radiance, and the 4,000+ everlasting city tokens in his bag appeared in Purgatory Jade's bag. It's a stomp! The fight's outcome astonished Hidden Soul and the other Zero Wing members. While mortal gods might be unreachable existences, the Zero Wing members hadn't held out much hope for Purgatory Jade's victory. After all, Unseeing Demon was fully equipped with divine artifacts, so his basic attributes must have far exceeded hers. Yet, as soon as Purgatory Jade got serious, the fight became one-sided. Unseeing Demon barely even got to resist before she killed him in 3 moves. This was bound to happen, Shi Feng said as he looked at where Unseeing Demon disappeared. The fight might have taken a different direction had Unseeing Demon engaged Purgatory Jade in close-quarters combat, but he chose to trade blows with her. Besides being able to multitask to an extreme extent, a 6th-floor expert can execute powerful combat techniques at little cost. Unseeing Demon could only execute his fusion holy art 10 or so times. He also couldn't use it in rapid succession. In contrast, it is trivial for Purgatory Jade to execute peak gold fusion techniques. It is obvious he would lose fighting like that. Shi Feng's explanation enlightened Hidden Soul and the others. They now found Unseeing Demon pitiful. Had Unseeing Demon taken advantage of his powerful basic attributes to engage Purgatory Jade in close-quarters combat, she wouldn't necessarily have been his opponent. After all, a peak gold fusion technique required time to set up. If he kept her busy, even if she was a 6th-floor expert, she might not have been able to execute any peak gold fusion techniques. In a fight where neither side could use powerful fusion techniques, the side with superior basic attributes would have an advantage. As for whether Unseeing Demon could defeat Purgatory Jade, it would depend on whether he could deplete her HP before he exhausted his concentration. Following Unseeing Demon's death, a dramatic change occurred to Plot 95's ranking list. Zero Wing's team, originally ranked first with 9,265 tokens, now had 13,628 tokens. As for Evil Nature, originally ranked second, it fell off the ranking list. That old bastard lost. What happened in Plot 95? Did Evil Nature abandon it? What? Evil Nature's gone from the ranking list. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The various powers in Everlasting City were astonished when they saw the change in Plot 95's ranking list. They had never expected Zero Wing to seize Plot 95. Neither had they expected Evil Nature to disappear from Plot 95's ranking list. As for the powers who knew what had happened in Plot 95, they were even more astonished. The walking disaster unseeing demon had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a small guild of the human race. This situation sounded like it came straight out of a fairy tale. A mortal god? Who is that guardian knight? Why don't we have any information on her? Elder Marshal of the Seven Luminaries Alliance was ecstatic as he looked at Purgatory Jade's figure in his magic mirror. Unable to contain his excitement, he turned to Verdant Rainbow and asked, "Rainbow, aren't you close to Black Flame? Do you know that guardian knight?" The existence of a mortal god among the human race was an earth-shattering discovery. It could even change the status quo of the various human powers, allowing the human race to make a great leap forward. Chapter 3857, Chapter 931, World Idol. Chapter 931, World Idol. I don't know her. I've had people keep an eye on Zero Wing throughout this period, but this is the first time I've seen her. She should have joined Zero Wing only recently, Verdant Rainbow said, smiling wryly as she looked at Elder Marshal, who very clearly wanted to seek guidance from Purgatory Jade. You don't know her? Elder Marshal stroked his white beard at Verdant Rainbow's answer. Regardless, this is a good opportunity for us to get to know her. Unseeing Demon might have been defeated, but evil nature is still a royal power. A single mortal god isn't enough to topple it. Have the Divine Luminary Legion reinforce Zero Wing in Plot 95 immediately. Elder Marshal, are we really going to mobilize the Divine Luminary Legion? Elder Marshal's decision surprised Verdant Rainbow. The Divine Luminary Legion was a trump card among the Seven Luminaries Alliance's trump card legions. It was a gathering of chosen ones from multiple generations. Although it had no sixth-floor experts, it was one of the few trump cards that allowed the Seven Luminaries Alliance to combat royal powers. By having the Divine Luminary Legion assist Zero Wing, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would be giving up on a plot of land in Everlasting City. Do it, Elder Marshal nodded. It'll be worth it if we can befriend a mortal god. I understand. Upon hearing Elder Marshal's reasoning, Verdant Rainbow felt that his decision made sense. In a situation where none of the various human powers had sixth-floor experts, the existence of the first human sixth-floor expert was akin to a banner. It was especially so now that Purgatory Jade had revealed herself before the various powers of the three races. Once the competition was over, Verdant Rainbow could imagine many powers from all three races trying to curry favor and establish partnerships with Purgatory Jade. The various human powers, in particular, would try to obtain her method and experience in reaching the sixth-floor standard. While the Seven Luminaries Alliance might be an apex power, it wasn't the only apex power of the human race. If it could establish close ties with Purgatory Jade in this competition, it would have a much easier time trading and establishing partnerships with Purgatory Jade than the other apex powers later. However, just as Verdant Rainbow was about to inform the Divine Luminary Legion, the 5 evil nature members in the magic mirror suddenly made a move. They scattered to the 5 corners, surrounding Zero Wing's team, retrieved a 2-meter-tall idol from their bags, and erected the idols around Zero Wing's team. Immediately afterward, the 5 idols raised a holy power barrier that covered a 5,000-yard radius and isolated Zero Wing's team from the outside world. There's something strange about this barrier. I can't feel the presence of any mana, Phoenix Rain exclaimed when she sensed the change in her surroundings. The holy power here is also eroding my mana 10 times faster than normal. At Phoenix Rain's exclamation, the other Zero Wing members quickly realized what was happening, and their faces immediately changed color. Mana was the human player's primary source of strength. If their surroundings had no mana for them to use, the power of their skills, spells, mana techniques, and combat techniques would plummet. The strengthened erosive properties of holy power on mana made things even worse. Once their mana was eroded completely, only death awaited them. Yet, if they wanted to resist this erosive effect, they would have to designate a portion of their mana to resist it while battling. This would further reduce their combat power. World Idols. Shi Feng frowned at the holy idols erected around Zero Wing's team. The holy race's world idols were very well known in his previous life. They were powerful tools critical in the war between the holy race and the human race. With only 5 world idols, one could seal and alter the environment of a large area for 6 hours. During this period, players caught in the seal could not leave it, while players outside could freely enter it. The world idols were the perfect tools for trapping and killing players. Their only flaw was that they were single-use consumables that were difficult to produce. Even the holy race's royal powers had only a few in their possession. What a surprise! You know about the world idols, a 4-armed, middle-aged man from evil nature exclaimed, looking at Shi Feng in delight. But you can be proud of yourselves. Not only did you kill the commander, but you also forced us to trap you with the world idols. Not even the vice guild leaders of other royal powers can receive such treatment from us. So what if you've trapped us? Hidden Soul said, looking at the 4-armed middle-aged man. Do you think you can kill us with just the 5 of you? Of course not. The 4-armed middle-aged man laughed. But it's a different story if one of evil nature's trump card legions comes here. Even if you have a mortal god on your side, all of you will die here today. The faces of Hidden Soul and the other Zero Wing members sank at the 4-armed, middle-aged man's words. If they had to fight one of evil nature's trump card legions in this extremely unfavorable environment, their demise would be inevitable, even if they had Purgatory Jade. After all, if Purgatory Jade had to split her focus to resist the erosion of her mana, she would likely have trouble fighting experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. As evil nature was a royal power, each of its trump card legions was led by at least one expert fully equipped with divine artifacts. With the assistance of the world idols, it would be easy for said expert to distract Purgatory Jade. At the same time, over at Plot 66, 2 legions of holy race players stood in the central plaza of Plot 66, surrounded by piles of player corpses. These corpses numbered over 10,000 and belonged to players from over a dozen pseudo-apex powers. Commander Vocalist, we have already eliminated over 70% of the players in Plot 66. A girl wearing Evil Nature's Guild emblem reported to a 3-eyed young man carrying 2 moon glaives on his back. Additionally, Team Demon has reported that their attack on Zero Wing failed, and that Zero Wing's 6th floor expert killed Commander Demon. They have trapped Zero Wing's team using the world idols and are requesting reinforcements. That old man lost, slumbering vocalist, the 3-eyed young man, laughed. How interesting. I guess this is to be expected of a mortal god. Besides our Holy Hymn Legion, Commander Demon's Holy Scorpion Legion has also received this news. Should we go, Commander Vocalist? The girl asked. Of course. Why shouldn't we? Slumbering Vocalist said, grinning. That's a 6th floor expert we are talking about. I also heard that Zero Wing's guild leader defeated Garuda in the Continental Championship. This is my chance to prove that I have surpassed Garuda and become the holy race's #1 chosen one. Understood. I will have everyone get ready immediately. At Slumbering Vocalist's words, the girl promptly mustered the members of the Holy Hymn Legion. While the Holy Hymn Legion members gathered, Slumbering Vocalist turned to look at a 3-eyed woman standing a short distance away. The woman in question was fully equipped with divine artifacts and wore the Sun Dynasty's guild emblem. Daystar, you should have heard it too, right? Interested in joining me? Slumbering Vocalist asked in a playful tone. I heard that you lost to Black Flame. This is a good opportunity to redeem yourself. Chapter 3858, Chapter 932, Earth-Shattering, Chapter 932, Earth-Shattering. Are you trying to start a fight, vocalist? Holy Blood, the Sun Dynasty's first holy child, glared at slumbering vocalist. If not for Daystar being the commander of the Sun Dynasty's forces in Plot 66, he would have attacked slumbering vocalist on the spot. Slumbering vocalist was evil nature's #1 chosen one. In terms of combat standard, he wasn't much better than Daystar, the Sun Dynasty's #1 chosen one. However, ever since Daystar lost to Shi Feng, slumbering vocalist behaved like she had lost to him and made fun of her at every opportunity. This, in turn, made it seem like the Sun Dynasty was inferior to evil nature. Sure, fight me if you dare, slumbering vocalist said calmly as he glanced at Holy Blood, who was equipped with only fragmented divine artifact-ranked equipment and a divine artifact-ranked weapon. Let's see how many rounds you can last against me. You're stronger than me now only because you have your guild's divine artifacts to rely on. Do you think you'd be a match for me if we competed in combat standards? Holy Blood said sarcastically, resisting the impulse to take action. So what? You're free to use your guild's divine artifacts as well, slumbering vocalist said, chuckling. But would the Sun Dynasty dare to bestow its divine artifacts on a person like you? Vocalist, that's enough out of you, Daystar stated coldly when she noticed Holy Blood about to give in to his anger. If you want to prove you are stronger than me, feel free to go after Black Flame. You can rest assured that the Sun Dynasty will never intervene. Never intervene, slumbering vocalist smiled at Daystar's statement. In that case, I'll deal with Black Flame on your behalf. I'll teach him that the holy race's chosen ones are superior to the human race's chosen ones in every aspect. Suit yourself, Daystar said indifferently. But let me warn you, do not underestimate Black Flame. Even during the Continental Championship, he never fought us with his full strength. Never fought with his full strength. So what? With an absolute difference in basic attributes, even a mortal god will fall before me, slumbering vocalist said nonchalantly before he turned around and left with his legion. After the Holy Hymn Legion left Plot 66, Holy Blood turned to Daystar. Daystar, what were you thinking? Holy Blood asked in confusion. You are fully equipped with divine artifacts now. Your combat standard is also superior to that bastard's. Why would you concede such a good opportunity to him? If that bastard kills Black Flame, our reputation will be ruined. He isn't that easy to kill, Daystar stated firmly as she looked toward Plot 95. If he could be defeated so easily, Garuda never would have lost to him. But slumbering vocalist is fully equipped with divine artifacts. Paired with the World Idol's effect, even Zero Wing's mortal god might not be a match for him, let alone Black Flame, Holy Blood rebutted, exasperated by Daystar's confidence in Shi Feng's strength. Holy Blood admitted that Shi Feng's combat standards surpassed theirs. Even so, he still wasn't anywhere near reaching the 6th floor standard. All we need to do is wait for the outcome, Daystar said, unperturbed. If he does get defeated, it would only prove that he is nothing special and no longer qualifies to be my opponent. After saying so, Daystar led her legion to another plot of land to continue collecting Everlasting City tokens. Everlasting City, Plot 95. About 2 hours after the activation of the World Idols, many of the various powers members had gathered in Plot 95 in addition to Evil Nature's 2 trump card legions. These players had come to spectate and record the inevitable battle between Evil Nature and Zero Wing. I wonder how Zero Wing's mortal god will fare against an expert fully equipped with divine artifacts while affected by the World Idols. She'll probably be defeated in no time. After all, we are talking about the World Idols here. Even a 6th floor expert should need to commit much of their attention to resisting the World Idols' effects. Although Zero Wing's sixth-floor expert defeated Unseeing Demon in 3 moves, that was because Unseeing Demon chose to trade blows with her. Had he engaged her in close-quarters combat, he would never have lost so miserably. How strange! Such a major event has occurred, yet the Sun Dynasty, the Thunder Empire, and Sovereign Mark haven't sent anyone here. They probably feel that the outcome is obvious, so they couldn't be bothered to send anyone. After all, how strong could a shackled sixth-floor expert be? The various powers, scouts engaged in an enthusiastic discussion as they observed the trapped Zero Wing members. They were curious to learn how strong a sixth-floor expert could be and what kind of price a royal power would have to pay to kill a mortal god. If they could have their questions answered, it would give them a better chance at resisting mortal gods in the future. Elder Marshal, are we just going to watch? Verdant Rainbow asked, clenching her fists in frustration as she stared at evil nature's legions in the magic mirror. With the world idols deployed, we can do nothing about this situation. Even if we mobilized all of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces, we would simply be contributing our tokens to evil nature, Elder Marshal said, shaking his head. He was similarly bitter about the situation. All we can do now is collect as much information as we can on evil nature to better deal with the holy race in the future. If only the Golden Kingdom were here, we'd be able to render the world idols useless with the Golden Kingdom's power. Verdant Rainbow also understood that the 7 Luminaries Alliance stood no chance against evil nature in the world idol's barrier. It might be a different story if they had the Golden Kingdom here, but the divine artifact was protecting the 7 Luminaries Alliance's town on the western continent. As the various powers discussed Zero Wing's fate inside the world idol's barrier, guild leader, a lot of people have already gathered. My cooldown is also done. Can we start now? Phoenix Rain asked Shi Feng, looking at the 2,000 evil nature members gathered in the distance. I guess this is all the members evil nature can muster, Shi Feng muttered, surveying the evil nature members chatting in midair. Go ahead then. Okay. At Shi Feng's response, Phoenix Rain excitedly began to chant. The spell Phoenix Rain cast was none other than the pseudo-tier 7 spell All-Consuming Fire. However, unlike before, she now cast it after activating her divine staff's profound skill, Mana Sacrifice. When activated, Mana Sacrifice would ignite her mana, increasing its effectiveness by 200% for 1 minute. It had a long cooldown of 1 natural day and was Phoenix Rain's greatest trump card. When Phoenix Rain completed the chant for All-Consuming Fire, dark purple flames poured out of the void. The flames appeared much more quickly than before. A flaming sword exceeding 10,000 yards emerged from the void in just 3 seconds and pierced the world idol's barrier. Boom! Before anyone outside the barrier could react, a deafening sound echoed across Everlasting City. Then, the barrier shattered and turned into particles of light. Chapter 3859, Chapter 933, Lunatic Black Flame. Chapter 933, Lunatic Black Flame, Everlasting City, Plot 95. Countless particles of light rained from the sky following the barrier's destruction. Although the barrier's destruction produced no sound, the sight dumbfounded the players outside the barrier. This was especially so for the holy race's various powers. It shattered. The world idol's barrier shattered. I must be dreaming. How could a single spell shatter the world idol's barrier? It's a prison that can trap even old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Could evil nature have used defective world idols? The barriers created by world idols were regarded as nigh impenetrable by the holy race's players. In the long history of the holy race's greater god's domain, no player trapped by a world idol barrier had ever escaped, let alone shattered it. Hence, when the holy race players saw the barrier shatter, their first instinct was to doubt it. However, Shi Feng was unsurprised by this outcome. Unbeknownst to the Holy Race's players, there were plenty of ways to break a world idol barrier in God's domain. Pseudo-Tier 7 large-scale destruction spells were only one such method. Every one of the three absolutes in his previous life could single-handedly shatter a world idol barrier. Evil Nature's members would be delusional if they thought they could trap him with a world idol barrier. Old Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Why did the world idols fail? Slumbering vocalist demanded, glaring at the 5 players responsible for setting up the world idols. Did you all embezzle the guild's world idols and replace them with defective ones? The killing intent slumbering vocalist exuded was so intense that it was almost tangible. It made Old Dragon and Unseeing Demon's other party members shudder. Commander Vocalist, we would never dare do that. The world idols are only ever used for crucial actions. We would never joke around with our lives. Old Dragon, the 4-armed middle-aged man of Unseeing Demon's party, explained hurriedly. Not to mention, Commander Demon instructed us to prepare these world idols for the Crystallion's ink crystal. The commander would kill us had we brought defective ones. Is it really not you? Slumbering vocalist asked for confirmation. Although he had already inwardly accepted the middle-aged man's refutation, the implications of this situation were too grave for him to simply pardon them. This was a 6th-floor expert they were talking about. This was an existence regarded by the 3 races as a mortal god. Just a moment ago, Evil Nature had the perfect opportunity to do as it wished against one such existence. Yet, everything was now a mess. Evil Nature would become a joke among the 3 races if this situation was not handled properly. Even Slumbering Vocalist, the #1 chosen one of Evil Nature, would not be able to shoulder the consequences of this situation. As for recapturing Purgatory Jade, that would happen only in their dreams. After all, even an old monster like Unseeing Demon had lost to her. Without the world idols restricting her, nobody could stop her so long as she focused on escaping. Commander Vocalist, look over there. While Slumbering Vocalist was losing his mind, Bladeweaver, the Holy Scorpion Legion's commander, suddenly pointed toward the shattered world idol barrier. Zero Wing's members seemed prepared to fight. Prepared to fight. When Slumbering Vocalist turned to where Bladeweaver pointed, confusion filled his mind as he saw Zero Wing's team emerging from the raining particles of light and steadily advancing in their direction. Is Black Flame out of his mind? Or does he think a mortal god can solo 2 of Evil Nature's trump card legions? Everyone had seen the strength Purgatory Jade had displayed against Unseeing Demon. After a thorough analysis of her strength, some powers had concluded that she could fight a top 50 Transcendent List expert fully equipped with divine artifacts, at best. If she had to fight 2 such experts simultaneously, she would face certain death if she stood her ground. This was also why Evil Nature had mobilized 2 trump card legions to plot 95. All of Evil Nature's trump card legions were commanded by experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Although the combat standard of these commanders might be inferior to Unseeing Demons, they were still experts who had mastered peak gold holy arts. Furthermore, the vice-commanders of these legions were equipped with multiple divine artifacts and had mastered multiple advanced gold holy arts. They could slay 5th-floor experts as if slaughtering chickens. Besides Purgatory Jade, the only noteworthy combatants Zero Wing had were Black Flame, Gentle Snow, and Phoenix Rain. Even if Black Flame could match one of Evil Nature's commanders, 2 vice-commanders should have no problem distracting him for some time. As for Gentle Snow and Phoenix Rain, the 2 remaining vice-commanders should be enough to keep them busy. Simply put, it was suicidal for Zero Wing to attack Evil Nature's trump card legions. However, before Slumbering Vocalist could wrap his mind around the situation, Shi Feng unsheathed the shadow incinerator hanging by his waist. Charge. At Shi Feng's command, Zero Wing's members charged evil nature's legions, spearheaded by Dragon's Crown's chosen ones. Black Flame, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Slumbering vocalist promptly snapped out of his daze when he realized his opponent had a death wish. Turning to Bladeweaver, he said, Commander Bladeweaver, I'll have to trouble you with holding back Purgatory Jade. I'll get rid of Black Flame first before joining you to deal with her. Okay, leave it to me. Bladeweaver nodded, not objecting to Slumbering Vocalist's arrangement. Slumbering Vocalist was evil nature's #1 chosen one. While his combat standard might be lacking compared to the Sun Dynasty's Daystar, he was the undisputed #1 among the Holy Race's chosen ones when it came to offensive capabilities. He was among the few individuals among the younger generation who could match Unseeing Demon's offensive capabilities. With the offensive capabilities of Unseeing Demon, the 12th ranked player on the Transcendent list, killing an expert ranked 281st on the human race's Divine Glory list would be trivial. As soon as Bladeweaver agreed to his suggestion, Slumbering Vocalist turned into a flash of light as he charged Shi Feng. He also spun his moon glaives, creating space-time storms that shredded everything in their path. The move Slumbering Vocalist had just executed was his self-developed fusion holy art. It was a fusion of endless blades and spatial imprisonment, the former being a peak gold holy art, and the latter being a profound skill of his divine weapons. This fusion holy art could match Unseeing Demon's world's light in power. If he were to use this move against a swordsman, a non-defense-oriented class, he could end the fight on the spot. However, when Slumbering Vocalist's spacetime storms got within 500 yards of Shi Feng, a tall figure suddenly intercepted them. As soon as the tall figure appeared, he brandished his 4 sabers, creating over 24 saber lights that merged into one and bisected the world before him. Boom! When the saber lights and spacetime storms collided, both shattered and faded from existence. In the end, Slumbering Vocalist's attack was neutralized, and the tall figure stumbled several steps backward before he regained his footing. How? Slumbering Vocalist stammered at a loss for words as he glared at Kowloon Demon who had previously stood beside Purgatory Jade. You're also a mortal god. Chapter 3860, Chapter 934, Evil Nature Defeated. Chapter 934, Evil Nature Defeated. That guy blocked it. Is he a monster? Isn't that Commander Vocalist's strongest move? Don't tell me that guy's another 6th floor expert. 2 6th floor experts in a single team. Wasn't Zero Wing supposed to be beneath pseudo-apex powers? Evil Nature's members were dumbfounded when they saw Kowloon Demon had neutralized Slumbering Vocalist's attack. As members of Evil Nature, they were well aware of Slumbering Vocalist's strength. Although his combat standard was inferior to Unseeing Demon, he was already on par with Unseeing Demon in offensive capability. Previously, Purgatory Jade, who was barely equipped with divine artifacts, could block Unseeing Demon's all-out attack only because her combat standard had reached the 6th floor standard. Thus, when everyone saw Kowloon Demon, who similarly had few divine artifacts equipped, block Slumbering Vocalist's all-out attack, they could only assume that his combat standard had also reached the 6th floor standard. Besides Evil Nature's members, the spectating members of the various powers were also shocked by this development. A second one. How many secrets has Zero Wing kept from me? Verdant Rainbow was at a loss for words as she stared at Kowloon Demon in the magic mirror. 6th floor experts were akin to myths in the human race's greater god's domain. Before the Crystallian race's ink crystal appeared, everyone thought that reaching the 6th floor standard was nothing but a pipe dream. But now, 6th floor experts had seemingly become stock items in Zero Wing's team, with 2 appearing in a row. She wouldn't have believed this development if she hadn't witnessed it. While everyone was in a daze, slumbering vocalist issued a command. All team leaders, cooperate with me and Commander Bladeweaver to kill these two mortal gods. Everyone else, proceed according to plan and swiftly eliminate Zero Wing's other members. Slumbering vocalist executed the peak gold holy art endless blades to distract Kowloon Demon. Team leaders, attack the mortal gods from afar. Tanks, protect those attacking. Do not engage the mortal gods directly. Coordinate with me and Commander Bladeweaver to wear them out. All 2,000 Evil Nature members took action at Slumbering Vocalist's command. Among them, the 100 team leaders gathered into 2 teams and coordinated with Slumbering Vocalist and Bladeweaver to tackle Kowloon Demon and Purgatory Jade. They moved without hesitation, with full confidence that they could defeat the two mortal gods. 6th floor experts might be able to use peak gold fusion techniques at little cost, but they would still burn some stamina and concentration in the process. They couldn't use these powerful techniques indefinitely. Moreover, as Slumbering Vocalist and Bladeweaver were strong enough to confront and distract Kowloon Demon and Purgatory Jade, the two mortal gods would not have much leeway to target anyone else. So long as enough experts worked together with Slumbering Vocalist and Bladeweaver, it would only be a matter of time before the two mortal gods collapsed from exhaustion. As Evil Nature's team leaders encircled Kowloon Demon and Purgatory Jade, about a dozen youths wearing Dragon's Crown's guild emblem charged forward to intercept them. Conceited brats, do you think you can stop us with just the few of you? When Evil Nature's team leaders saw the youths charging them, they used their strongest moves without hesitation, wanting to eliminate these obstructions as quickly as possible. These team leaders, who were fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, either attacked with advanced gold arts, or worked together to execute combination holy arts to launch a flurry of melee and ranged attacks. Although the power of their attacks was weaker than Slumbering Vocalist's space-time storms, the coordination of these attacks was enough to kill any expert without an invulnerability skill or a peak gold defensive technique. However, even as the attacks of the Evil Nature team leaders were about to land, the Dragon's Crown youths did not falter. 6 of them worked together to execute an advanced gold combination defensive technique, while the remaining 7 either executed bewildering footwork or started to glow brightly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions echoed across Plot 95. Buildings several thousand yards from the source of the explosions collapsed, and numerous spatial tiers appeared in their place. After a round of offensive by both sides, the spectating players gasped when they saw the 13 Dragon's Crown youths emerge from the dust unscathed. Many even started to doubt life. Heavens! 7 half-step mortal gods! What kind of power is Zero Wing? Besides 2 mortal gods, it also has 7 half-step mortal gods who are so young. Not even Evil Nature has so many half-step mortal gods among its younger generation. When the mortal god standard was still an impossible dream, the half-step mortal god standard became the extreme that the various powers experts sought. However, achieving this standard was easier said than done. Many of the various powers old monsters could only dream of reaching it, let alone experts of the younger generation. Even now, the number of known half-step mortal gods was very limited. Nonetheless, Zero Wing, a guild of little renown before today, had 7 half-step mortal gods. Furthermore, every one of them was unbelievably young. Not even the holy race's royal powers necessarily had such a foundation. Where did the guild leader find all these monsters? Hidden Soul was astonished when she saw that the Dragon's Crown youths had neutralized the Evil Nature team leader's attacks. First, it was 2 6th-floor experts. Now, it was 7 half-step mortal gods. Not even Apex powers could come up with such a lineup. Half-step mortal gods. When slumbering vocalists saw the 13 youths pinning down Evil Nature's 100 team leaders handily, he couldn't help but glance at Shi Feng in disbelief. Who are you people? If it were only the two mortal gods, he could still attribute it to Zero Wing having unprecedented luck. However, no amount of luck could let a guild come into possession of so many talented youths. Only a guild with incredibly formidable foundations could produce this many half-step mortal gods. After all, even the holy race's royal powers had to go to great lengths to produce even one half-step mortal god, let alone 7. Just as doubts were assailing slumbering vocalist, a figure came crashing down near him from the sky. When he saw this figure, his pupils instantly shrank. Bladeweaver. Slumbering vocalist couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at Bladeweaver's empty HP bar. Bladeweaver was the commander of the Holy Scorpion Legion. His combat standard was superior to slumbering vocalists, and his defensive capabilities surpassed even those of Unseeing Demon. It was why slumbering vocalist trusted him to deal with Purgatory Jade. But now, Bladeweaver died in the span of only a few moves. Chapter 3861, Chapter 935, Top 10 Teams. Chapter 935, Top 10 Teams. Silence enveloped the battlefield following Bladeweaver's death. The players who had witnessed his death were especially terrified as they looked at Purgatory Jade. The Evil Nature members engaged in battle with Zero Wing's forces might have been too busy to care about anything else, but it was a different story for the spectating players. They all saw the fight between Purgatory Jade and Bladeweaver. In essence, Purgatory Jade had executed only one move against Bladeweaver. Unlike when she fought Unseeing Demon, she did not trade blows with Bladeweaver but defeated him with absolute speed. As soon as their fight began, Purgatory Jade surrounded Bladeweaver with hundreds of afterimages and attacked him from all directions. Although Bladeweaver tried his best to block and dodge Purgatory Jade's attacks, his HP kept decreasing, and he died a few seconds later. Of course, this wasn't to say that Bladeweaver was weak. It was just that he wasn't as well-rounded as Unseeing Demon. Having specialized in defense, he hadn't grasped any peak gold holy arts that amplified his movement speed and attack speed. Hence, even though he was superior to Purgatory Jade in basic attributes, he was still slower than her. This flaw allowed Purgatory Jade to land an attack once every few attempts, the compounding effects of which caused his swift demise. Furthermore, Bladeweaver had fought Purgatory Jade without support, as the Dragon's Crown youths occupied the Evil Nature team leaders. If he had even one healer assisting him, Purgatory Jade could never have killed him. Before slumbering vocalist could come to his senses, Purgatory Jade appeared near him, evidently looking to cooperate with Kowloon Demon. Damn it! Slumbering vocalist frowned when he saw Purgatory Jade. He already had his hands full dealing with Kowloon Demon. If Purgatory Jade, who was even stronger than Kowloon Demon, joined the fight, he would share Bladeweaver's fate. Upon thinking up to this point, slumbering vocalist gritted his teeth, pulled out a crimson stone, and crushed it. He ran. Kowloon Demon was surprised when he saw slumbering vocalist's figure fading. Although the battle was currently in Zero Wing's favor, Evil Nature's experts outnumbered Zero Wing's experts. Zero Wing had already suffered over 30 casualties. Had slumbering vocalist chosen to fight to the bitter end, Zero Wing would have lost about 200 to 300 members, greatly impacting its ability to collect tokens later. Just you wait. Evil Nature will make you pay, slumbering vocalist shouted, glaring at Kowloon Demon and Shi Feng. After saying so, slumbering vocalist commanded the Holy Hymn Legion and the Holy Scorpion Legion to scatter. The spectating players gawked at this outcome, while Zero Wing's members hurriedly gave chase, trying to collect as many tokens as possible. Slumbering vocalist didn't even hesitate to escape. Verdant Rainbow was quite surprised as she watched Evil Nature's members scattering in the magic mirror. According to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's intelligence, Slumbering Vocalist was extremely arrogant and overbearing. He was the type to fight to the bitter end, even in a hopeless battle. Although Evil Nature's defeat was already guaranteed in this battle, he should have kept fighting to leave Zero Wing with only a Pyrrhic victory. He made the right choice. After all, the competition has just begun. There will be plenty of opportunities later, Elder Marshall said calmly. Opportunities? Will Evil Nature dare to continue provoking Zero Wing after this? Verdant Rainbow asked curiously. Zero Wing's team has 2 mortal gods and 7 half-step mortal gods. It also has that terrifying large-scale destruction spell and guild leader Black Flame, who is stronger than even Garuda. Not even royal powers can come up with such a lineup. Zero Wing's team could probably even rank among the top 10 teams in this competition. Verdant Rainbow did not doubt Evil Nature's ability to take revenge on Zero Wing. However, even if Evil Nature managed to do so, it would be at a huge cost. Evil Nature might even lose its ability to occupy 4 plots of land. How can it be that simple? Elder Marshall shook his head and chuckled. If we consider only the number of half-step mortal gods each team has, Zero Wing's team can indeed rank in the top 10. However, in terms of overall strength, Zero Wing would be fortunate if it could rank in the top 20. You shouldn't underestimate the various royal powers and apex powers. Currently, teams that can rank in the top 10 all have trump cards that can easily kill 6th-floor experts. Also, as I said before, Everlasting City's competition has just started. Many players are still in the competition, so the distribution of tokens is scattered. However, as time passes, fewer players will remain in the competition, making it more difficult to hunt for tokens. The distribution of tokens will also become more concentrated. When only 1 or 2 hours remain, that is when Everlasting City's competition will truly begin. At that time, the various powers will start to reveal their cards to obtain more tokens. Zero Wing still can't rank in the top 10 in strength, even with such a lineup. Verdant Rainbow was astonished. Besides the 6 royal powers, only a few other powers participating in Everlasting City's competition commanded experts of Unseeing Demon's caliber. Even the 7 Luminaries Alliance couldn't confidently say it could win against Zero Wing in this competition. Hence, Verdant Rainbow found it hard to believe that Zero Wing couldn't rank in the top 10. Here is the latest information collected. You'll understand once you read it, Elder Marshall said, handing a piece of paper to Verdant Rainbow. How is this possible? Verdant Rainbow gasped when she read the paper. The paper was a list of the various powers' current performances. Unsurprisingly, all 6 participating royal powers were in the top 10. However, what surprised Verdant Rainbow wasn't the royal powers' performances, but the performances of 6 non-royal powers. Although the paper didn't have any specific records, it showed that each of these 6 non-royal powers had already collected over 40,000 tokens, nearly triple what Zero Wing had collected. Among these 6 non-royal powers, 2 pseudo-apex powers of little renown stood out. One was the Crystallian race's savage gods, while the other was the human race's king's paradise. The 2 had collected 50,000 tokens thus far, their performances close to catching up with the 6 royal powers. Zero Wing didn't even rank in the top 30 in terms of the number of tokens collected. Rainbow, get ready. While Verdant Rainbow was in a daze, Elder Marshall ordered, "We will start our hunt now. If we can't secure more tokens in the early stage, we will have difficulty securing 4 plots of land later." Understood. Verdant Rainbow promptly organized the 7 Luminaries Alliance's forces at Elder Marshall's command. 10 hours after the competition started, The lands inside Everlasting City lay in ruins. After hours of frenzied killing, over 90% of the participating players had been eliminated, and the remaining players all started to operate covertly across the city. Plot 79. Guild Leader, I found 2 teams fighting here. The teams are small, they only total a little more than 100 players, Hidden Soul reported through the team chat. One of the teams is from the Crystallian race's Savage Gods, while the other is from the Holy race's Thunder Empire. Who are they led by? Shi Feng asked, his interest piqued by this information. Currently, Zero Wing had only collected about 35,000 tokens. This still wasn't enough to guarantee 4 plots of land. After all, there were only 144 plots of land in Everlasting City. Only a maximum of 36 powers could leave with an Eternal World magic array. After factoring in powers that would occupy more than 4 plots of land and last-minute confrontations, it'd be fortunate if 24 powers could leave with an Eternal World magic array. Not to mention, Zero Wing hadn't been doing particularly well at collecting tokens due to its lack of numbers. Although Zero Wing's members had split into many groups, the team's overall performance still couldn't match that of the various Apex and Royal powers. Compared to the large haul at the beginning of the competition, Zero Wing's subsequent income of tokens was pitiful. And worse, players in the competition started to operate more covertly as time passed. Now large-scale battles were few and far between. After a slight pause, Hidden Soul said, Ink Crystal and Garuda. Chapter 3862, Chapter 936, Clash Between Experts. Chapter 936, Clash Between Experts. How did they bump into each other? Fervent Samsara was surprised by the news. As someone who had participated in the last Continental Championship, Fervent Samsara remembered Ink Crystal and Garuda as if he had met them yesterday. His memory of Ink Crystal was especially vivid. After all, Ink Crystal was akin to a god in the Continental Championship. No mortal could ever forget her. Guild Leader, should we intervene? Gentle Snow asked Shi Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement and trepidation. Gentle Snow was well aware that she had hardly contributed to their party in the Continental Championship. It was especially so when their party went up against Garuda's and Ink Crystal's parties. She had fared no differently than an infant against them. However, after returning from the Continental Championship and training in the Tower of the Abyss, she often considered challenging them. We can try, Shi Feng said after some thought. Soul, send us your coordinates. Send them to Purgatory Jade's group as well. We'll take action once everyone has gathered. Both Savage Gods and the Thunder Empire currently ranked among the competition's top 10 in the number of Everlasting City tokens collected. With Ink Crystal and Garuda the central figures of their respective powers, they likely held many tokens. If Zero Wing could kill even one of them, it could occupy 4 plots of land with certainty. Of course, killing these 2 individuals would not be easy. The teams that managed to survive this far were all elites among elites far superior to even the 2 Evil Nature Legions Zero Wing faced earlier. Not to mention, Zero Wing's numbers had dwindled significantly since then. Zero Wing didn't even have 200 members left in the competition, so tackling a force of over 100 players would be a challenge. Okay. Hidden Soul nodded before sending Shi Feng a set of coordinates. After Shi Feng received the coordinates, he promptly used a Tier 5 group invisibility scroll and headed to the coordinates with Gentle Snow and the others. With less than 2 hours remaining in Everlasting City's competition, the various powers had already grown desperate. They now resorted to any means to locate and kill other players. Zero Wing had experienced their desperation on more than one occasion. During these encounters, Zero Wing's forces had been bombarded with large-scale destruction spells that rivaled Tier 6 curses as soon as they were detected. Moreover, these spells hadn't been cast one by one, but in barrages of 7 or 8. Even a tank as powerful as Purgatory Jade had nearly died under such assaults. For this reason, Zero Wing's forces would now only move out after concealing their appearances and aura. Otherwise, the probability of an unexpected failure would skyrocket. About a dozen minutes later, Shi Feng's group regrouped with Hidden Soul. Currently, a massive barrier enveloped a skyscraper several thousand yards away. The barrier isolated the members of Savage Gods and the Thunder Empire from the outside world. Evidently, the two powers did not want others to take advantage of their battle. Ink Crystal, there hasn't been a moment I didn't regret not fighting you in the Continental Championship. I even tried to find you using my connections after the competition, but you seem to have evaporated into thin air. No matter how hard I tried, I never could find you. Thankfully, the heavens have been kind to me. Not only did you appear in this competition, but you even appeared before me now, Garuda said, expressing his excitement and eagerness to fight Ink Crystal. How about we fight to our heart's content today, just you and me? The winner takes all the tokens while the loser withdraws. Are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one? Ink Crystal looked at Garuda indifferently. Have you forgotten losing to Black Flame? You might have grown stronger since then, but you are still nowhere strong enough to fight me. Ink Crystal's arrogant and indifferent words enraged the Thunder Empire's members. However, just as some were considering attacking Ink Crystal, a lithe figure suddenly stood in their way, the sight of this figure smothering their urges. Miss Ink Crystal, I admit you are strong, but if you think you have become invincible after reaching the 6th floor standard, you are sorely mistaken. Extreme Feather stated, staring at Ink Crystal coldly as she reached for the 2 divine artifact-ranked moon glaives on her back. Then, she vanished. When Extreme Feather reappeared in everyone's sight, she had already crossed 100 yards and appeared behind Ink Crystal, her moon glaives bearing down on Ink Crystal's back. How fast! Hidden Soul was shocked when she saw Extreme Feather's movements from afar. This was the first time Hidden Soul had seen a player display such speed in God's domain. Extreme Feather had crossed the 100-yard distance between her and Ink Crystal instantly. Moreover, by the time Hidden Soul had sensed Extreme Feather again, her weapons were already bearing down on Ink Crystal. 5th floor experts would not be able to react to her speed, even with their 6th sense. As expected of the Angel of Death, not only has she fused Phantom Dash with Lunar Cicada, but she has even integrated the fusion technique into her movements. At this rate, it won't be long before she becomes peerless in reaction speed. Shi Feng was secretly amazed when he saw this scene. Phantom Dash was a Tier 6 skill that allowed its user to achieve instantaneous movement. It also enhanced its user's attack speed and reaction speed. As for Lunar Cicada, it was a gold holy art that thoroughly concealed the user's existence when executed. Normally, simply fusing the 2 moves would be a huge achievement. However, Extreme Feather had gone a step further, having integrated the fusion technique into her movements to the point where she could execute it instinctively. Only extraordinarily gifted individuals could accomplish such a feat. If Extreme Feather's opponent wasn't ready for this fusion technique, they would be struck, even if they were a 6th floor expert. Extreme Feather's moon glaives were only inches away from Ink Crystal when a stone cane suddenly appeared in their way, as if premeditated. Clang! The sound of metal and stone colliding echoed throughout the battlefield. Extreme Feather looked at the bald young man wielding the stone cane in surprise. She had never expected anyone to be able to keep up with her speed. You are very fast. Had your opponent been an ordinary 6th floor expert, your attack could very well have landed, Desert River, the bald young man, said to Extreme Feather. Then he glanced at Garuda and continued, but you are still 10 years too early to have my team leader fight you. After saying so, Desert River swung his cane, instantly compressing the surrounding space and sending Extreme Feather flying with an explosion that had reached the Tier 6 limit standard. You've reached the 6th floor standard. Extreme Feather stared at Desert River in even greater astonishment, her hands trembling from the collision of weapons. That's right, Desert River admitted frankly. Now, you should know you are not qualified to fight my team leader. I alone am enough to deal with you all. Is that so? When Garuda saw that Desert River had reached the 6th floor standard, he did not despair. Instead, he simply said in frustration, I wanted to save this secret for Black Flame, but it seems that isn't possible now. After saying so, Garuda threw a punch in Desert River's direction. Multiple phantom fists hundreds of meters in size immediately appeared out of thin air and converged on Desert River. Each phantom fist carried power at the Tier 6 limit standard, their fusion causing the surrounding space to collapse. Although Desert River had promptly responded to the attack by executing 2 peak gold defensive implement manipulation techniques, the impact still sent him stumbling several steps back. Chapter 3863, Chapter 937, Ink Crystal Takes Action. Chapter 937, Ink Crystal Takes Action. You've reached it, too. Desert River gawked at Garuda. The defensive move Desert River executed was a fusion of 2 peak gold implement manipulation techniques. Even if Garuda had used a fusion of a peak gold holy art and a divine artifact's profound skill against him, he should have been able to block the attack without taking damage. But Garuda had blown apart his defensive move. The only explanation Desert River could think of for this situation was that Garuda had executed a fusion of 2 peak gold holy arts. In other words, Garuda had reached the 6th floor standard. Did you think you were the only one who had improved? Garuda said, glancing at Desert River. Then he turned to Ink Crystal and continued, Your teammate has lost. Will you fight me now? When Garuda indirectly admitted he had reached the 6th floor standard, the Thunder Empire's members briefly fell into a daze before they exclaimed ecstatically, His Highness truly is our race's #1 chosen one, a 6th floor expert. Our race finally has a 6th floor expert as well. The cheers of the Thunder Empire's members were deafening. They behaved as if they had obtained a priceless treasure. Their confidence skyrocketed. As the Thunder Empire's members celebrated Garuda's achievement, Hidden Soul and the other Zero Wing members watched from afar with grim expressions. Damn it! Are those people monsters? How can they reach that standard one after another? Hidden Soul was filled with mixed feelings when she saw the Crystallian race and the Holy Race gaining mortal gods one after another. Besides Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow and the others also felt unreconciled. It's normal for them to achieve the 6th floor standard. After all, they are experts who have received the crucible of the ancients' legacies, Shi Feng said, looking at his dejected teammates. Not to mention, they were already close to reaching the 6th floor standard before that. It was only a matter of time before they reached it. The generalization of the 6th floor standard might be unthinkable for players in the current Greater Gods domain, but as someone who had met and heard about more than 10 6th floor experts in his previous life, Shi Feng had expected all along that 6th floor experts would become more numerous. He even felt that more 6th floor experts would appear in this life than in his previous life. Hence, Shi Feng wasn't surprised to learn that Desert River and Garuda had reached the 6th floor standard. On the contrary, he was glad about their achievements. After all, he himself was only a step away from reaching the 6th floor standard. He needed more opponents to help him achieve a breakthrough. But now that they have achieved the 6th floor standard, it will become much more difficult for us to obtain their tokens. Savage Gods' team will be especially tricky now that it has 2 6th floor experts. Moreover, Ink Crystal and Garuda are fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even if Miss Jade's group arrives, we might not be able to do anything against them, Hidden Soul said anxiously. Ink Crystal and Garuda were sixth-floor experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. With the huge disparity in basic attributes, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon might not be a match for Ink Crystal, even if they worked together. Not to mention, there was also Desert River, who was equipped with multiple divine artifacts. The Thunder Empire's situation was more or less the same. Although Garuda was his team's only sixth-floor expert, the Thunder Empire, a royal power, should have trump cards that could pose as great a threat as Desert River. Amidst Hidden Soul's worries, Ink Crystal and Garuda stepped away from their respective teams and stood facing each other. Since you have reached the sixth-floor standard, you are indeed qualified to fight me, Ink Crystal said, smiling at Garuda. Then she raised her cane and continued leisurely. Come, let me see how much you have improved. Okay, I hope you won't disappoint me. At Ink Crystal's leisurely response, Garuda conjured a 3,000-meter-tall phantom around himself without reservation. The giant had 100 arms and looked like a mighty ancient saint. Compared to before, the 100-armed giant Garuda conjured using his self-developed technique Myriad Fists had much more substance this time. It was also much taller, and its aura was much stronger. As soon as the phantom giant took shape, it threw 100 punches at Ink Crystal that converged on a dozen points. These compounded punches were stronger than the attack that knocked Desert River back just now. As these compounded punches came bearing down on Ink Crystal, it felt like a dozen mountains were falling from the sky. Peak Gold Fusion Holy Art, Myriad Fists. When Ink Crystal saw the descending fists, she raised her cane and summoned countless vines from the ground thousands of yards around her. These vines intertwined with one another to form massive vine spears that spread out like the petals of a lotus flower and attacked the descending phantom fists. Boom, boom, boom. After a dozen collisions and explosions, the twofold barrier that enveloped the Savage Gods team and the Thunder Empire team shattered. The area a few thousand yards around Ink Crystal and Garuda turned into a dark void mixed with a few traces of light. Monsters! These two are monsters! Hidden Soul was indescribably shocked as she took in the destruction before her. The fight between Ink Crystal and Garuda was unlike anything Hidden Soul had experienced. It felt more like a fight between two giant monsters than two players. The shockwaves alone were enough to kill the average Tier 6 player. This level of destruction is already close to matching that of my all-consuming fire. Phoenix Rain was also astonished. She had never thought a clash between sixth-floor experts could be this terrifying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a clash between ancient gods. Out of the 0 wing members present, only Shi Feng reacted calmly to the destructiveness of Ink Crystal and Garuda's fight. Clashes between sixth-floor experts occurred relatively frequently during the war between the human race and the holy race in his previous life. Moreover, these clashes involved level 240 plus sixth-floor experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. The shockwaves they caused had been enough to ruin a huge portion of an entire realm. In comparison, the consequence of Ink Crystal and Garuda's fight was minuscule. Of course, this was primarily because of Everlasting City's powerful suppression. Otherwise, their fight could have easily erased the entire island. While everyone was awestruck by Ink Crystal and Garuda's fight, Garuda executed his Peak Gold Fusion Holy Art a dozen more times in rapid succession. He modified every execution, hoping to find an exploitable weakness through speed, numbers, and power. However, no matter what he tried, Ink Crystal would always block all his attacks and emerge unscathed. How long are you going to keep defending? Garuda bellowed at Ink Crystal, who refused to take the initiative to attack. Do you think you can find my weakness simply by defending? Find your weakness. Ink Crystal shook her head at Garuda's anger. Then she inserted her cane into the ground and said, "I never thought of doing that. I only refrained from attacking to see where your limits lay. But if this is all you have, this battle is over." As Ink Crystal spoke, she summoned even more vine spears to create a second lotus flower of vines. Then, before anyone could react, the two lotus flowers collided near Garuda and exploded, the resulting explosion erasing 1/3 of Plot 79. When the dust settled, Garuda fell from the air, his body spewing blood all over. His HP also fell rapidly and hit 0 after 3 seconds. Chapter 3864, Chapter 938, 6th Floor Grading. Chapter 938, 6th Floor Grading. He died. Impossible. Everyone watching the fight was stunned when they saw Garuda's death. Extreme Feather, Garuda's confidant, was especially dumbfounded, her aloof expression replaced by one of disbelief. Ink Crystal and Garuda were evenly matched just a second ago. Yet Garuda was one-shotted a second later. This situation seemed like a joke, no matter how Extreme Feather looked at it. How can there be such a huge difference between 6th floor experts? Fervent Samsara couldn't accept what he just witnessed. Even during the last Continental Championship, Garuda was already regarded as the Holy Race's #1 chosen one, his combat standard having reached the half-step mortal god standard. Now that he had reached the 6th floor standard and fully equipped himself with divine artifacts, he should at least rank among the 10 strongest experts of the 3 races, if not the strongest. Yet, as soon as Ink Crystal went on the offensive, Garuda was one-shotted. This development shattered Fervent Samsara's understanding of the 6th floor standard. What do you think of the gap between the refinement realm and the void realm? Is it big? Shi Feng did not offer Fervent Samsara an answer but posed a question instead. "It's huge," Fervent Samsara answered without hesitation. The refinement realm was merely a starting point for players in the greater god's domain. To put it bluntly, players who had reached the refinement realm had only learned the basics of controlling their bodies, how to make subtle adjustments to their bodies so that they could execute movements more accurately. However, the void realm was a completely different story. Players who had reached the void realm could constantly perceive everything in their immediate vicinity. A refinement realm expert would have no secrets in front of a void realm expert. No matter how perfectly a refinement realm expert executed their movements, a void realm expert would know everything they were doing. Void realm experts could also locate and target the weak points and blind spots of refinement realm experts in advance. There was simply no comparison between the two groups of players. "The same goes for the 6th floor standard," Shi Feng said, some foggy memories gradually regaining clarity as he gazed at Ink Crystal. Then he instinctively continued, "The mortal god standard primarily focuses on using and controlling the mind, or more specifically, the soul. In Garuda's case, he has only achieved the refinement realm standard in this regard. He stood no chance against Ink Crystal." "Guild leader, do you mean that Ink Crystal has already reached the void realm standard in controlling her mind?" Fervent Samsara asked as he stared at Ink Crystal's distant figure in disbelief. They were all players of God's domain. Yet, Fervent Samsara could only ever dream of reaching the 6th floor standard, while Ink Crystal, a girl who was 17 years old at most, had already made considerable progress in the 6th floor standard. At this point, he couldn't help but ask, were they even playing the same game? "I don't know." Shi Feng spread his hands and smiled wryly. "I only say that it's possible. After all, I haven't reached that standard either." In his previous life, the human race had given birth to many 6th floor experts. Although he didn't specifically know how these experts had reached the 6th floor standard, he did know about the categorization method of 6th floor experts. The categorization method divided the 6th floor standard, called the realms of essence, into refinement, flowing water, and void. The three absolutes in his previous life had all reached the realms of Essence's void realm. It was why the holy race's various powers had always been reluctant to provoke them. After all, experts of this realm were already capable of simultaneously fighting several or even a dozen novice sixth-floor experts. At the time, only the holy race's royal powers commanded over a dozen sixth-floor experts, while apex powers would be fortunate to have more than a handful. Everyone from Zero Wing looked at Shi Feng in exasperation. Ink Crystal's victory meant they had to kill her if they wanted to leave with any tokens. Yet, they didn't even know how strong she was. It might be fine if Ink Crystal was only at the peak of the refinement realm. After all, they had two sixth-floor experts on their team. However, it'd be a different story if she had reached the flowing water realm. Even with the same equipment standard, a flowing water realm expert could easily defeat two refinement realm experts. And if she was at the void realm standard, they'd be better off going on their merry way. Guild leader, a message just came in from Miss Jade. She says her group will reach us in 5 minutes max. Hidden Soul reported in a hurry when she saw that Ink Crystal's team was already getting ready to leave. Should we take action now to delay them? Now that Ink Crystal's team had concluded its fight with Garuda's team, it naturally wouldn't stay in Plot 79 for much longer. In that case, Ink Crystal's team was bound to take flight. Although they could secretly tail Ink Crystal's team, the team could easily detect them once they were in the air, even if they remained invisible. Of course, they also had the option of waiting until Ink Crystal's team entered another plot of land before chasing after it. However, they'd risk losing the team amidst the sea of buildings. If they wanted to snatch Ink Crystal's tokens, their only option was to delay her team until Dragon's Crown's group arrived, which obviously wasn't a wise move. Ink Crystal could one-shot even an expert as strong as Garuda. Even if Shi Feng had the strength to fight sixth-floor experts, he wouldn't be much stronger than Garuda. Not to mention, Garuda was fully equipped with divine artifacts this time. His basic attributes were definitely superior to Shi Feng's. As Shi Feng hesitated over whether to take action, Ink Crystal suddenly turned around and looked toward Zero Wing's team. "Come out, you've been spying long enough. Do you think I haven't noticed you?" Ink Crystal shouted, her voice echoing across thousands of yards. "We've been discovered." Hidden Soul stared in shock at Ink Crystal, who stood over 5,000 yards away. Although fifth-floor experts could foresee the future, they could only see briefly into the future. Moreover, they could only foresee events in their immediate vicinity, normally about 200 or 300 yards. A distance of 5,000 yards already challenged the limit of a sixth-floor expert's sight, let alone foresight. A sixth-floor expert should, at most, be able to foresee events 1,000 or 2,000 yards away. Hidden Soul found it hard to believe the foresight of sixth-floor experts could extend up to 5,000 yards and beyond, especially when they were all Tier 6 players. Not to mention, Zero Wing's members were all invisible right now. However, before Shi Feng and the others could fully process Ink Crystal's words, a team of 500-plus players suddenly rushed out of a building near Ink Crystal and surrounded her team. Why is she here? Shi Feng was stunned as he looked at the woman in black armor leading the team of 500-plus players. This was because she was none other than Lunar River, King's Paradise's first vice-guild leader. Chapter 3865, Chapter 939, Overlimit Skill, Chapter 939, Overlimit Skill. As King's Paradise's members surrounded Ink Crystal's team, their eyes shone with eagerness, as if they hadn't witnessed Ink Crystal's display of power. Lunar River, the leader of King's Paradise's team, even appeared within 20 yards of Ink Crystal. As expected of the expert who killed Garuda, "I didn't think you'd be able to detect us from such a distance," Lunar River said, smiling at Ink Crystal as she played with her ponytail. "Garuda was our original target, but since you've killed him and detected us, we'll have you become our new prey, Miss Ink Crystal." Lunar River's words caused a deathly silence to befall the area. Even Extreme Feather and the other surviving members of the Thunder Empire couldn't help but stare at Lunar River in disbelief. How dare she? Hidden Soul was similarly astonished as she looked at Lunar River from a distance. Everyone who had witnessed Ink Crystal's fight with Garuda should know how terrifying her strength was. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call her a walking disaster. While Lunar River's team might hold the numerical advantage, it wasn't big enough to offset Ink Crystal's strength advantage. After all, Ink Crystal was directly responsible for destroying 1/3 of Plot 79's land. She might not even break a sweat dealing with King's Paradise's 500-plus members. When Savage Gods' members finished processing Lunar River's words, many burst into laughter, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in their lives. "You want to treat us as prey? Are you sure you're not biting off more than you can chew?" Desert River scoffed. Without waiting for Ink Crystal to express her stance, he swung his stone cane at Lunar River. Suddenly, a powerful compression acted on the space within a radius of several hundred yards, compressing it to the tip of Desert River's cane. The King's Paradise members within the affected area felt as if they carried a mountain on their backs, their bodies becoming indescribably heavy. All they could do in this situation was watch as Desert River's stone cane came bearing down on Lunar River. Peak Gold Fusion Implement Manipulation Technique, Spatial Blast. This was the same technique Desert River had used against Extreme Feather previously. He was going all out immediately, not intending to show mercy to Lunar River. However, even as Desert River's cane descended upon her, Lunar River did not attempt to dodge or block it. Instead, she reached for the jet black greatsword on her back and executed the Tier 6 skill Dimensional Hexa Slash. Immediately, 6 dimensional slashes converged on the tip of Desert River's cane, colliding directly with the point of compressed space. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across Plot 79. Immediately afterward, Desert River was sent flying back over 20 yards, his stone cane trembling and his HP depleting by nearly 10%. How is this possible? Hidden Soul and the other Zero Wing members watching from a distance gawked at this scene. Desert River was a 6th-floor expert. Although he wasn't fully equipped with divine artifacts, even experts fully equipped with divine artifacts executing a peak gold combat technique shouldn't be able to withstand his fusion technique. Nevertheless, Lunar River had repulsed Desert River with only a Tier 6 skill. This shattered their understanding of Tier 6 skills. No wonder she dares to face Ink Crystal. Shi Feng was similarly surprised by this development. However, unlike his teammates, he knew how Lunar River had achieved what she had just done. She can already reach the over-limit standard with her Tier 6 skills, is it? In his previous life, there had been only one instance where a non-6th-floor expert had managed to hold their ground against a 6th-floor expert with similar basic attributes. The person who had accomplished this feat was none other than Verdant Rainbow, the Seven Luminaries Alliance's God Hunter. She had single-handedly defeated one of the Holy Race's old monsters at the time thanks to her ability to execute Tier 6 skills at completion rates beyond 120%. By design, it was incredibly difficult for players to achieve 100% skill and spell completion rates in God's domain. This was especially so for high-tier skills and spells. Even 5th-floor experts would have difficulty achieving a 100% completion rate with their Tier 6 skills and spells. As for those who could go beyond 100% and achieve the theoretical limit of 120%, they were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Of course, for those who achieved a 120% completion rate with their skills and spells, their journey wasn't over. After all, 120% was only the theoretical limit of skill and spell completion rates. In reality, it was possible to go beyond 120% and enter the overlimit territory. Once a skill or spell achieved the overlimit standard, it would gain the power to break the limitations of its tier. In the case of a Tier 6 overlimit skill, its power would be no weaker than that of pseudo-Tier 7 skills. However, achieving the overlimit standard with Tier 6 skills and spells was easier said than done. Verdant Rainbow was the only player in the human race's greater god's domain to have accomplished this feat in Shi Feng's previous life. Hence, he was surprised to learn that Lunar River had also achieved it. The moment Desert River was sent flying, Ink Crystal turned toward Lunar River, her indifference replaced by fascination. A Tier 6 overlimit skill. To think the human race had hidden an expert such as yourself, Ink Crystal exclaimed. But you are still not my match. While Tier 6 overlimit skills might be powerful, they are limited by their cooldowns. How many times can you defend against my implement manipulation technique, I wonder? After saying so, Ink Crystal raised her vine cane and summoned 2 vine lotus flowers from the ground. The move she used was twofold Thornstorm, the fusion technique she had used to eliminate Garuda earlier. Lunar River did not panic when confronted with Ink Crystal's twofold Thornstorm. On the contrary, she smiled and said, I naturally know that Tier 6 overlimit skills aren't enough to defeat you, but I am not your only opponent, Miss Ink Crystal. As soon as Lunar River finished speaking, she and 499 other King's Paradise members retrieved a light golden scroll from their bags and activated it. Immediately, divine patterns formed and hovered around them, linking them and causing their combined aura to skyrocket in intensity. Their aura became so powerful that even the Zero Wing members spectating from thousands of yards away shuddered. A large, advanced silver battle array. Shi Feng gasped when he saw the divine patterns hovering around King's Paradise's members. Looking at these divine patterns, he finally understood why Lunar River was confident King's Paradise could secure 4 plots of land in Everlasting City's competition. A large, advanced silver battle array. Although battle arrays were not uncommon, their rarity increased with size and rank. In the human race's greater god's domain, medium silver battle arrays were already as rare as a phoenix's feather, while medium advanced silver battle arrays were regarded as a strategic resource by the various apex powers. As for large, advanced silver battle arrays, not even apex powers could get their hands on these things. However, should a 500-man team come to possess a large, advanced silver battle array, it could fight even taboo bosses, let alone a 6th-floor expert fully equipped with divine artifacts. Once the battle array took shape, Lunar River executed a cross-slash at the 2 vine lotus flowers smashing toward her. Tier 6 skill, Divine Cross-Slash. Chapter 3866, Chapter 940, Siege Weapon. Chapter 940, Siege Weapon. When Ink Crystal's twofold Thornstorm and Lunar River's Divine Cross-Slash collided, a powerful space-time storm swept across Plot 79. However, Ink Crystal's fusion technique turned out weaker than Lunar River's overlimit skill, as the dazzling cross-slash cut through the 2 vine lotus flowers like a hot knife through butter, and continued toward Ink Crystal. Only after Ink Crystal followed up with another twofold Thornstorm did she neutralize Lunar River's attack. As soon as the divine cross-slash faded, Ink Crystal created another set of vine lotus flowers to attack Lunar River. Her concentration was seemingly boundless, and she gave her opponent no room to breathe. However, Lunar River had apparently anticipated Ink Crystal's attack, as by the time Ink Crystal's third twofold Thornstorm was bearing down on her, she had already swung her jet-black greatsword 9 times, launching 9 dazzling sword lights that shredded the 2 vine lotus flowers. Peak gold combat technique, 9 polar flashes. Boom, boom, boom. After Ink Crystal and Lunar River traded several dozen moves, the remaining two-thirds of Plot 79 shattered into dozens of small islands suspended in the air. The land of Plot 79 had been devastated, the sight stunning all spectating players. An entire plot of land got destroyed. Monsters, these two must be monsters. Lunar River, who is she? Why haven't I heard of her before? Besides Zero Wings members, many of the players spectating from outside Everlasting City were also drawn by the activity at Plot 79. They had never thought a clash between two players could destroy a plot of land in Everlasting City. However, compared to the destruction, everyone was more surprised that Lunar River could hold her ground against Ink Crystal. Ink Crystal's strength spoke for itself. She was strong enough to one-shot Garuda, even after he had reached the 6th floor standard. Yet, even after several dozen exchanges, the outcome of the fight between Ink Crystal and Lunar River remained indeterminate. This was simply unbelievable. On one of the islands created from the remnants of Plot 79, this Lunar River person is incredible. She's actually holding up against that girl, Kowloon Demon exclaimed as he looked at Lunar River in the magic mirror. If we compare only overall strength, she can probably rank in the top 5 in our world. Whether it was mortal gods or players who could use Tier 6 overlimit skills, they were all talents that royal powers like Dragon's Crown could only obtain through luck. Royal powers regarded such individuals as their foundation. Originally, Kowloon Demon thought there was nothing special about the greater god's domain, and that it couldn't compare with the remnant primordial world he came from. After all, Red Frost was the only known 6th floor expert in the human race's greater god's domain. But ever since he participated in Everlasting City's competition, the number of noteworthy experts he encountered kept increasing. Key among them was Ink Crystal, who even he felt inferior to. Now, he had even encountered an expert capable of using Tier 6 overlimit skills. This was truly a surprise. Although Lunar River is strong, that Crystallian girl is the true terror. Purgatory Jade sighed as she watched Ink Crystal holding her ground against Lunar River's powerful attacks. She has nearly reached that realm at such a young age. In terms of talent, she probably exceeds even the guild leader in his younger days. That monster would probably have a stroke if he learned of this, Kowloon Demon said, agreeing with Purgatory Jade. But now that they are evenly matched, it should make it easier to snatch their tokens. The current situation was ideal for them to take advantage of. Regardless of which side won, both would ultimately lose. An easier time. Purgatory Jade shook her head as she watched the two people clashing in the magic mirror. I wouldn't necessarily say that. On the contrary, we might have a tough fight ahead of us. While the two might be evenly matched, their teams are not. King's Paradise has the numerical advantage and the support of a large advanced silver battle array. Although Savage Gods has another 6th floor expert to spare, its defeat is inevitable. As Purgatory Jade spoke, the rest of Savage Gods' and King's Paradise's members finally entered the fray. Just as Purgatory Jade speculated, the odds did not favor Savage Gods. Despite being a 6th floor expert, Desert River could only defend himself passively, as he faced dozens of 5th floor experts with basic attributes rivaling players fully equipped with divine artifacts. After both sides clashed for several minutes, Savage Gods and King's Paradise had lost about a dozen players each. Although the casualties for both sides looked similar, Savage Gods' team comprised only about 100 members, while King's Paradise's team comprised over 500. Hence, while Savage Gods' casualty rate reached nearly 20%, King's Paradise's casualty rate didn't even reach 5%. Miss Ink Crystal, I'd suggest you simply surrender your tokens, Lunar River said as she fought. In 10 more minutes, you'll be all that's left of your team. You will ultimately lose your life as well. You can still leave with your life if you hand over your tokens now. I'm sure you can make up for your loss in the remaining time with your strength. You don't have to fight us to the bitter end. Originally, Lunar River sneaked into Plot 79 to ambush Garuda. With his tokens, King's Paradise would instantly be propelled to the top 10 in the number of tokens collected. Unfortunately, her plans fell short, as she hadn't expected Ink Crystal to kill Garuda and discover her team. This left her with no choice but to use her trump cards against Ink Crystal. Lunar River did not wish to fight an expert like Ink Crystal. After all, even if her team could ultimately defeat Ink Crystal's team, it would be at the cost of significant casualties. The minimum number of players required to activate a large advanced silver battle array was 500. If Ink Crystal managed to kill half her team, she would have difficulty finding replacements to activate the battle array again. And if she couldn't activate the battle array, she would have a hard time facing the various powers throughout the rest of the competition. Ink Crystal fell silent at Lunar River's proposal. Although she was more than capable of continuing her fight with Lunar River, it was a fact that her teammates were not faring well against King's Paradise's members. As Ink Crystal and Lunar River continued clashing in silence, something suddenly impinged on their senses. They immediately stopped fighting and turned toward a particular direction, a hint of gloom in their eyes. Team Leader, Vice Guild Leader. When Desert River, Shoyan, and the rest of Savage Gods' and King's Paradise's members noticed Ink Crystal and Lunar River's sudden pause, they couldn't help but follow the two's gaze in confusion. A moment later, in the north of Plot 79, multiple massive spacetime passages opened up in the sky. As soon as these spacetime passages appeared, players started to emerge from them in batches like a well-trained army. Players riding flying machines also emerged from the largest of the spacetime passages one after another. When these flying machines reached 1,000 in number, they merged to form a palace of steel and iron, the sight of which numbed the scalps of Savage Gods' and King's Paradise's members. An epic siege weapon, a weapon exclusive to royal powers. Chapter 3867, Chapter 941. 4 Royals, Chapter 941. 4 Royals. TL Notes. Made a change to chapters 825 and 826. The Gnome Youth's Peak Gold Fusion Technique changed to twofold Peak Gold Fusion Technique. Madness, this is madness. Is the Thunder Empire out of its mind? An epic siege weapon. An epic siege weapon. Is the Thunder Empire trying to erase the entire everlasting city? Is this necessary? All this just because Garuda got killed once. When the spectating players and powers saw the Iron Palace, they dared not believe their eyes. A siege weapon. This was a weapon created to attack cities inhabited by gods in the primordial era. Theoretically, it could concentrate the power of all its operators to launch attacks exceeding the Tier 6 limit standard. Even a common-ranked siege weapon was worth multiple holy cities, let alone an epic-ranked siege weapon. The higher a siege weapon's rank, the more comprehensive its abilities. A high-rank siege weapon could also accommodate more operators, allowing it to harness and exhibit greater power. Once a siege weapon reached the epic rank, it could theoretically destroy an entire realm with one strike. It was not a weapon that could be countered with manpower alone. It was also a weapon exclusive to royal powers. More specifically, only powers with an epic siege weapon could become royal powers. As for the Iron Palace, it was called the Lightning Nation, and it was one of the Thunder Empire's 3 epic siege weapons. The Thunder Empire must be crazy. Does it need to bring out the Lightning Nation just to deal with 2 pseudo-apex powers? Isn't it worried that other royal powers will use this opportunity to attack its realms? Verdant Rainbow was confused and shocked as she stared at the Iron Palace in the magic mirror. Siege weapons were the most crucial trump cards for any power. They were mighty weapons that could safeguard an entire realm. However, the cost of mobilizing a siege weapon was mind-boggling. Even if the average upper-ranking hegemonic power got their hands on a siege weapon, it'd be too poor to deploy the weapon. Most importantly, players still lacked the know-how to reproduce and repair siege weapons to this day, as the technology had been lost since the primordial era. Hence, siege weapons were essentially irreplaceable consumable items, and powers that owned them would never deploy these strategic tools under any circumstances outside existential threats. This was especially so when it came to epic siege weapons. While Verdant Rainbow thought that the Thunder Empire was making a mountain out of a molehill, space-time passages appeared in the three other cardinal directions of Plot 79. The experts that emerged from these space-time passages all wore guild emblems of royal powers. These royal powers were Evil Nature, the Sun Dynasty, and the Crystallian race's Ninth Street. Each of these royal powers had not only mobilized over 10,000 experts, but had also brought epic siege weapons of their own. All of a sudden, a four-way face-off involving 4 epic siege weapons was taking place above Plot 79. One of these siege weapons was as bright as the sun, one was wreathed in crimson flames, one was shrouded by thundering clouds, and one was surrounded by a galaxy of stars. It was as if 4 starkly different worlds were facing off in the sky. They radiated overbearing auras that covered tens of thousands of yards and suffocated many Tier 6 players. Parting Forest, is such an overreaction necessary? Garuda didn't even suffer a true death. A short-haired Crystallian woman in her early 30s, and wearing a golden robe scoffed at the stalwart, middle-aged man in charge of the Thunder Empire's army. It might not have been a true death, but the soul damage he suffered will stifle his development for a considerable period. I'm sure you don't need me to explain the consequences this would have in the ever-changing eternal realm, right? Of course, you might not think much of it since he isn't your race's chosen one, the four-armed, middle-aged man named Parting Forest said, unfazed by the Crystallian woman's taunt. Jade Hunter, if Ninth Street insists on protecting her, I advise you to abandon the idea. The Thunder Empire will claim her life. The Crystallian woman named Jade Hunter did not try to continue her conversation with Parting Forest. Instead, she turned to the leaders of the 2 other royal powers and asked, "Do the Sun Dynasty and Evil Nature share the same opinion?" "No, no. You've misunderstood our intentions, Miss Jade Hunter," slumbering vocalist, the leader of Evil Nature's army, said with a smile. "Evil Nature is only here for the tokens. So long as Miss Ink Crystal surrenders all her tokens, Evil Nature will leave immediately." Following slumbering vocalist, Daystar, the leader of the Sun Dynasty's army, turned to Lunar River and said, "Since Evil Nature wants Miss Ink Crystal's tokens, the Sun Dynasty will have Miss Lunar River's tokens. The Sun Dynasty will keep its hands clean of any other matters." Jade Hunter sighed at slumbering vocalists and Daystar's responses. Then, she turned to Ink Crystal and said, "Miss Ink Crystal, as you can see, I'm afraid you can only count yourself unlucky. If you do not want to die, surrender your tokens now. As for the Thunder Empire, I will help you stop it." Jade Hunter, do not stick your nose where it doesn't belong, Parting Forest glared at Jade Hunter. Have you forgotten that Ninth Street has yet to establish a foothold on the Eternal Continent? If you insist on offending the Thunder Empire, Ninth Street can forget about gaining a foothold there. Jade Hunter's expression darkened at Parting Hunter's threat. She hadn't expected the Thunder Empire to take Garuda's death so seriously that it would refuse to show Ninth Street any respect. Siege weapons, huh? As Ink Crystal observed the 4 siege weapons hovering around her, enthusiasm colored her eyes rather than fear. "Although I've heard a lot about these things from those old fellows, I've never seen one in person before. Let me see how strong the royal powers, prided epic siege weapons are. After saying so, Ink Crystal set her sights on the Thunder Empire's Lightning Nation, getting ready to fight it. Upon seeing this, Lunar River quietly stood aside to watch, showing no intentions of running away. She behaved as if her turn was next after Ink Crystal. Are those two crazy? Epic siege weapons are among the strongest trump cards the royal powers possess. Are they really standing their ground? Many of the spectating players were shocked to see Ink Crystal and Lunar River standing their ground against 4 epic siege weapons. If this was merely a clash between players, they wouldn't have been as surprised to see Ink Crystal and Lunar River stand their ground. After all, Ink Crystal was a mortal god, while Lunar River was an expert who could match Ink Crystal. They were both powerhouses who could solo entire legions. However, Ink Crystal and Lunar River's opponents were not players but siege weapons. Siege weapons were akin to myths in God's domain. Epic siege weapons, in particular, were the lifeblood of royal powers. A royal power would never deploy its epic siege weapons for anything less than an existential crisis. This was also why few people were aware of the might of epic siege weapons. They only knew that they could not fight these weapons. Of course, due to how rarely epic siege weapons were put into action, anyone who said they weren't interested in watching Ink Crystal and Lunar River fight an epic siege weapon would be lying. Since you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. When Parting Forest saw that Ink Crystal was eager for a fight, he commanded the players operating the Lightning Nation to attack her. Immediately, the Iron Palace, controlled by 1,000 fifth-floor experts, launched 1,000 bolts of lightning of destruction at Ink Crystal, each bolt carrying power at the Tier 6 limit standard. The momentum and might of the attack terrified the players who had never seen a siege weapon in action. They never thought that an epic siege weapon could be this powerful. It was as if 1,000 experts had attacked with peak gold-rank techniques simultaneously. This simply wasn't a force that a single player could fight. Chapter 3868, Chapter 942, The Oriole Behind. Chapter 942, The Oriole Behind. When the Lightning Nation launched 1,000 bolts of lightning of destruction and turned the sky above Plot 79 into a sea of lightning, the spectating players gasped. Although many of those present had long known about the terror of siege weapons, they never thought that it would be this terrifying. Normally, even one bolt of lightning of destruction would be enough to severely injure a Tier 6 god. Yet the Lightning Nation had launched 1,000 bolts simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. As if the bolts of lightning of destruction had eyes of their own, they all arced toward Ink Crystal. The power they carried far exceeded that of Ink Crystal's twofold Thornstorm. However, Ink Crystal did not panic at this sight. She simply performed a simple step, causing a vague, illusory world to descend upon her and alter the world laws of her surroundings. This, in turn, suppressed the power of the lightning of destruction and allowed her to exhibit greater power. Immediately afterward, Ink Crystal split into 100 physical copies of herself, using them to distract and mislead the Lightning Nation's operators as she advanced on the epic siege weapon. Although the Lightning Nation's operators had tried to attack her doppelgangers regardless, she never failed to have her doppelgangers evade any oncoming attacks. Even that isn't enough to kill her. How strong is she? As expected of a mortal god, not even an epic siege weapon can threaten her. I guess this proves that even royal powers are powerless against sixth-floor experts. When the spectators saw Ink Crystal successfully surviving the Lightning Nation's first barrage of attacks, admiration colored their eyes. They had never thought Ink Crystal would be so strong as to render the epic siege weapon of legend ineffective. At this point, they couldn't think of anything that could possibly kill a sixth-floor expert. Normally, it would take at least 1,000 experts executing peak gold rank techniques to neutralize an attack comprising 1,000 bolts of lightning of destruction. However, not even royal powers commanded 1,000 of such experts. In other words, not even royal powers could kill Ink Crystal right now. Currently, even Kowloon Demon and the other chosen ones of Dragon's Crown gawked at this scene. Kowloon Demon, who had also reached the 6th floor standard, was especially dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. No matter how he racked his mind, it shouldn't be possible for anyone to face 1,000 peak gold rank techniques and emerge unscathed. Is this the true strength of a 6th floor expert? When Hidden Soul saw Ink Crystal's mesmerizing performance, desire and anticipation filled her. She inwardly decided to lock herself in the Tower of the Abyss after the competition and not come out until she reached the 6th floor standard. Previously, Hidden Soul thought she had already become an apex existence in the greater God's domain after she reached the 5th floor standard. However, this trip to Everlasting City had shown her that, in reality, 5th floor experts were a dime a dozen, and players could only be considered to have reached the apex after reaching the 6th floor standard. Once a player reached the 6th floor standard, they could go head-to-head with even apex and royal powers. While most of the other spectators were excited over Ink Crystal's performance, Shi Feng remained calm. He did not share the excitement of those around him. Neither did he have an optimistic view of Ink Crystal's chances against the Lightning Nation. The might of epic siege weapons was not limited to their offensive capabilities. Their other abilities were equally incredible. They could also defend against attacks from level 240 plus ancient gods, place a lockdown on designated areas, replicate world projections, etc. in his previous life. These epic siege weapons were pivotal to the holy race's success in pushing the human race back all the way to the 12 sanctuaries. If 6th floor experts were enough to deal with these mighty weapons, the human race would never have lost so much territory. It seems you are quite good at evading. I wonder how long you can keep that up. At the height of the spectators' excitement, Parting Forest suddenly shouted, "Activate the law projection." At Parting Forest's command, the Lightning Nation converted its surroundings into a world of its own, placing a powerful suppression on Ink Crystal and her pseudo-goddess law projection. Immediately, Ink Crystal's speed plummeted, and over half of her doppelgangers were obliterated by the second wave of lightning of destruction. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned on Ink Crystal. "I guess this is my limit," Ink Crystal sighed. When she saw that her death was imminent, she pulled out a pitch-black stone tablet from her bag and crushed it without hesitation. Suddenly, Ink Crystal transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from Everlasting City. However, as the Everlasting City tokens she carried could not be taken out of the city, they fell out of her bag when she disappeared. Ink Crystal held over 30,000 tokens. When these tokens appeared, the 4 Royal Powers members promptly moved to snatch them, their eyes shining with greed. As for the other powers present, none dared to step forward. Even King's Paradise's members only dared to watch from the side. If even an expert as strong as Ink Crystal was no match for an epic siege weapon, anyone else in her shoes would merely be cannon fodder. Not to mention, the Thunder Empire wasn't the only one taking action this time. All 4 royal powers were competing over the tokens. Any other power that dared to step forward would face the wrath of 4 royal powers. Only a fool would aim for the tokens in this situation. The 4 royal powers members drew closer and closer to the tokens. 500 yards, 300 yards, 200 yards. When the 4 royal powers representatives were within 100 yards of the tokens, a figure suddenly zipped past them and arrived next to the tokens before they could react. Then, the figure waved his hand, swiftly collecting the tokens on the ground with his mana domain and stashing them in his bag. This scene shocked everyone present, especially Lunar River, who was hatching up an escape plan some distance away. Guild leader Black Flame. When Lunar River looked at the figure who had collected the Everlasting City tokens, she recognized the other party immediately. The other party was none other than the guild leader of Zero Wing, the guild she had sought to partner with. Black Flame. Chapter 3869, Chapter 943, Primordial Dragon Transformation. Chapter 943, Primordial Dragon Transformation. Big Sis Jade, what do you think guild leader Black Flame is trying to do? Kowloon Demon asked, dumbfounded by Shi Feng's actions. Logically, based on the current situation in Plot 79, there shouldn't be anyone outside the four royal powers who would dare to get close to Ink Crystal's tokens, let alone snatch them. Yet, Shi Feng had snatched the tokens right under the four royal powers' noses. Although the four royal powers currently did not have any sixth-floor experts present, their epic siege weapons more than made this shortcoming inconsequential. Any of these epic siege weapons could easily quash a sixth-floor expert. Ink Crystal had already demonstrated this point to everyone. Purgatory Jade didn't know how to answer Kowloon Demon. Dragon's Crown was a royal power. As one of Dragon's Crown's vice guild leaders, Purgatory Jade knew very well that there was a qualitative gap between epic siege weapons and sixth-floor experts. Even a force of a dozen sixth-floor experts would not be enough to fight one epic siege weapon, much less four. On the other side, when Shi Feng finished looting the tokens Ink Crystal dropped, the four royal powers representatives finally returned to their senses. Black Flame, you've done it now, slumbering vocalist shouted, excitement welling up within him as he looked at Shi Feng. Blood God's Heaven, activate Crimson Space. Do not let our dearest guild leader Black Flame escape. At slumbering vocalist's command, the operators of Blood God's Heaven, an epic siege weapon wreathed in flames, promptly cast a crimson barrier on the area, isolating a 5,000-yard radius from the rest of the world. So long as Blood God's Heaven's energy reserves did not run out, players inside the barrier could never leave. So, you are the guild leader Black Flame whom Garuda spoke of, Parting Forest said, slightly confused as he looked at Shi Feng. He couldn't understand how Garuda had been defeated by Shi Feng, a person who seemingly valued his wealth over his life. I'll cut to the chase. Hand over your tokens to me, and the Thunder Empire will steer clear of this matter. Parting Forest did not harbor any hostility toward Shi Feng. On the contrary, he had a somewhat favorable impression of Shi Feng because of how frequently Garuda had spoken about the other party. If there weren't three other royal powers competing over Ink Crystal's tokens right now, he wouldn't have minded letting Shi Feng go. So, you are Black Flame. Jade Hunter was also slightly confused as she took in Shi Feng's inconspicuous appearance. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't figure out how he had secured second place in the most recent Continental Championship and even traded blows with Ink Crystal. Shi Feng's actions were also perplexing. It wasn't a secret that he shared a feud with Evil Nature and the Sun Dynasty. Yet, rather than avoid them, Shi Feng had foolishly appeared before them. For a moment, Jade Hunter even suspected that the person before her wasn't Shi Feng but someone disguised as him. How dare he? Daystar was stunned as she looked at Shi Feng. As someone who had fought Shi Feng on several occasions, Daystar believed she understood him well. She knew that he wasn't foolish, and that he would never do anything if he wasn't confident of success. However, no matter how Daystar looked at it, Shi Feng's action of snatching city tokens from four royal powers was tantamount to suicide. It was especially so when all four royal powers had mobilized an epic siege weapon. Before Daystar could recover from her shock, slumbering vocalist had already commanded Blood God's Heaven to attack Shi Feng. Blood God's heaven took a different approach than the Lightning Nation regarding offense. While the Lightning Nation relied on numbers to overwhelm its opponent, Blood God's heaven relied on raw power. Under the control of 1,000 of Evil Nature's members, Blood God's heaven conjured a 10,000-meter-long blood spear and launched it at Shi Feng. The blood spear could seemingly penetrate all things in existence. As it closed in on Shi Feng, it gathered the space within thousands of yards at its tip, distorting the surrounding space to an extreme extent and immobilizing all the players within the affected area. The blood spear also carried power stronger than that of Phoenix Rain's all-consuming fire. Even if a Tier 6 tank fully equipped with divine artifacts had activated their life-saving skills, they would still die if they got hit by it. Is he not going to escape? Daystar was very surprised to see Shi Feng doing nothing in the face of the blood spear. Evil Nature's Blood God's heaven was no stranger to the holy race's royal powers. On the contrary, they were very familiar with it. This was because the various royal powers relied on their epic siege weapons to deter one another. Hence, they all knew about the abilities of their opponent's epic siege weapons. In the case of the blood spear conjured by Blood God's heaven, it had the power to destroy an entire world in the truest sense. Any player who dared to block it would have only one ending: soul annihilation. Of course, players in Everlasting City would not suffer soul annihilation due to the city's law suppression. However, anyone struck by the blood spear would still suffer heavy injuries to their soul, which would require a long time to recover. In the Eternal Realm's ever-changing times, such injuries would undoubtedly cause a player in the first echelon to fall to the second echelon. They would also miss out on many of the Eternal Realm's opportunities. This was also why Ink Crystal had withdrawn from the competition without hesitation. Although the Lightning Nation's Lightning of Destruction was not as terrifying as the Blood God's Heaven's blood spear, she still wasn't willing to take her chances. You could only look down on Evil Nature before because you had 2 6th-floor experts with you. Let's see who will save you now. Slumbering Vocalist gloated, looking at Shi Feng contemptuously. In Slumbering Vocalist's opinion, Evil Nature's previous loss to Zero Wing was only because of Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon. Now that Shi Feng was without allies in the barrier, his fate was sealed. Is that so? As Shi Feng looked at the sneering Slumbering Vocalist, he activated Primordial Dragon's power. Suddenly, Shi Feng felt unprecedented power burgeoning forth from the depths of his soul. Immediately afterward, he allowed Kalisha to possess him. Subsequently, he noticed that time around him seemed to have stopped, as everyone and everything in his surroundings had apparently frozen in place. Even the blood spear was no exception. Then, his body burst apart, and his concentration and consciousness were magnified countless times. From the outsider's point of view, Shi Feng had suddenly disappeared as all of this happened. However, immediately afterward, everyone in Everlasting City felt a tremor of fear from the depths of their souls. Before anyone could react, a dragon nearly 10,000 meters long emerged from the void. The dragon's claws were larger than even the floating islands that Plot 79 had become, and the dragon itself could easily overlook the entire Everlasting City. Chapter 3870, Chapter 944, Primordial Dragon's Might. Chapter 944, Primordial Dragon's Might. A dragon? How can there be such a huge dragon? No, that's not a dragon. That's a primordial dragon of legend. The players in Everlasting City were stunned when Shi Feng reappeared as a primordial dragon nearly 10,000 meters long. This was especially so for the players and powers observing the situation in Plot 79. They had never expected Zero Wing's guild leader to have such a trump card. A primordial dragon, Endless Scars, who was spectating the situation from a different plot of land, was similarly stunned. A primordial dragon, Anyone who had bothered to learn about God's domain would know that primordial dragons were existences comparable to primordial gods. In other words, they were among the strongest existences in God's domain. A primordial dragon. From his hiding spot, Kowloon Demon gazed upon the mountainous figure in the distance with a look of disbelief. Is this the trump card guild leader Black Flame has been hiding? In all honesty, despite Dragon's Crown's partnership with Zero Wing, Kowloon Demon had never taken Zero Wing seriously. After all, the two guilds operated on completely different levels. However, as Kowloon Demon looked at the primordial dragon before him, he suddenly felt that Zero Wing was like a bottomless abyss full of secrets. Its hidden foundations were simply terrifying. No, that's not a real primordial dragon, Purgatory Jade said, firmly denying Kowloon Demon's statement. It should only be an imitation. Guild leader Black Flame must have used some means to transform into a life form resembling a primordial dragon. If it were a real primordial dragon, we wouldn't even be able to look at it directly. That's true. Kowloon Demon nodded as he looked at the primordial dragon before him. Although he felt suffocated simply being in its presence, this degree of intimidation was nowhere near that of a real primordial dragon. The primordial dragons of legend were akin to primordial gods. Even a remnant trace of a primordial dragon's aura could immobilize Tier 6 players, let alone one that came directly from the source. Although the primordial dragon before him exuded an oppressive aura, it still wasn't powerful enough to immobilize Tier 6 players. So what if you can transform into a primordial dragon? Can you block the full might of Blood God's heaven? Although slumbering vocalist was inwardly shocked to see Shi Feng transformed into a primordial dragon, his expression remained calm as he looked at the descending blood spear. The all-out attack of an epic siege weapon exceeded the Tier 6 limit standard and could injure even taboo bosses. Shi Feng's imitation of a primordial dragon might seem intimidating, but it was nothing more than a glorified Tier 6 creature. It was not strong enough to block an attack that exceeded the Tier 6 threshold. However, as slumbering vocalist spoke, Shi Feng, who had transformed into a primordial dragon, swiped his claw at the descending blood spear. Boom! A thundering boom echoed across Everlasting City, while a powerful shockwave shattered the remains of Plot 79 and sent the debris flying to nearby plots of land. After blocking the blood spear, Shi Feng staggered backward and crashed into a nearby plot of land, his claw trembling. His visible HP bar also fell by nearly 3%. As expected of an epic siege weapon, an imitation of a primordial dragon isn't enough to match it in strength. Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at his trembling claw. After transforming into a primordial dragon, his life rating had risen to the limits of Tier 6 creatures. Nonetheless, he couldn't match an epic siege weapon in raw power. However, compared to Shi Feng, the members of the various royal powers were even more shocked by this development. He lost only 3% HP. How much strength does this imitation primordial dragon have? Holy Blood's jaw dropped when he saw how little damage Shi Feng had sustained. As an executive of the Sun Dynasty, Holy Blood knew full well how frightening epic siege weapons were. It was not an exaggeration to say they could destroy entire worlds in one hit. Yet, Blood God's Heaven's attack had barely damaged Shi Feng. If no epic siege weapons were deployed in this competition, nobody could compete with Shi Feng. So what if you can take a hit? You will still die to Blood God's Heaven's power. When slumbering vocalist saw that Shi Feng was still alive and healthy, he commanded Blood God's Heaven to launch another attack. Immediately, Blood God's Heaven conjured another 10,000-meter-long spear and sent it flying toward Shi Feng. That remains to be seen. When Shi Feng saw another blood spear descending toward him, he swung his dragon claw again. Only this time, his claw transformed into 12 sword lights that converged on the blood spear. Gold combat technique, 12 extreme slashes. Suddenly, a powerful impact resembling a planetary explosion shook everlasting city. However, even after the blood spear disappeared, Shi Feng's body remained in place and his HP did not decrease. Impossible! Slumbering vocalist's eyes widened in shock when he saw that Shi Feng had taken no damage. Just a moment ago, Blood God's Heaven's blood spear could still damage Shi Feng. But now it couldn't even stagger him, let alone damage him. Before slumbering vocalist could recover from his shock, Shi Feng executed 12 extreme slashes again, targeting the imposing mechanical weapon operated by evil nature's members. Boom! Blood God's Heaven shook when struck by the 12 sword lights, the barrier covering its surfaces flickering and cracking slightly. However, the epic siege weapon's energy reserves quickly restored the barrier to its original state. The defensive capabilities of epic siege weapons are truly incredible. No wonder they were used against taboo bosses back then. When Shi Feng saw that Blood God's Heaven remained intact, he couldn't help marveling at its defensive capabilities. His strength in his current form undoubtedly reached the limits of the Tier 6 standard. When he paired this strength with a gold combat technique, he could exhibit power matching that of pseudo-Tier 7 skills and spells. Under normal circumstances, he could send even taboo bosses flying. Yet his attack had barely exceeded Blood God's Heaven's defensive threshold. If any other Tier 6 player were standing in his shoes, they'd have no hope of overcoming its defenses. Even a 6th floor expert fully equipped with divine artifacts would be no exception. Parting Forest, Jade Hunter, Daystar, are you still going to stand there and do nothing? He has snatched Ink Crystal's tokens. With his current strength, he can easily break through the barrier. We won't be able to find him again once he escapes, slumbering vocalist shouted, seeking aid from the 3 other royal powers when he saw that Shi Feng could match Blood God's Heaven. It seems this is the only way. Parting Forest, Jade Hunter and Daystar exchanged looks with one another. They understood that should they remain passive, not only would they be letting Shi Feng leave with over 30,000 everlasting city tokens, but they would also become a joke to all powers participating in the competition. Immediately, the representatives of the Thunder Empire, the Sun Dynasty, and 9th Street commanded their epic siege weapons to attack Shi Feng. Chapter 3871, Chapter 945, Suppressing the 4 Royals. Chapter 945, Suppressing the 4 Royals. Above Plot 79, the spectating players were shocked as the Thunder Empire, the Sun Dynasty, and 9th Street joined the fight with their epic siege weapons. Madness. This is madness. 4 royal powers are working together to attack one person. 4 epic siege weapons. Such a force is likely already enough to raid taboo bosses. 1 player against 4 epic siege weapons. This was undoubtedly a first in God's domain. Is there a need to go this far for one person? Do these royal powers not care about their reputation? Verdant Rainbow, watching the battle in Plot 79 from another plot of land, couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the 4 royal powers using their epic siege weapons against Shi Feng. Normally, it would already be considered excessive for a royal power to use even 1 epic siege weapon to deal with an apex power. As for the situation before where the Thunder Empire had used an epic siege weapon against Ink Crystal, it was also an incredibly rare occurrence, and it had only happened a few times throughout the Holy Races and the Crystallian Race's history. However, Verdant Rainbow had never thought that the 4 royal powers would be willing to use the 4 epic siege weapons against Shi Feng. Not even royal powers had received such a treatment before. It can't be helped. Black Flame poses too much of a threat to them, Elder Marshall said, shaking his head. Black Flame has shown he can take on an epic siege weapon by himself. If he escapes, he can undoubtedly affect the 4 royal powers' plans and rankings. To protect their interests, they cannot let him get away. Even so, isn't this too much? 4 epic siege weapons. This much force is already enough to deal with a royal power, Verdant Rainbow exclaimed, staring at the 4 epic siege weapons in the magic mirror. According to the information collected by the 7 Luminaries Alliance, the number of epic siege weapons each royal power possessed ranged between 1 and 4. Hence, a force of 4 epic siege weapons was enough to take down most royal powers. Yet, such a force was now being used against Shi Feng. Besides Verdant Rainbow, Lunar River also found the 4 royal powers' behavior unbelievable. Never even in her wildest dreams had she thought the 4 royal powers would take Shi Feng so seriously. Vice Guild Leader, we still have a divine boundary-breaking scroll. We should leave immediately. If we wait any longer, we might miss our chance to escape. Shoyan hurriedly reminded Lunar River when she saw that the battle in the sky was about to begin. Although the 4 epic siege weapons had placed a lockdown on Plot 79's space and made it impossible for players to leave normally, their team just so happened to be carrying a divine boundary-breaking scroll. With this scroll, they could leave through a teleportation passage, even if their surrounding space was sealed using world power. "It's not the right time yet," Lunar River whispered, her eyes fixated on Shi Feng's unwavering figure. "The divine boundary-breaking scroll needs time to form a teleportation passage. Although the 4 royal powers have their attention on Black Flame right now, they are also keeping an eye on us. We will use the scroll once the fight truly begins. But there are 4 epic siege weapons. I'm worried that Guild Leader Black Flame might not survive long enough for the passage to finish forming," Shoyan said worriedly as she watched Shi Feng clash with Evil Nature's Blood God's Heaven. Although Shi Feng was evenly matched with Blood God's Heaven, the balance would quickly collapse when the 3 other epic siege weapons joined the fight. Once that happened, she wouldn't even be surprised if the fight ended in a few exchanges. At that time, King's Paradise's team would lose its chance to escape. "There's nothing we can do about it. We can only pray he holds out for a while," Lunar River said, her gaze still locked on Shi Feng's figure. Although Lunar River was frustrated by Shi Feng's incredible display of strength, she could only hope that he could do better and last a little longer against the 4 royal powers' epic siege weapons. Otherwise, every King's Paradise member here would die. In the air, the battle played out as Shoyan had anticipated. As soon as the 3 other epic siege weapons joined the fight, Shi Feng struggled to keep up. He could only execute 1 combat technique at a time to attack or defend. With the precise and coordinated attacks of the 4 epic siege weapons, 2 or 3 attacks could always find their way past his guard. After the 2 sides fought for about 5 seconds, Shi Feng had already lost over 20% of his HP. "Black Flame, let's see how long you can hold on this time." Slumbering Vocalist's face shone with joy when he saw Shi Feng's HP bar decreasing rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could pay Shi Feng back for the humiliation Zero Wings team had put him through. As Slumbering Vocalist spoke, a lightning of destruction conjured by the Lightning Nation whizzed toward Shi Feng. Just as Shi Feng was about to block it with his claw, a flash of inspiration hit him, and he promptly retracted his claw. "Now that I've mostly adapted to using combat techniques, it's time to try using mana techniques." As Shi Feng looked at the oncoming bolt of lightning, he gathered all available energy within a 10,000-yard radius at his tail and swung it as if he were swinging a sword. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Boom. Shi Feng's tail bisected the lightning of destruction, which could rival pseudo-tier 7 spells, cut through the Lightning Nation's defensive barrier, and hurled the Lightning Nation back several hundred yards. A loss of 129 durability points. How is this possible? Parting Forest was dumbfounded when he saw that the Lightning Nation had lost not only its defensive barrier, but also 129 durability points. Just a second ago, Shi Feng could only match the attacks of their epic siege weapons. Yet, a second later, he had shattered the Lightning Nation's attack and damaged the Lightning Nation directly. This situation was incomprehensible to Parting Forest. The loss of 129 durability points was especially mind-blowing. It should be known that the Lightning Nation currently only had a little over 10,000 durability points remaining. Although it had a maximum durability of 100,000 points, it had already seen some wear and tear when the Thunder Empire found it. Its heavy use over the years had also taken quite a toll. In other words, Shi Feng's attack had caused the Lightning Nation to lose about 1% of its current durability. This was more than what the epic siege weapon had lost over the past decade. Before Parting Forest could recover from his shock, Shi Feng attacked the 3 other epic siege weapons with Dark Moon, pushing them back over 1,000 yards and causing them to lose nearly 200 durability points each. This situation immediately sent Slumbering Vocalist and the others into a panic. Sure enough, a primordial dragon's control over magic elements is much stronger. Shi Feng was very satisfied with the damage he dealt the epic siege weapons, and he couldn't help but want to continue testing his attacks on them. However, before Shi Feng had time to execute another Dark Moon, Slumbering Vocalist and the others opened up space-time passages and retreated with their respective epic siege weapons, none staying behind to fight Shi Feng. Chapter 3872, Chapter 946, Legend Chapter 946, Legend. They left. Why did they leave? What in heaven is going on? The spectators were dumbfounded when the 4 epic siege weapons disappeared from Plot 79. They never expected such an outcome. Victory was clearly in the 4 royal powers' grasp. It was only a matter of time before they killed him. Yet seconds after the battle began, they retreated, fleeing as if they had just seen a ghost. This situation confused everyone watching. Vice Guild Leader, what happened to those 4 powers? Why did they leave so suddenly? Shoyan asked, her mouth agape. Each of the 4 royal powers had mobilized an epic siege weapon against Shi Feng. This was potentially enough force to bring down even a taboo boss. Yet the 4 royal powers had fled from Shi Feng. It should be that Black Flame caused substantial damage to those epic siege weapons, Lunar River said, recalling Shi Feng's sword light shattering the Lightning Nation's defensive barrier and hurling it. Then she continued with mixed feelings. Players still cannot repair siege weapons, so any damage a siege weapon suffers is permanent. Once a siege weapon runs out of durability, it will be scrapped. Although the 4 royal powers can secure a better placement in the competition if they obtain Black Flame's tokens, the benefits they can reap from the competition are nothing compared to the significance of epic siege weapons. So long as the 4 representatives have functioning brains, they will not continue to fight Black Flame. Originally, Lunar River had not taken Zero Wing strength seriously. However, she had never expected the guild to show up with 6th-floor experts. She also hadn't expected Shi Feng to be able to fight 4 royal powers and win. Contrary to her thoughts, King's Paradise was inferior to Zero Wing, not the other way around. At this time, many other spectating experts also realized why the 4 royal powers retreated, and they couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with admiration and amazement. Merely the courage needed to fight 4 royal powers as a single person would disqualify most players in God's domain, let alone the courage needed to fight 4 epic siege weapons. Yet, Shi Feng had not only done so, but also achieved a big victory. He had frightened the 4 royal powers to the point where they did not dare to fight him. This was unprecedented in the history of all 3 races. It deserved to be considered a legend in God's domain's history. What a pity, Kowloon Demon sighed when he saw that the 4 royal powers had retreated. Those 4 epic siege weapons should still have more unused abilities. If guild leader Black Flame had stayed his hand a little longer, we might have been able to uncover all their abilities and reduce our guild's losses when we fight them in the future. Although the intelligence we collected is a little lacking, we still gained a lot from this trip, Purgatory Jade said, chuckling as she watched Lunar River's team getting ready to leave. It truly is surprising that this greater god's domain has an expert who can use Tier 6 overlimit skills, and an expert who has reached that realm of the 6th floor standard. Once we return with their battle videos, we should be able to convince that monster to join Dragon's Crown. Kowloon Demon nodded in agreement, excitement flashing in his eyes. Although they didn't get to collect much information in Everlasting City's competition, they did witness a few exciting experts. Once they returned to their homeworld with these experts' information, Dragon's Crown could recruit many of the remnant primordial world's independent experts, especially those nigh-invincible monsters. Those monsters had remained undefeated in their homeworld for a long time and could never find any worthy opponents. If Dragon's Crown could successfully tempt these monsters to join it using the greater god's domain's experts as a lure, the guild's strength would increase significantly. After the 4 royal powers left, Shi Feng did not waste even a second of Primordial Dragon's power's 5-minute duration, promptly flying to plot 37, which was nearest to plot 79, and using his powerful perception to hunt for players. In less than 3 minutes, he had eradicated the remaining 1,000 or so players in plot 37 and earned over 10,000 tokens, putting Zero Wing's total to more than 80,000. This, in turn, elevated Zero Wing to the top 10 in the total number of tokens collected, putting it right behind the 6 royal powers. However, as the end of the competition drew closer, the struggle for tokens escalated. All 6 royal powers stopped conserving their strength, using their epic siege weapons to sweep through plot after plot of land and harvest tokens at a frightening rate. Besides the royal powers, the 35 apex powers also unveiled their respective trump cards, deploying siege weapons, and using items that rivaled pseudo-tier 7 spells in power. Even 6th floor experts would get obliterated if they weren't careful against these apex powers. As the 3 races' powers fought, many of their young experts displayed outstanding feats to the point where even Shi Feng, a reincarnated player, was astounded. He had never expected the standards of the 3 races' experts to surpass those of his previous life. First, there was Rin, 9th Street's Earthen Princess. She had seemingly achieved the 6th floor standard while fighting the forces of 7 apex powers. At the moment of her breakthrough, she masterfully executed a peak gold implement manipulation technique and one-shotted nearly 100 experts. Next, there was Daystar, the Sun Dynasty's arbiter of death. Although she didn't achieve a breakthrough in the middle of battle, that was because she was already at the 6th floor standard this entire time. She revealed this secret when she single-handedly obliterated an Apex Powers 500-man team, shocking the Holy Race's various powers. On the human race's side, Elise, Demon's Gate's Star Maiden, also revealed that she had reached the 6th floor standard during an encounter with Daystar. As neither side had an advantage, their fight ended in a draw. The 7 Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow also performed spectacularly, executing Tier 6 skills at nearly the overlimit standard. With these powerful skills, she sniped over 100 experts of 3 apex powers from a great distance, stunning all the spectators. When the bell signaling the end of the competition rang, the fighting in Everlasting City finally stopped. Then, a translucent screen appeared above the city, showing the participants' rankings. First, Sun Dynasty occupied land. 9 plots, total tokens collected. 124,146. Second, Thunder Empire occupied land. 8 plots total tokens collected. 116,455 7th, 7 Luminaries Alliance occupied land. 7 plots total tokens collected. 94,467. 9th 0 Wing occupied land. 6 plots total tokens collected. 86,487. Chapter 3873, Chapter 947, New Divine Glory List. Chapter 947, New Divine Glory List. As the ranking list appeared in the sky, a commotion erupted in the city as many players expressed their disbelief in the placements. As expected of the holy race, they monopolized the top 2 spots. Sure enough, the human race is weak. Although 3 human powers are in the top 10, they're ranked 7th to 9th. What the hell is up with 0 Wing? It's not even a pseudo-apex power, yet it's ranked 9th. When the powers of the 3 races saw the names of the top 10 powers, some laughed in ridicule while others were skeptical. It was especially so for the human race's pseudo-apex powers. They thought they were hallucinating when they saw 0 Wing coming in 9th place. It was true that 0 Wing's team had 2 6th floor experts and Black Flame, who could repel 4 epic siege weapons by himself. However, the various pseudo-apex powers still found it unbelievable that 0 Wing could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 Luminaries Alliance and Demon's Gate. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was one of the human race's most ancient powers. Its foundations surpassed those of the average apex power. As for Demon's Gate, it was an apex power that commanded many experts. Its forces this time were even led by Elise, who had reached the 6th floor standard. Even so, it only managed to come in 8th place. In comparison, 0 Wing was a small guild, and the team it had deployed to the competition was even smaller. Yet, it had surpassed many of the 3 races, apex powers, and secured 9th place in the competition. This outcome greatly shocked the various human powers. 9th, Lunar River fell silent as she stared at the ranking list. Originally, Lunar River had expected King's Paradise to enter the top 10, obtaining a Great Lord token in addition to an Eternal World magic array. If King's Paradise could secure a Great Lord token, it would be able to establish itself in the Eternal Realm immediately. In the end, however, King's Paradise secured only 4 plots of land. It even nearly lost its 4th plot to an apex power. In contrast, 0 Wing had secured 6 plots of land and placed 9th in the competition. This outcome made her previous words to Shi Feng a complete joke. Only 9th. Shi Feng was surprised as he looked at the rankings. Was the competition that intense? In his opinion, 0 Wing had obtained an impressive amount of tokens. According to his memories, the champions of Everlasting City's competition in his previous life never got more than 90,000 tokens. Yet, despite collecting 86,487 tokens, 0 Wing only came in 9th place. The intensity of the competition was simply terrifying. While Shi Feng was surprised by the competition's outcome, the powers of the 3 races etched 0 Wing's name into their minds, and they no longer regarded it as a nobody. Although 0 Wing had entered the competition with less than 700 members, its team comprised 2 mortal gods and more than 10 half-step mortal gods. 1. Not even royal powers could necessarily come up with such a lineup. Not to mention, there was also Black Flame. After transforming into a primordial dragon, Black Flame had single-handedly repelled the epic siege weapons of 4 royal powers. Such a battle record was unprecedented in the 3 races' history. It was also an unforgettable record. After all, Black Flame's fight against the 4 epic siege weapons was beyond spectacular and exciting. Many players had recorded the battle and planned to study it carefully. They also felt their experience gave them bragging rights. 0 Wing, Black Flame. Slumbering vocalist glared at Shi Feng's figure aboard the Silver Wing flying ship. Just you wait. It won't be long before evil nature will make you regret everything you did today." After saying so, slumbering vocalist got on his flying mount and flew away from Everlasting City with evil nature's members. He had no intention of lingering in Everlasting City for even a moment longer. "Elder Marshal, the holy races and the Crystallian race's apex and royal powers have left. Can we return to Shattering Town now?" Verdant Rainbow asked impatiently. The magnitude of the battles in Everlasting City's competition was dozens of times greater than that of the Continental Championship. Besides mortal gods, many half-step mortal gods also appeared in the competition. Just the number of half-step mortal gods she fought in the competition already exceeded 10. Moreover, these experts had different combat styles, making her fights with them very fruitful. She wanted nothing more than to plunge into the Tower of the Abyss to digest the experience she had gained. "I understand your urge to consolidate your gains, but the Tower of the Abyss will have to come later. We have more pressing matters right now," Elder Marshal said, looking at the holy races and the Crystallian race's departing powers. "We must quickly return and strengthen our defenses to prepare for the inevitable." "Already?" Verdant Rainbow exclaimed. "I still wasn't sure before, but I am now, after this competition," Elder Marshal said solemnly. "Whether it is the Crystallian race or the Holy race, they are likely to attack us soon since they have the numerical advantage when it comes to level 220+ experts. If they miss this opportunity and let us bridge the gap, they will have much greater difficulty dealing with us in the future." "I understand." Verdant Rainbow grew serious after hearing Elder Marshal's statement. "I will head back and strengthen our defenses immediately." On the other side, Shi Feng returned to Shattering Town with his team after the conclusion of Everlasting City's competition. Upon returning, he promptly had Hidden Soul deliver the promised intermediate divine pattern scrolls to Purgatory Jade. He also had Gentle Snow start a mass recruitment for Zero Wing. Then he locked himself up in a workshop and studied the dragon-hunting artillery design he had obtained from the remnant primordial world. According to his memories, the first Everlasting City competition was a precursor of the war between the holy race and the human race. The battle that followed the competition was also the most crucial in the war. This battle was unlike any of the skirmishes that had occurred before. It was a siege in the truest sense, spearheaded by the Holy Race's NPCs. The Holy Race's armies, comprising players and NPCs, besieged many NPC cities inhabited by human players. In his previous life, this initial battle led to over 70% of the human race's NPC cities on the Eternal Continent falling under the control of Holy Race NPCs. Many guild towns faced destruction as well. This situation greatly reduced the scope of human players' activities in the Eternal Realm. As a result, human players could only travel on foot to many of the Eternal Realm's high-level maps. It also became impossible for human powers to compete over maps with ancient ruins. Now that the first Everlasting City competition had concluded, the Holy Race could launch its invasion anytime. With Shattering Town having the Tower of the Abyss, it went without saying that it would become the Holy Race's priority target. If Zero Wing did not immediately strengthen Shattering Town's defenses, the town might not even survive the Holy Race's initial siege, let alone the Void Beast Tide. As Zero Wing began to recruit members, half a day went by quickly. At this time, the Seven Luminaries Alliance suddenly updated its Divine Glory list. The new list saw dramatic changes in its entries and placements. It was especially so for the top 10 players. Only 2 out of the original top 10 players remained, the change sending shockwaves across the human race's greater god's domain. TL notes, 1 more than 10 half-step mortal gods. This isn't a mistranslation. Either the author forgot that there were only 7 half-step mortal gods in Dragon's Crown's team, mentioned in chapter 934, or some of Dragon's Crown's half-step mortal gods were hiding their strength in the fight against evil nature. It is also possible that someone achieved a breakthrough in the competition. Chapter 3874, Chapter 948, Dawn of a New Era. Chapter 948, Dawn of a New Era, Eternal Realm, Shattering Town, Violet Moon Bar. The town's Violet Moon Bar was as popular as ever among independent players. Besides providing players with high-end drinks that could help with concentration recovery, the bar also served as a place to exchange information. At this time, a female swordsman carrying 3 longswords on her back entered the bar. She exuded a powerful aura as she approached the bar counter and ordered a fiery blue moon. After paying 50 eternal silver for her drink, she turned to the shield warrior sitting beside her with a resentful look. "Commander Azure Dragon, you'd better have called me here for something important. I just got into the Tower of the Abyss when you interrupted me," Frost Raven grumbled before taking a sip of the fiery blue moon the bartender had prepared for her. The Tower of the Abyss had become a holy land for the human race's experts in the Eternal Realm. Countless experts lined up to enter it every day. Queuing services had even appeared for the tower, each slot costing 1 eternal gold. That was about as much money as the average 4th-floor expert earned in the Eternal Realm. Frost Raven had gotten her turn inside the Tower of the Abyss not long ago. However, before she reached the 5th floor, Azure Dragon had called her to meet him. "Don't get angry at me just yet," Azure Dragon said apologetically, looking at the resentful Frost Raven. "I didn't interrupt you on purpose. I have shocking news to share with you." "Shocking news? What is it?" Frost Raven asked indifferently. Not even for a second did she think Azure Dragon's so-called shocking news could be as important as the Tower of the Abyss. "Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on guild leader Black Flame's movements?" Azure Dragon chuckled, paying no mind to Frost Raven's attitude. "What? Did you get a new battle video of guild leader Black Flame, Commander?" Frost Raven's indifferent expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of urgency. Frost Raven had always strived to become the strongest expert, at least among swordsman players. She also felt that she had the talent to achieve that goal. However, after doing her best in the Continental Championship, she suddenly realized that the world was much bigger than she had thought. Frost Raven had never thought that there could be alien races playing God's domain. Moreover, these alien players were astonishingly strong. Of course, she was aware of her current limits, so she had set Shi Feng as her first goal. Shi Feng was not only the 2nd strongest expert in the Continental Championship, but also a swordsman. He had many aspects that she could study. Hence, she asked Azure Dragon to collect battle videos of Shi Feng. "You should know about Everlasting City's competition, right?" Azure Dragon did not answer Frost Raven's question directly. "It's the one that many pseudo-apex powers wanted to hire us to help with, but you refused to participate because you weren't interested." "Did guild leader Black Flame participate in Everlasting City's competition?" Frost Raven asked in surprise. The average power might be ignorant of Everlasting City's competition, but it wasn't much of a secret to the Order of 12. Frost Raven even received many offers for her help. However, as Everlasting City's competition was a battle between powers, the battles in the competition would primarily be team battles. As she wasn't interested in team battles, she had turned down all the offers she received. Although Zero Wing had been developing rapidly in the Eternal Realm, it was still far from matching the various pseudo-apex powers. It was especially so when it came to its member count. Zero Wing would be at an overwhelming disadvantage if it participated in the competition in its current state. Not to mention, There was also a huge gap in levels and equipment standards between its members and the various pseudo-Apex Powers members. Yes, not only did he participate in it, but he even made a name for himself, Azure Dragon said excitedly. It's a shame you weren't there to witness that legendary fight. It was one man against 4 royal powers. One man against 4 royal powers. Frost Raven was stunned. The concept of royal powers might be foreign to human players operating outside the Eternal Realm, but for human players residing in the Eternal Realm, the words royal power were synonymous with fear. Even the human race's apex powers would try to avoid a confrontation with royal powers. Yet, Shi Feng had fought 4 royal powers by himself. Frost Raven couldn't even imagine what kind of scene that could be. But that's not why I called you here, Azure Dragon said, looking at the dejected Frost Raven. Then he pulled out a thick booklet and placed it on the counter. This is why I called you here. The Divine Glory List. After snapping out of her daze, Frost Raven looked at Azure Dragon in confusion. Didn't you show this to me not long ago? Besides briefly introducing all entries, the 7 Luminaries Alliance would also attach battle videos to the Divine Glory List to prove the authenticity of its evaluations. Because of this, the Divine Glory List was one of the few sources for players in the Greater Gods domain to obtain the battle videos of Apex experts. Outside of public matches, the average player would never get to witness experts of such caliber in action. This is the latest edition. Getting this wasn't easy. I had to borrow it from a friend in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Otherwise, we would have had to wait at least half a day before the latest edition reached Shattering Town, Azure Dragon said, caressing the booklet as if it were a precious treasure. Isn't it just the Divine Glory List? Frost Raven rolled her eyes at Azure Dragon. Only the placements outside the top 500 will see significant changes. The top 100 placements hardly ever change. If not for guild leader Black Flame debuting on the Divine Glory List, I wouldn't even have looked at it. You'd better take a look before passing judgment, Azure Dragon said, chuckling. I can tell you that the changes this time will send shockwaves across the Greater Gods domain. The new rules implemented for the Divine Glory List might even frighten you. New rules. Azure Dragon's words piqued Frost Raven's curiosity, and she couldn't help but look into the booklet. New rules for the Divine Glory List. Although the Divine Glory List will continue to record 1,000 of the strongest experts in the Greater Gods domain, players' evaluations will no longer be based on levels and equipment standards. Instead, players will be judged solely on combat standards. Additionally, only players aged 50 or under will be considered. When Frost Raven saw the new rules, her eyes shone brightly. In the past, the Divine Glory List only considered players' overall strength. This skewed the evaluations toward levels and equipment standards. If players were judged solely on their combat standards, the evaluation would undoubtedly be fairer. It would also offer others a clearer look at a player's talent. Immediately, Frost Raven turned the pages to see who ranked first on the new Divine Glory List. At the same time, several names came to mind. Since the new Divine Glory List considered only combat standards and restricted entries to players no older than 50, Shi Feng and Elise were likely to see their ranking soar. After all, they were younger generation experts who had represented the human race in the Continental Championship. The person who ranked first on the Divine Glory List was Purgatory Jade. Who is this person? Frost Raven was momentarily stunned. Then she promptly looked to see who came in second place. Chapter 3875, Chapter 949, Top 10 Experts, Chapter 949, Top 10 Experts. Lunar River. Who is this? Frost Raven was stunned again when she saw who was ranked second on the Divine Glory List. No matter how much she searched her memories, she couldn't recall any information on the player named Lunar River. Although the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Divine Glory list would see significant changes in every iteration, that was only true for the bottom ranks. As for the top 100 ranks, it wouldn't be strange for them to remain the same for several months or even a year. As for the top 10 ranks, it had already been years since a change occurred. Yet, the Divine Glory list's top 2 ranks were now under different ownership. Moreover, they were occupied by experts Frost Raven had never heard of. Before today, Solitary Warlord, the former number 1 on the Divine Glory list, had defended his position for over a decade. He was also the youngest expert to join the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate, becoming one of the Alliance's 12 Grand Elders. Even Spear Paradise, the former number 10 on the Divine Glory list and Scarecrow Fox's great commander, couldn't survive more than 3 moves against Solitary Warlord. It was also rumored that Solitary Warlord was very close to becoming a mortal god. But now, Solitary Warlord occupied neither first nor second place on the Divine Glory list. This situation made Frost Raven seriously doubt the validity of the Divine Glory list before her. Just as Frost Raven was about to express her skepticism to Azure Dragon, she suddenly noticed the addition of a combat power evaluation section to the Divine Glory list. Immediately, she inspected the evaluations of Purgatory Jade and Lunar River. First, Purgatory Jade, 6th Floor Expert. Second, Lunar River, Overlimit Expert. How is this possible? Frost Raven gawked at the two's evaluations. The 6th Floor Standard, also known as the Mortal God Standard, was an unattainable goal for most experts in the human race's greater gods domain. If Frost Raven hadn't witnessed a 6th Floor expert in the Continental Championship, she would have similarly thought it impossible to reach that standard. Nonetheless, Frost Raven felt the 6th Floor standard remained far from her reach. She also doubted that anybody from the human race's greater gods domain could reach it anytime soon. Yet, someone had reached it. Moreover, it was an expert she had never heard of before. As for the Overlimit Standard, it was as much of a legend as the 6th Floor Standard in the greater gods domain. After all, many 5th Floor experts already had difficulty achieving a 100% completion rate with their Tier 6 skills and spells, let alone exceeding the 120% threshold. Achieving the Overlimit Standard might be even more challenging than the 6th Floor Standard. The top 2 is only the tip of the iceberg, Azure Dragon said, unsurprised by Frost Raven's reaction. The later ranks are even more shocking. Even more shocking. Her curiosity piqued by Azure Dragon's words, Frost Raven quickly turned the pages to inspect the Divine Glory list's later ranks. 3rd Elise, 6th Floor Expert 4th. Kowloon Demon, 6th Floor Expert 5th. Red Frost, 6th Floor Expert 6th. Black Flame, Pseudo 6th Floor Expert 7th. Solitary Warlord, Pseudo 6th Floor Expert 8th. Oribeth, Pseudo 6th Floor Expert 9th. Morning Tone, Pseudo 6th Floor Expert 10th. Spear Paradise, Pseudo 6th Floor Expert. When Frost Raven finished inspecting the top 10 ranks, the shock in her eyes intensified. She even started to wonder if she was hallucinating. How could there be so many 6th Floor experts? Frost Raven looked at Azure Dragon in disbelief. She wouldn't have been as surprised if only the top 2 players on the Divine Glory list had achieved the unprecedented. After all, the greater gods domain was vast, so it wasn't impossible for 1 or 2 extraordinary monsters to appear. But now, 4 out of the Divine Glory list's top 5 experts had achieved the 6th Floor Standard, with the remaining one having achieved the Overlimit Standard. Solitary Warlord, the undisputed number 1 expert of the Divine Glory list for over a decade, was even knocked down to 7th place. "This is why I called you here," Azure Dragon said sternly. "According to the information I received, everlasting cities competition, is the main reason behind the Divine Glory list's overhaul. Moreover, it isn't just the human race that has gained 6th-floor experts. Many of the holy races and the Crystallian race's younger generation experts have also achieved the 6th-floor standard. The upcoming war among the three races might pose a huge threat to the various powers, but it is also an opportunity for talented individuals to shine. Although the Tower of the Abyss offers extensive guidance, we will never get to fight 6th-floor experts unless we can conquer the 5th floor. However, that might not be the case for the war. The two other races are bound to have the top experts of their younger generation participate. If we can challenge their 6th-floor experts, they will help us more than the Tower of the Abyss. The Great Commander knows you are eager to achieve the 6th-floor standard, so he asked me to take you to that secret land to level up. He hopes you can raise your level before the war so it doesn't become a weakness later. Really? Frost Raven grew excited at Azure Dragon's words. As the Order of 12 was an alliance of adventurer teams in the Eternal Realm, it had hardly any taboo secret lands in the Greater God's domain. It was especially so for level 235 taboo secret lands. The entirety of the Order of 12 owned only one such secret land. Moreover, it was a medium-sized one shared with other pseudo-apex powers. This greatly limited the number of members the Order of 12 could send into the secret land. Of course, so get ready to leave, Azure Dragon said, chuckling. If the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race want to have an easier time occupying the ancient ruins on our side, they will have to invade our NPC cities before the first Void Beast tide. The NPC cities the Order of 12 is based in will likely come under siege at that time. Hence, the Great Commander has decided to loosen the entry conditions for that secret land. So, make sure to do your best to catch up in levels. The upcoming war is an opportunity you do not want to miss. Frost Raven nodded, her eyes shining as she said, "I'm ready to go, Commander Azure." As the entrances into the Eternal Realm remained unsafe, the various powers of the three races could afford to send only a small number of elites to fight in the upcoming war. This created a conducive environment for the geniuses of the three races to fight. She had to capitalize on this opportunity. Otherwise, once the entrances became safe, war weapons would quickly take over the leading role in the war, and opportunities for geniuses and experts to clash would become scarce, just like the current situation in the human race's Greater God's domain. As Frost Raven left Shattering Town with Azure Dragon, a 20-man team escaped pursuit from hundreds of experts on a void island in the Greater God's domain. Currently, the members of this 20-man team were gasping for breath as they slumped on a pile of rubble, their faces pale from stamina and concentration exhaustion. These Demon's Gate lunatics, all we did was pass by that ruin. Did they have to chase after us for so many days? A level 233 shield warrior complained angrily. They're not just chasing us. According to my friend, Demon's Gate has placed a bounty to have all of us permanently eliminated from God's domain. A middle-aged elven man, who was a level 231 ranger, said in despair. With Demon's Gate's bounty on our heads, we'll be doomed, even if we make it into the Eternal Realm. Keisha, don't you have some connections with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce? Do you have a way to get Demon's Gate off our backs? The leader of the team, who was a middle-aged man and a level 239 cleric, asked as he looked at Xuanwu Keisha, the Iron Valkyrie. I might have some connections, but if we're talking about getting the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to stop Demon's Gate from coming after us, I'm afraid. Xuanwu Keisha, who had reached level 235, said as she studied the latest edition of the Divine Glory list. However, before she could finish her words, her mind froze when she saw who was ranked 6th on the latest Divine Glory list. 6th place, a pseudo 6th floor expert. Chapter 3876, Chapter 950, 4th Legacy, Chapter 950, 4th Legacy. Keisha, what's wrong? The middle-aged cleric asked, surprised by Xuanwu Keisha's behavior. As long-time companions in the greater god's domain, the middle-aged cleric understood Xuanwu Keisha's character well. She was a calm and ruthless killing machine, and very rarely could anything shake her composure. The other team members also looked at Xuanwu Keisha curiously, wondering what had excited the taciturn Iron Valkyrie. It's nothing. I just saw a fellow compatriot on the Divine Glory list, Xuanwu Keisha said, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she looked at the name occupying the Divine Glory list's 6th place. Someone else from your homeworld entered the Divine Glory list. The middle-aged cleric grew envious when he heard Xuanwu Keisha's answer. Your world is really amazing. That should be the second person from your homeworld to have entered the Divine Glory list, right? You yourself have even entered the top 100. In contrast, I am the only one struggling to support my world. I hope I can get some help soon. Following the middle-aged cleric's words, the other team members also expressed their envy. It was incredibly difficult for players new to the greater god's domain to establish themselves. This remained true even after they had grown strong enough to enter the Divine Glory list. Their team was a small team established by a group of mediocre powers. Besides obtaining resources for their respective gods' domains, their goal in forming this team was to better explore the greater god's domain, develop their strength, and resist the teams of other powers. For players originating from the same god's domain, they would undoubtedly have an easier time developing if they could have more companions of equal strength. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about getting persecuted by the various powers just to obtain some resources. Big Sis Keisha, what is that person's rank? A petite girl, a level 230 berserker, asked curiously. Did they get into the top 300? I heard that anyone who manages to enter the top 300 of the latest Divine Glory list can be considered a chosen one among chosen ones. The Seven Luminaries Alliance is even willing to transport them into the Eternal Realm for free. The others in the team also cast curious gazes at Xuanwu Keisha. There was no room for doubt regarding Xuanwu Keisha's strength and talent. She was second only to their team's leader, Green Doctor. Oftentimes, she was also the one to bail their team out of troublesome situations. This made them wonder what kind of genius Xuanwu Keisha's fellow compatriot was. Could this person be in the new Divine Glory list's top 500, or possibly the top 300? He's 6th on the Divine Glory list. Xuanwu Keisha answered truthfully despite her skepticism about Shi Feng's ranking. She couldn't be faulted for her skepticism. After all, Shi Feng was only a genius on the Luminary Glory list when they first met. She was leagues ahead of him at the time. Although his subsequent achievements had enabled him to enter the Divine Glory list's top 300, he was still far from becoming a true powerhouse. But now, Shi Feng's ranking on the Divine Glory list had skyrocketed to 6th place. He had even surpassed Solitary Warlord, the publicly acknowledged #1 player in the greater god's domain. No matter how Xuanwu Keisha looked at it, this situation felt like a dream. 6th. You mean Black Flame? Green Doctor looked at Xuanwu Keisha in astonishment, feeling she was joking with him. 6th place on the Divine Glory list. This was an existence second to only mortal gods. This was also an existence far out of their reach. Yes, it's him, Xuanwu Keisha said definitively. We're saved, we're saved. Green Doctor cheered excitedly at Xuanwu Keisha's confirmation. Keisha, can you introduce us to him once we enter the Eternal Realm? We're saved. Xuanwu Keisha looked at Green Doctor strangely, unable to understand what he was talking about. They were currently being hunted by Demon's Gate, an existence that even apex powers did not wish to provoke. It's no surprise that you don't know. When Green Doctor saw Xuanwu Keisha's confusion, he quickly put two and two together and explained. A friend of mine in the Eternal Realm told me this. Black Flame has accomplished great things in the Eternal Realm. He offended not just Demon's Gate but also several royal powers. However, neither Demon's Gate nor the royal powers could do anything against him. Demon's Gate even withdrew its bounty on him. By now, he can be considered a big shot in the Eternal Realm. If we can get his protection, Demon's Gate's bounty will no longer be a problem. Of course, we won't be taking advantage of him. We'll pay him appropriately for his help. When the others heard Green Doctor's explanation, they all turned to Xuanwu Keisha in astonishment. They never thought her fellow compatriot could render even Demon's Gate helpless. Okay, I'll give it a try. But I don't know if he will agree to help, Xuanwu Keisha said in a daze. She couldn't help but feel like she was dreaming as she looked at Shi Feng's rank on the Divine Glory list. She also couldn't imagine how Shi Feng could ward off the lunatics from Demon's Gate. After all, the current Eternal Realm was no longer the same as before. The various powers already had access to a considerable portion of their means and foundations, drastically reducing the effectiveness of individual strength. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town. After Shi Feng handed the dragon-hunting artillery construction design to Melting Flame and Silk Radish for further research, and tasked Hidden Soul with gathering the required lightning nuclei, he made his way to one of the guild residence's secret rooms to study the fourth goddess tablet. The damage to the tablet is much worse than I thought. Shi Feng frowned as he inspected the stone tablet covered in cracks. No wonder the galaxy conglomerate treated it as scrap. Less than 10% of the tablet is identifiable. Without the correct mana interpretation technique, uncovering even basic information from it would be impossible. Although Shi Feng had already known that the fourth goddess tablet was severely damaged when he bought it from the galaxy conglomerate's shop at Desolate Star City's trade fair, he hadn't expected it to be this damaged. He also finally understood why a behemoth like the galaxy conglomerate had failed to identify the fourth goddess tablet. The engravings on the tablet recorded crucial information. With less than 10% of the engravings intact, one couldn't obtain much information from the tablet, even with the correct mana interpretation method. Gathering any information without the right mana interpretation method would be next to impossible. After calming his emotions, Shi Feng retrieved an Eternal God crystal from his bag and carefully interpreted the information on the tablet. Chapter 3877, Chapter 951, Pseudo-Tier 7 Mana. Chapter 951, Pseudo-Tier 7 Mana, Shattering Town, Zero Wings Residence. After applying the Eternal God Crystal's buff 1 on himself, Shi Feng began to interpret the mana fluctuations from the stone tablet's engravings. In no time, bits and pieces of information appeared in his mind. Amazing! Shi Feng was shocked by the information he uncovered. The fourth goddess tablet recorded 9 legacies. Although that was much fewer than the sixth goddess tablet, which recorded 24 legacies, all 9 were extraordinary. The fourth goddess tablet recorded as many as 5 peak gold combat techniques. It even recorded 2 large-scale gold combination techniques, something the various powers would die for. Of these 2 combination techniques, one required 20 players to execute, while the other required 24. Both combination techniques could match Tier 6 overlimit skills in power when properly executed. However, unlike overlimit skills, these combination techniques did not have a cooldown. So long as players had sufficient concentration and stamina, they could execute them indefinitely. In other words, these combination techniques could allow teams of 20 or 24 players to fight overlimit experts. Overlimit experts were exceedingly rare among the 3 races. Even in Shi Feng's previous life, only a handful of players could use Tier 6 overlimit skills and spells. However, many players could execute gold combat techniques. Any apex power could easily come up with 1,000 such experts. This was equivalent to dozens of over-limit experts. Not even royal powers could come up with such a lineup. As for the fourth goddess legacy's last two legacies, both were goddess-ranked mana techniques. That was one more goddess-ranked mana technique than what the sixth goddess tablet had. After reading the introduction, Shi Feng excitedly interpreted the actual legacies. First legacy, nothing. Second legacy, nothing. Third legacy, nothing. After interpreting mana fluctuations for nearly 5 hours, Shi Feng nearly broke down when he discovered that the details of 8 out of 9 legacies were missing. Don't tell me there isn't even a single legacy remaining. Shi Feng couldn't help feeling anxious as he looked at the last legacy he had yet to interpret. The first 7 of the 18 goddess tablets were the most important. Moreover, by the looks of it, the fourth goddess tablet's legacies were superior to the sixth goddess tablet. If Zero Wing could obtain even one of these legacies, it could elevate the overall strength of the guild's frontline experts to the next level. Currently, Zero Wing didn't have a single complete gold combat technique legacy, let alone peak gold combat technique legacies. The guild could only offer its members recordings of gold combat techniques to learn from. The effectiveness of such a learning medium was vastly inferior to that of a proper legacy guidance. As Shi Feng interpreted the fourth goddess tablet's final legacy, a system notification informed him that the interpretation process had concluded. Incomplete goddess-ranked mana technique, threefold mana body. It's incomplete. Shi Feng was at a loss for words when he saw the system's description of the ninth legacy. Goddess-ranked mana techniques could be grouped among the best mana techniques in existence. Any player who could master one would be no weaker than an expert who had mastered a peak gold combat technique. Apex powers could also use goddess-ranked mana techniques to bolster their foundations. However, it was a different story if a goddess-ranked mana technique was incomplete. Not only would its effectiveness decrease, but it would also become more difficult to learn than complete goddess-ranked mana techniques. Simply put, it would be useless to both individual players and powers. Just when Shi Feng was about to abandon the fourth goddess tablet, threefold mana body's legacy guidance descended upon the depths of his mind. Immediately, he was given a demonstration of threefold mana body's execution, and he could suddenly control all the magic elements in his body. It wasn't until the demonstration had ended that he returned to his senses. What a heaven-defying mana technique! As Shi Feng stared at the fourth goddess tablet in his hands, he no longer regarded the incomplete threefold mana body technique as useless. The threefold mana body technique functioned like a mana purification technique. It was designed to strengthen the user's mana. However, unlike a mana purification technique, whose effects were permanent, threefold mana body's effects only enhanced the user's mana when in use. Players would also continuously burn concentration and stamina while using it. In return, though, threefold mana body's effects were incredible. Although players could benefit from a mana purification technique forever once they learned it, copies of high-ranking mana purification techniques were not easy to come by. Even copies of the silver mana purification technique were as rare as a phoenix's feather, let alone those of a higher rank. Furthermore, the mana purification techniques obtained from the Western continent limited the number of players that could learn them. Each copy allowed only one player to learn from it. In contrast, the threefold mana body technique could be passed on to an unlimited number of players. Additionally, the technique came in 3 stages, each corresponding to a particular grade of mana purification technique. The first stage, named the Onefold Mana Body, provided effects rivaling that of the Silver Mana Purification technique. The second stage, named the twofold mana body, had effects rivaling that of the gold mana purification technique. As for the third stage, named the threefold mana body, its effects rivaled that of the advanced gold mana purification technique. Unfortunately, as the threefold mana body technique recorded was incomplete, only the first two stages were available for study. Nonetheless, Shi Feng was very satisfied with it. He even felt that the fourth goddess tablet was a little too amazing. As far as he could remember, there was no gold mana purification technique. More specifically, nobody in his previous life had ever obtained a copy of it. But now, he had the chance to learn it. He could even share it with as many people as he wanted. It would be an understatement to regard the fourth goddess tablet as anything less than heaven-defying. At this point, Shi Feng promptly retrieved another eternal god crystal from his bag and used it on himself. Then, he began moving the magic elements in his body according to the legacy guidance's demonstration. It wasn't difficult to move his body's magic elements according to the threefold mana body technique's requirements. He simply had to make a copy of the flow of magic elements in his body. So long as he could create a copy of this magic element network, he'd have executed onefold mana body successfully. If he wanted to execute twofold mana body, he'd have to make a copy of the composite network he had created with onefold mana body. It was akin to multicasting spells. There were only two challenges in executing the threefold mana body technique. Firstly, the user had to know how their body's magic elements operated. Secondly, the user had to have strong concentration and be able to multitask extremely well. Fortunately, Shi Feng's mana affinity was incredibly high, and his concentration was at the pseudo-tier 7 standard, so he successfully executed onefold mana body on his first attempt. Immediately afterward, he proceeded to twofold mana body. His first attempt failed, his second attempt also failed, his 89th attempt still failed. Despite his numerous failures, Shi Feng's efforts were not for naught, as he grew increasingly proficient in copying the composite magic element network of onefold mana body. When Shi Feng made his 90th attempt success, when Shi Feng successfully executed twofold mana body, a system notification rang in his ears. System, congratulations. The strength of your mana has reached the pseudo-tier 7 standard. All skill and spell completion rates have been permanently increased by 5%. TL notes, 1 Eternal God Crystal's buff. So long as a player absorbed an Eternal God Crystal, not only could they receive bursts of inspiration for a short period, but their concentration and mana perception standards would also be temporarily increased by 1 rank. Taken from Chapter 621. FYI, mana purification techniques were introduced in Chapter 572, and the ranks previously mentioned were Common, Bronze, Advanced Bronze, Silver. Also, Goddess-ranked mana techniques can be equated to primordial God-ranked mana techniques. It's just that they were developed by the Goddess of Space, who is an ancient god, so they're technically not primordial God-ranked mana techniques. Chapter 3878, Chapter 952, Earth-Shaking Transaction. Chapter 952, Earth-Shaking Transaction. Pseudo-tier 7 mana. The system notification dumbfounded Shi Feng. Although the strength of his mana was already incredible before and could rival that of ancient gods, the effects of his mana purification technique couldn't stack with those of the threefold mana body technique. This was proven when he successfully executed the onefold mana body, but the technique did not enhance his mana. This showed that onefold mana body's effects were indeed equal to that of the silver mana purification technique. He had estimated that the gold mana purification technique shouldn't be much better than the advanced silver mana purification technique, even if it was superior, and that he'd need the advanced gold mana purification technique to elevate his mana to the pseudo-tier 7 standard. However, he hadn't expected to achieve this standard after successfully executing twofold mana body, pseudo-tier 7 mana. Shi Feng never even dared to imagine having such mana in his previous life. After all, even players fully equipped with divine artifacts could, at most, have mana strength that rivaled that of ancient gods. Nobody had ever obtained mana surpassing that of ancient gods. In God's domain, mana was the foundation of everything that revolved around human players. The stronger a player's mana, the greater their life rating. Take Tier 5 and Tier 6 players, for example. The difference in mana strength between the two was like night and day. When Tier 5 players used Tier 5 skills and spells, they could only exert power at the Tier 5 standard. However, when Tier 6 players used Tier 5 skills and spells, they could exert power close to the Tier 6 standard. This was the difference in life rating. Now that his mana had reached the pseudo-tier 7 standard, his life rating had also reached the pseudo-tier 7 standard. Before Shi Feng could get a feel for his pseudo-tier 7 mana, a wave of nausea suddenly overwhelmed him, and his complexion turned pale. This situation forced him to stop executing twofold mana body immediately. The load on concentration and stamina is equally terrifying. It feels like I've been executing Dark Moon this whole time. When Shi Feng sensed that he had expended 1/3 of his concentration, he gained a better understanding of the threefold mana body technique. The threefold mana body technique might be powerful, but the burden of maintaining it was akin to executing goddess-ranked mana techniques consecutively. If he were to use this technique in battle, he'd run out of concentration in no time. He could only use it as a last resort in his current state. Nonetheless, it is a trump card second only to Primordial Dragon's power. Shi Feng started to have many ideas as he stared at the fourth goddess tablet. Although twofold mana body significantly burdened the user's concentration and stamina, a 5th floor expert with pseudo-tier 7 mana could fight 6th floor experts. This was a trump card that Zero Wing desperately needed. With the Tower of the Abyss, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing would have a considerable force of 6th floor experts at its command. The only problem was that Zero Wing lacked time. However, after experiencing the benefits of the threefold mana body technique, Shi Feng felt that Zero Wing could rely on the technique to buy itself the precious time it needed. The effect 5th floor experts could have in the war among the three races was extremely limited. Only 6th floor experts had the strength to change the situation of a theater single-handedly. However, so long as a 5th floor expert learned the threefold mana body technique, even if they could only elevate their mana to the Tier 6 advanced standard, they'd become a combatant capable of exchanging several blows with a 6th floor expert. If the threefold mana body technique were distributed to Zero Wing's members, it would help compensate for the lack of quantity and quality of Zero Wing's experts. Just when Shi Feng was thinking of contacting Hidden Soul to have her distribute the threefold mana body technique to the guild's executives, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him, wearing an urgent look. Guild leader, we noticed an increase in the number of Holy Race experts in Shattering Town. These new experts average level 230 and are fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. We believe they come from the Holy Race's apex powers, Gentle Snow said. Then she shared a video taken by Zero Wing's members near the Shattering Basin, the video showing an area isolated by a large, opaque barrier. Our members also discovered this barrier not long ago. It resembles the barrier granted to newly constructed guild cities in the Eternal Realm. Combined with the heavy presence of Evil Nature members around the barrier, we believe that Evil Nature has constructed a guild city near Shattering Town. Evil Nature is likely planning to use its guild city to fight a protracted battle with us, and prevent anyone from entering or leaving Shattering Town on foot, making it impossible for us to grind in the World Arc. As Shattering Town was a subsidiary town of Holy Ring City, powerful NPCs patrolled the town's vicinity daily. This made it impossible for the various powers to attack the town directly. However, now that Evil Nature had a guild city to serve as its forward operating base, it could slowly isolate and wear down the town. In the past, Zero Wings members could rely on their resurrection advantage to thwart any of the Holy Race's attempts at isolating Shattering Town. But now that Holy Race players could resurrect near Shattering Town, Zero Wings members would have nothing to offset the strength advantage of Holy Race players. Moreover, as the World Arc was currently the main area of activity for Zero Wings members, once Shattering Town became isolated, Zero Wing could only wait for its doom. How bold of Evil Nature to pull such a move! It should already have its hands full fighting the Seven Luminaries Alliance across numerous NPC cities, yet it still decided to come after us. It even committed a precious Great Lord token to the World Arc's inner area. Shi Feng was surprised by the barrier in the video. He had never expected Evil Nature to go so far as to commit its Great Lord token just to persecute Zero Wing. However, he quickly smiled and continued, "Since they want to play, we'll play with them. Contact Verdant Rainbow and ask if she is interested in permanently removing Evil Nature from the Eternal Realm." Remove Evil Nature. Gentle Snow was stunned. Gentle Snow might not know exactly how strong the Holy Race's royal powers were, but she was fully aware of Zero Wing's current strength. Furthermore, after experiencing the Intercontinental Championship and Everlasting Cities competition, Gentle Snow already understood that the foundations of royal powers far exceeded those of apex powers. An apex power might not even have the means to resist a royal power. Not to mention, Evil Nature's strength was above average among the Holy Race's 10 royal powers. Hence, trying to remove Evil Nature from the Eternal Realm with just the forces of Zero Wing and the Seven Luminaries Alliance was nothing short of a fantasy. The various powers might even think they were crazy if they learned of their aim. "Just go and notify her," Shi Feng said, not bothering to explain himself. In his previous life, all of the human race's apex powers combined could not threaten even the weakest of the Holy Race's royal powers. However, things were different in this life. Not only did he achieve pseudo-tier 7 mana, but he had also acquired a Great Lord token, something he never even considered in his previous life. With these cards in his hand, removing a royal power's forces from the Eternal Realm was not an unattainable goal. After Gentle Snow returned to her senses, she promptly contacted Verdant Rainbow. Chapter 3879, Chapter 953, The Proper Way to Use the Great Lord Token. Chapter 953, The Proper Way to Use the Great Lord Token. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town, Zero Wings Residence. Guild Leader Black Flame, I'm very busy right now. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Verdant Rainbow asked when she saw Shi Feng enter the conference room. Even after arriving at Zero Wing's residence, she still couldn't believe what Shi Feng had invited her here for. An offer to remove a royal power from the Eternal Realm. This came as an even greater shock to her than the latest issue of the Divine Glory list. Had anyone else made her this offer, she wouldn't have believed a single word. However, after witnessing Shi Feng single-handedly repel 4 royal powers in Everlasting City, she couldn't help but wonder if he might actually have a way to eliminate Evil Nature from the Eternal Realm. "I'm very certain," Shi Feng said, smiling as he sat down. "I'm sure the Seven Luminaries Alliance is tired of having its NPC cities targeted by Evil Nature, right? Because of Evil Nature, the Alliance has to commit significant manpower to garrison its NPC cities and cannot explore many high-level maps. Now, Evil Nature has even used its Great Lord token to persecute Zero Wing in the World Arc. Since Evil Nature is such a nuisance, why don't we work together to eliminate it from the Eternal Realm and save us all this trouble? Can it even be done? Verdant Rainbow asked bluntly. As a royal power, Evil Nature's foundations are extraordinary. The number of level 230+ experts and war weapons it has in the Eternal Realm far exceeds what our two guilds have. Under normal circumstances, certainly not. But things are different now, Shi Feng said, chuckling. So long as you lend me 1,000 level 235+ experts fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts for several days, I can take care of Evil Nature. If you don't believe me, I can sign a God's domain contract. You want that many elites, can you not reduce your equipment requirement a little? Verdant Rainbow was shocked by Shi Feng's condition. It might be easy to put together 1,000 level 235+ experts in the current Eternal Realm, but it was a different story if these experts had to be fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. No, this is my bottom line. Shi Feng shook his head. In his previous life, after the first Everlasting City competition ended, the top 10 powers had eagerly used their Great Lord tokens to secure more territory for themselves in the Eternal Realm. It wasn't until the Eternal Realm's development had reached its later stages that the various powers discovered the real use of the Great Lord tokens granted by Everlasting City. This discovery made every power that had ever obtained and used a Great Lord token dearly regret their actions. At first glance, the Great Lord token's sole purpose was to construct a guild city anywhere in the Eternal Realm, and it was indeed a precious function in the Eternal Realm, where city-building orders were incredibly rare. However, this function was insignificant compared to the Great Lord token's true function. When the Eternal Realm had entered its later development stages, and the various powers were mostly done exploring the few level 230 taboo maps available, they suddenly discovered that many lost civilization cities were hidden in these maps. These lost civilization cities could also be considered the Eternal Realm's most precious existence. As for the condition to activate these lost civilization cities, it was to become the Great Lord of the map they occupied. In other words, the true purpose of the Great Lord token wasn't to construct a city but to awaken one. Shi Feng vividly remembered that when the Holy Race discovered the first lost civilization city, an all-out war broke out among its 10 royal powers. The war had shocked both human players and Holy Race players. Even when the Holy Race waged war against the human race, only 4 of its royal powers had participated. The remaining 6 royal powers paid no attention to the war whatsoever. Some of them didn't even have a presence in the Eternal Realm. But when the first lost civilization city appeared, the situation in the Eternal Realm changed completely. All of the Holy Race's royal powers entered the Eternal Realm in full force, culminating in a war among the 10 royal powers that lasted several months. The war destroyed a significant portion of the Eternal Realm, and over 1 billion Tier 6 Holy Race players had suffered a true death. Furthermore, it wasn't just Holy Race players who had suffered from this war. Over 100 million Tier 6 human players had suffered a true death as bystanders. 2 of the 3 Absolutes also got seriously injured, while 1 nearly died a true death. Because of this war, the human race learned how powerful the Holy Race truly was. Even if the human race's apex powers banded together, they'd be nothing but a joke before the Holy Race's royal powers. Just 1 epic siege weapon could push the human race's apex powers to the brink of collapse. If the Holy Race's royal powers mobilized all their epic siege weapons, the human race's apex powers would disappear in the blink of an eye. Out of all the human race's apex powers in Shi Feng's previous life, The Seven Luminaries Alliance was the only one that could retaliate against the Holy Race's royal powers. This was because it had secured a lost civilization city. As for the other apex powers that had obtained a Great Lord token in the past, they had already used their tokens by the time the lost civilization cities were discovered. They also no longer had the ability to secure Great Lord tokens. Thus, they missed the opportunity to obtain the legacies of these lost civilizations. Currently, as many of the top 10 powers from the recent Everlasting City competition had already used their Great Lord token, it was a prime opportunity for Zero Wing to secure a lost civilization city. This was because players could not seize the lost civilization city of others with force alone. Once a lost civilization city was awakened, other players could only seize it by occupying and reawakening it using another Great Lord token. Otherwise, the city would never change ownership. And as Everlasting City's competition was the only source for Great Lord tokens, Zero Wing would not have to worry about losing its lost civilization city until the next competition. As for which lost civilization city to go for, Shi Feng already had one in mind. Not all lost civilization cities were equal. The legacies they held differed in strength. Some legacies were even exclusive to specific races. Take the Magic Civilization's legacy that the Seven Luminaries Alliance obtained. For example, the legacy amplified the effectiveness of magic arrays, allowing the great Grandmaster-ranked defensive magic arrays of cities to resist even the attacks of epic siege weapons. Because of this legacy, the human race's various powers managed to hold on in the eternal realm. However, as magic arrays were unique to the human race, the Magic Civilization's legacy would be utterly useless in the hands of the Holy Race and the Crystallian race. Likewise, should the human race come across a lost civilization legacy exclusive to the two other races, the legacy would be useless. Of course, not all lost civilization cities held race-specific legacies. On the contrary, most held general-purpose legacies. Among them, the one that stood out the most was a primordial civilization city occupied by the Sun Dynasty. The primordial civilization city in question did not hold any legacies. The city was mostly in ruins when it was discovered, with no functional building in sight. All the city had was a siege weapon, Firmament. It was also the only known inferior legendary siege weapon discovered in the Eternal Realm. Because of this inferior legendary siege weapon, the Sun Dynasty was instantly acknowledged as the Holy Race's #1 royal power, becoming the envy of all other royal powers. Now that the threat of other powers seizing Zero Wing's lost civilization city did not exist, Zero Wing simply needed to have the ability to capture the primordial civilization city. From what Shi Feng had heard, the Sun Dynasty had relied on 1,000 level 240 experts fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts to capture the primordial civilization city. Hence, requiring only level 235 plus experts was already a concession. If he were to reduce the equipment requirement as well, he couldn't guarantee they'd be able to capture the primordial civilization city. Are you willing to make this transaction, Miss Rainbow? Shi Feng asked the hesitant Verdant Rainbow. Chapter 3880, Chapter 954, 12 seats. Chapter 954, 12 seats. Guild Leader Black Flame, your requirement is too high, Verdant Rainbow said, smiling wryly. Many level 235 plus experts might have entered the Eternal Realm because of Everlasting City's competition, but fragmented divine artifacts aren't cabbages. Many of the greater gods' domain's 5th floor experts have only 1 or 2 fragmented divine artifacts, while some unluckier ones have none. Even with the Seven Luminaries Alliance's robust foundations, we can, at most, fully equip about 700 players with fragmented divine artifacts. Only 700. Shi Feng fell silent after hearing this. Fragmented divine artifacts were indeed extremely rare in the greater god's domain. Many ordinary and upper-ranking hegemonic powers only had a few pieces, and some might not even have any. This was why level 220+ Taboo Epic and Taboo Fragmented Legendary equipment was considered mainstream in the greater god's domain. However, as pseudo-Apex and Apex powers had monopolized Taboo dungeons and Taboo secret lands for many years, they should have no trouble fully equipping many experts with fragmented divine artifacts. With the Seven Luminaries Alliance being a transcendental existence even among Apex powers, Shi Feng thought the Alliance would have no trouble fully equipping 1,000 experts with fragmented divine artifacts in the current Eternal Realm. Not to mention, the Alliance must have transferred some of its arsenal to secure its position in Everlasting City's competition. However, to his disappointment, the Alliance only had enough fragmented divine artifacts to fully equip about 700 players in the Eternal Realm. This was nowhere near enough players to capture the Primordial Civilization City. If they couldn't capture the Primordial Civilization City, there was no way they could deal with evil nature. The Seven Luminaries Alliance might not have all the experts you need, but Verdant Rainbow trailed off. Then, as she looked at Shi Feng's pondering expression, she continued, I know a group of level 230+ experts who are fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts at the very least. If we include them, we should barely have 1,000 people. However, persuading these people will not be easy. I will need you to agree to a request of mine, Guild Leader Black Flame. Otherwise, I'm afraid we cannot proceed with this partnership. What is your condition? Shi Feng asked, unsurprised by Verdant Rainbow's words. He was the one who had suggested they cooperate to deal with evil nature. Hence, it was only natural that he made some concessions. Moreover, Zero Wing wasn't in a position to negotiate an advantageous deal with the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Although evil nature was a big problem for Zero Wing and the Seven Luminaries Alliance, leaving evil nature unchecked posed a much bigger problem for Zero Wing than for the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Currently, Zero Wing was based only in Shattering Town and the Crystal City of Secrets. On the other hand, the Seven Luminaries Alliance was based in many NPC cities across the Eternal Continent. It even had a guild town on the Western Continent. Hence, even if the Alliance had its operations hindered by evil nature in multiple NPC cities, it could still develop comfortably in the Eternal Realm. In contrast, if Zero Wing were to lose Shattering Town and the Crystal City of Secrets, it would no longer be able to survive in the Eternal Realm. Simple. Verdant Rainbow smiled. After our collaboration, I want you to apply to be a Grand Elder candidate in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Should you win one of the Senate's 12 seats, I will need you to push for me to become a Vice Alliance Master in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Do you have that much confidence in me? Shi Feng looked at Verdant Rainbow in surprise. This was not a request he had expected. The Seven Luminaries Alliance was the human race's most transcendental apex power. It wasn't merely a large guild but also a huge organization. Regarding the Seven Luminaries Alliance's 12 Grand Elder positions, they were held by experts recognized by the Alliance. So long as one was sufficiently strong, any expert from any power could take on these positions. This included independent experts and the Seven Luminaries Alliance's own members. Despite not having to participate in the management of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the elected Grand Elders could enjoy the best privileges offered by the Alliance. They could easily purchase items exclusive to the Alliance's core executives. They also wielded considerable authority. having a voice in the nomination of candidates for the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Vice Alliance Masters. Naturally, given the great authority and freedom of these Grand Elder positions, many players in the human race's greater God's domain yearn to become members of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate. Thus, whenever the term of the Alliance's Grand Elders was about to end, many experts would apply to become candidates. Of course, not just anyone could apply. Players must have reached the 5th floor standard or grasped at least one gold combat technique to qualify for candidacy. Additionally, the competition for the 12 Grand Elder positions had no requirements for age or talent. Strength was the only requirement. Hence, players under level 240 and those not fully equipped with divine artifacts had virtually no chance of winning. According to Shi Feng's memories, the 7 Luminaries Alliance's 12 Grand Elder positions rarely changed hands. Even when a change did occur, it would be limited to the bottom-ranked Grand Elders. Currently, he had neither reached level 240, nor was he fully equipped with divine artifacts. His chances would be slim if he tried to compete for the 12 Grand Elder positions. Of course, Verdant Rainbow nodded. You are ranked 6th on the latest Divine Glory list and publicly acknowledged as the younger generation's strongest sword god. There is also a considerable time before the competition begins. With the many opportunities available in the Eternal Realm, if you still say you don't stand a chance, I don't think anybody else can help me. So, will you accept my condition, Guild Leader Black Flame? No problem. I can agree to this condition. Shi Feng nodded without hesitation. He had already planned to compete for a spot in the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate, even before Verdant Rainbow's condition. After all, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had extraordinary foundations. Should he succeed in becoming a Grand Elder, he could directly purchase many divine artifacts suitable for himself and materials to repair fragmented divine artifacts, instead of going to the trouble of procuring them himself. Most importantly, he could purchase the eternal stones needed to repair the Eternity set. With the 7 Luminaries Alliance's extraordinary foundations, it should have many eternal stones in its guild warehouse. Once he became a Grand Elder, he could collect eternal stones much more quickly. Like the Flame God set, the Eternity set was also one of the 6 great divine sets. So long as a Tier 6 player equipped it, they would instantly become an existence comparable to primordial gods. If Zero Wing could get its hands on the 2 sets in addition to the inferior legendary siege weapon firmament, it would no longer fear any power in the greater god's domain. That settles it then. A hint of excitement flashed across Verdant Rainbow's eyes when Shi Feng agreed to her condition. I'll need about half a day to gather the necessary manpower. If that's all from you, I'll contact them right away. After saying so, Verdant Rainbow promptly left the conference room, her actions so swift that Shi Feng didn't even get to remind her about sealing their deal with a god's domain contract. Eternal Realm, Ice Blast Sea. On an island pelted by hail, a team of 200+ players sat in a 7 Luminaries ore vein littered with the corpses of over 10,000 players from the Holy Race and the human race. If one inspected these corpses carefully, one would notice that these players averaged level 235. Many of them also wore the guild emblem of Apex Powers. Yet, despite being led by multiple level 240, Tier 6 NPCs, all these players were killed without exception. Rin, didn't you say that the holy races and the human race's younger generation have many experts? None of these players were a 6th floor expert. Even the strongest among them were only half-step mortal gods. If such players were to enter the 100-race battlefield, they wouldn't even make it into the top 10,000. A level 235, 6-meter-tall crystalline man with a lanky build said, exasperated as he scanned the corpses around him. Speaking of which, now that you have reached the 6th floor standard, you should be able to enter the 100-race battlefield's inner area with me. If you're lucky, you might even be able to compete for the inner area's top 100 and fight Ink Crystal for that standard's legacy. As the lanky man spoke, he shifted his gaze to Rin, only to find with a distracted look. Out of curiosity, he asked, "What's wrong? Is something on your mind?" Verdant Rainbow, the person who got us here, messaged me. She wants us to head to Shattering Town to lend Black Flame a hand. In return, she'll consider the favor we owe her repaid, Rin answered as she stared at the message from Verdant Rainbow. Black Flame, the expert who bested you in the Continental Championship. The lanky man pondered Verdant Rainbow's request. Then he nodded and continued, "Let's go, then. We can use this opportunity to size him up. If his strength is good, we can consider bringing him to the 100-race battlefield." Chapter 30, 881, Chapter 955, 100-race battlefield, Chapter 955, 100-race battlefield. Made a change to Chapter 952. Original. Guild Leader. We discovered many holy race experts lurking in the Shattering Basin several hours ago. These experts average level 230 and are fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. They seem to be from the holy race's apex powers, Gentle Snow said, sharing a video recording taken by Zero Wings members near the Shattering Basin. The video showed an area isolated by a large, opaque barrier. Edited. Guild Leader, we noticed an increase in the number of holy race experts in Shattering Town. These new experts average level 230 and are fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. We believe they come from the holy race's apex powers, Gentle Snow said. Then she shared a video taken by Zero Wings members near the Shattering Basin, the video showing an area isolated by a large, opaque barrier. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town. As a long line of players from the human race and the holy race waited to enter Shattering Town, a giant, 5-headed avian exceeding 1,000 meters in length landed outside the town. The 5-headed avian was shrouded by dark gray flames and radiated a powerful divine might, its arrival drawing many envious and astonished gazes. A 5-headed deathbird. This was a monster that usually only appeared in the dangerous parts of the Void Sea. Its life rating was superior to even that of ordinary dragons. Furthermore, even the weakest among them was a level 230 divine monster. Because of this, it was incredibly difficult to turn a 5-headed deathbird into a flying mount. No apex power had ever accomplished this feat. Who are these people? How did they turn a 5-headed deathbird into a flying mount? Wait. Aren't those Crystallians? Crystallians? Why would Crystallian players appear here? Shouldn't they be active in the southern and eastern regions? Are they also planning to seize Shattering Town? Zero Wing sure is pitiful. It had finally gained a foothold in the Eternal Realm thanks to Shattering Town. Yet before it could relish the fruits of its labor, the holy race's various powers set their sights on the town. Now, even the Crystallian race has come to get a piece of the action. The players waiting to enter Shattering Town curiously discussed the Crystallian players that had jumped down from the 5-headed deathbird. They all assumed that these Crystallian players were here to seize the town from Zero Wing. Amidst the bystanders' discussions, the Crystallian players approached Shi Feng, and the 7 Luminaries Alliance members gathered outside the town's entrance. Guild Leader Black Flame, sorry for the long wait, Rin greeted Shi Feng as she walked up to him in her 6-meter-tall frame. Then she pointed at the team behind her and continued, "This is 9th Street Snow Wolf Legion which will be coming along with us, while this person beside me is Commander Snow Wolf." As Rin gave her introduction, the lanky young man beside her scrutinized Shi Feng. "So, you are Black Flame, the guy who defeated Garuda in the Continental Championship?" Snow Wolf asked, a little surprised as he looked at Shi Feng, who wasn't even 2 meters tall. Shi Feng was only level 223. His equipment also comprised fragmented legendary equipment. Such an equipment standard couldn't even match that of the various Apex Powers elite experts, let alone the various Royal Powers elite experts. Not to mention, his movements indicated that he hadn't reached the 6th floor standard. Hence, Snow Wolf found it hard to believe Shi Feng had defeated Garuda, the Thunder Empire's strongest chosen one. "That is me." Shi Feng nodded, similarly surprised as he looked at Snow Wolf. Although Snow Wolf was only level 235, Shi Feng could sense that the other party was a bona fide 6th floor expert. A veteran 6th floor expert at that. Yet, he had never heard of the other party in his previous life. The human race might not have had much information on the Crystallian race in his previous life, but mortal gods were incredibly well-known figures. Logically, there was no way someone who had achieved the mortal god standard this early into the Eternal Realm's development would be unknown. "You have good talent. It's a pity you don't have any powers to back you," Snow Wolf said after he was done sizing up Shi Feng. "Are you willing to become an internal member of 9th Street? You might not be able to join 9th Street in a real sense, but you can sign a God's domain contract with the guild. If you have 9th Street's resources and my guidance, you can reach the 6th floor standard without a problem. If luck is on your side, you may even get to participate in the 100 race battlefield with us. The 100 race battlefield is an extremely rare opportunity in God's domain. Weaker races don't even qualify to participate. Currently, out of our 3 races, only the Crystallian race and the Holy race have this qualification. Moreover, the Crystallian race has more slots than the Holy race. The 100 race battlefield's participation slots." Shi Feng was even more surprised to hear this. The 100 race battlefield was undoubtedly an unfamiliar term to current human players. Even in his previous life, very few powers knew about it. The 100 race battlefield. As the name suggested, it was a battlefield involving players from many races. It was rumored to hold opportunities that could let players achieve greatness. Only, as the human race never had any royal powers in his previous life, it was too weak to even participate in the 100 race battlefield. Obtaining a participation slot for the 100 race battlefield was incredibly difficult. Even royal powers could secure only a few dozen slots, while some might not even get 20. Because of this, rarely would any power share their participation slots with outsiders. That's right. So long as you sign a God's domain contract with 9th Street, it wouldn't be impossible for you to enter the 100 race battlefield with your talent, Snow Wolf said, nodding. "How about it? Are you interested in joining us? The 100 race battlefield is indeed tempting, but I will pass on joining 9th Street, Shi Feng said, turning down the offer. The 100 race battlefield might be able to let players achieve greater heights, but he currently didn't lack such opportunities. He even had a Tier 7 promotion land scroll which was hard to come by even in the 100 race battlefield. Hence, he did not need to participate in the 100 race battlefield. His top priority was improving his strength. That's a shame. When Snow Wolf heard Shi Feng's refusal, he did not try to persuade the other party. In Snow Wolf's opinion, Shi Feng's strength and talent were subpar. Whether Shi Feng joined 9th Street would not affect the guild's performance in the 100 race battlefield. Moreover, Snow Wolf suspected that Shi Feng did not understand the importance of the 100 race battlefield. Otherwise, the other party would not have casually rejected his kind gesture. After Shi Feng chatted with Rin for a bit, the group took off on the Silverwing flying ship. They flew straight to Skeleton Hill, where the primordial civilization city was situated. Skeleton Hill was one of the few level 230 taboo maps located on the Eternal Continent, and it was also a place that many powers wanted to explore right now. In his previous life, Every level 230 taboo map in the Eternal Realm was a priority exploration target for the various apex and royal powers. These maps allowed players to level up to level 230 and occasionally spawned level 240 taboo dungeons. As level 240 taboo dungeons were one of the few places in God's domain where players could obtain level 240 taboo weapons and equipment, they were regarded as a treasure trove by both apex and royal powers. Additionally, level 240 taboo weapons and equipment were crucial in competing for the qualifications to participate in the 100 race battlefield. After crossing multiple high-level maps and taboo maps and shaking off countless monsters, the Silverwing flying ship arrived at a plain littered with skeletons half a day later. This should be the place. When the flying ship stopped above a forested area surrounded by 3 mountains, Shi Feng jumped off and retrieved the Great Lord token from his bag. System: do you wish to use the Great Lord token to become the Great Lord of this region? Yes. System: it is detected that an archaic city occupies this region. A new city cannot be constructed here. Do you wish to spend 200,000 eternal gold coins and 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal to awaken this city? Awaken it. Chapter 30, 882, Chapter 956, First Generation Hero. Chapter 956, First Generation Hero. TL Notes: made a change to Chapter 936, Desert Rivers Stone Cane, changed to Stone Staff. I have also changed Ink Crystal's Cane to Vine Staff. Eternal Realm Skeleton Hill. After 200,000 eternal gold and 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal disappeared from Shi Feng's bag, the forested area shook, and countless lightning bolts emerged from the void to strike the land, shattering it. Immediately afterward, an ancient city comparable to the Crystal City of Secrets in majesty rose from the ground. How can there be an archaic city here? When Snow Wolf saw the ancient city emerging from the ground, his mouth fell wide open. As the name suggested, archaic cities referred to cities that had existed in a distant era. Although these cities were typically discovered in a near-ruined state, they often held legacies that did not exist in the modern era, making them incredibly valuable. Moreover, the older an archaic city was, the more valuable its legacies were. However, the old age of archaic cities made finding them incredibly difficult. Most would already be in ruins by the time they were discovered. Some might have even returned to the earth, never to be found. Although upper-ranking hegemonic powers could get lucky and find an archaic city after searching a realm for several years, such occurrences were few and far between. Normally, only pseudo-apex powers and above could reliably locate archaic cities. Nonetheless, they'd need to spend years scouring dozens of realms. In the case of the archaic city before him, Snow Wolf could tell it was extraordinary at a glance. Although the city was in relatively good shape, hinting that it wasn't from a particularly distant era, it radiated divine might that resembled that of primordial gods. This meant that, contrary to its appearance, the city must have come from an extremely distant era. Furthermore, it should be superior to the average primordial city. If not for them being bound by a god's domain contract, Snow Wolf would have attacked Shi Feng without hesitation. Guild leader Black Flame, is this the place you want to capture? Rin asked, shocked when she saw the many monsters inside the city. The monsters inside the archaic city were all level 230 divine monsters, and they easily numbered over 10,000. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the city a nest of bosses. In God's domain, level 200 was a major turning point for players and monsters. Before level 200, a Tier 5 player fully equipped with legendary items could easily solo a Tier 6 divine monster. However, after level 200, Even a Tier 6 player fully equipped with legendary items could only stand their ground against a Tier 6 divine monster. Upon reaching level 220 and above, also known as taboo levels, players would need a party equipped with top-tier items to stand a chance against a Tier 6 divine monster. Although their team comprised 5th and 6th floor experts fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, they'd still have to fight in 6 to 20-man groups if they wanted to kill a level 230 divine monster. If they fought solo, they would only be able to stand their ground at best. Furthermore, they'd have to be careful not to lure too many monsters at a time. Should they accidentally draw the attention of 1,000 monsters or more, even a team of their caliber would be doomed. As Shi Feng looked at the monster-infested city, he recalled the battle video the Seven Luminaries Alliance had secretly recorded of the Sun Dynasty and explained, "There might be many monsters, but their perception range isn't particularly wide. They are also quite spaced from one another. So long as we lure these monsters out bit by bit, we can safely exterminate them. If that's the case, this will be easy. Rin, lure the closest monsters to the entrance. Tanks, you all will receive the monsters at the entrance. Everyone else, focus on attacking," Snow Wolf commanded. "Okay, leave it to me," Rin answered as she waved her staff and executed an implement manipulation technique, launching over 100 pebbles toward a dozen 10-meter-tall demonized half-orcs. The pebbles flew and landed with great precision, each landing by the feet of a demonized half-orc. Although they did not cause any damage, they created just enough noise to draw the monster's attention. When the demonized half-orcs followed the sounds and found only pebbles by their feet, they scratched their heads in confusion. But just as they were about to look away, they heard another barely audible sound of a pebble falling nearby. With their curiosity piqued, the demonized half-orcs walked toward the source of the sound. As this cycle repeated, the dozen demonized half-orcs moved closer to the city's entrance. However, no other demonized half-orcs joined the group due to Rin's perfect timing and control of the pebbles. Charge! When Snow Wolf saw the dozen demonized half-orcs fast approaching the city's entrance, he gave the command to engage the monsters. Immediately, several dozen 5 to 6 meter tall crystalline experts sprang forth, some conjuring stone walls with their staves to smash the half-orcs, while some turned their flesh into metal before charging headlong into the half-orcs. After issuing his command, Snow Wolf also joined the fight. With a wave of his stone staff, the ground shook and the space around the demonized half-orcs distorted. This disrupted the half-orcs' movements and reduced the accuracy of their attacks, lowering the pressure on the tanks and healers. Additionally, the warped space neutralized the din of battle, allowing the tanks to fight to their heart's content and hold aggro more effectively. This, in turn, reduced the chances of rear-line attackers stealing aggro. Are these two monsters? The Seven Luminaries Alliance's members were stunned by this scene. They had never thought fighting Tier 6 divine monsters so silently was possible. However, despite their astonishment, the Seven Luminaries Alliance's members did not stop attacking the demonized half-orcs. Less than half an hour later, the dozen demonized half-orcs had been killed, contributing a significant amount of exp to Shi Feng, who was covered in injuries. It's a pity the monsters here don't drop items. Otherwise, we'd have made a small fortune after killing so many high-level divine monsters. Shi Feng inwardly sighed as he looked at the corpses of the demonized half-orcs. Divine monsters were walking treasure chests outside the Eternal Realm. It was especially so for level 220 divine monsters and above. Besides dropping taboo weapons and equipment, they also had a small chance of dropping fragmented divine artifacts. Unfortunately, the monsters in the primordial civilization city gave only exp and nothing else. Good, next wave, Snow Wolf ordered Rin again. I'm already familiar with these monsters' combat rhythm, so you can lure more. Okay, I'll lure more then. Rin nodded. She had previously limited the number of demonized half-orcs she lured to a dozen so they could understand the monster's standards. Otherwise, a 1,000-man team of elite experts like theirs would have no problem tackling 100 divine monsters of similar levels. Not to mention, their team had 2 sixth-floor experts. Subsequently, Rin and Snow Wolf swiftly worked together to lure 100 demonized half-orcs. They also ensured their battle with the monsters made no sound. Moreover, whenever a demonized half-orc died, they would quickly lure another to the entrance, maximizing the potential of the team's AI attacks. Is this how sixth-floor experts cooperate in battle? Shi Feng felt like he was watching the cooperation of 100 players as he watched Rin and Snow Wolf's performance. He never thought that the cooperation between sixth-floor experts could yield such incredible results. He also dared not imagine how it would be like to confront 2 sixth-floor experts simultaneously. After recovering from his surprise, Shi Feng started to contribute to the fight seriously, using miniature abyssal world to weaken the demonized half-orcs and greatly shorten the time needed to kill them. After 5 days of continuous progress, the team eliminated all the demonized half-orcs in the city's outer and inner areas. In these 5 days, Shi Feng's level had skyrocketed, reaching level 229. Now, he was only 17% away from the level 230 threshold. After catching a breather, the team made its way to the heart of the city, arriving before a sunken tower. The stone tower had 3 floors, each 100 meters in height. The first 2 of the tower's 3 floors were underground, and only the uppermost floor remained above ground. Many divine patterns were engraved on the tower's exterior, and just the divine might they radiated made it difficult for even experts with Tier 6 peak concentration to approach the tower. When everyone entered within 100 yards of the tower, Shi Feng suddenly sensed a frightening mental pulse from within the tower. Immediately afterward, everyone involuntarily took several steps back. Before anyone could recover from their surprise, the entrance to the tower's 3rd floor opened, revealing a 20-meter-tall man armed with a greatsword and clad in a suit of silver armor. As the man walked out of the tower, his white cape fluttered in the wind, and divine runes lingered around him. The man's presence felt primordial, and everyone shuddered as they stood in his aura. When Shi Feng saw the giant of a man walking out of the tower, his eyes widened in shock. A first-generation hero. Chapter 30, 883, Chapter 957. Absolute Thunder, Chapter 957. Absolute Thunder. As the giant figure exited the tower, everyone's casual expression turned ugly. This was especially so for Shi Feng. Adega's first-generation hero of the human race, Tier 6, level 230 HP 90 quadrillion. Why is it a first-generation hero? Shi Feng stared at the giant figure in bewilderment. The video the 7 Luminaries Alliance had captured in his previous life was very detailed. The video showed not only the entire process of the Sun Dynasty capturing the primordial civilization city, but also the Soul Treasure, the inferior legendary siege weapon firmament, stored inside the city. As far as he could remember, the guardian boss that emerged from the central tower should have been a primordial half-orc king, which was a level 230 world boss and a bona fide primordial godkin. It was an incredibly tough opponent, and the Sun Dynasty had sacrificed over half of its 1,000 level 240 elite experts to defeat it. But now, not only was the city's guardian boss different, but it had even become a first-generation hero. This was an existence with a life rating comparable to ancient gods, and a combat standard rivaling that of war goddesses. Most importantly, the first-generation hero before them was equipped with a divine set. Indeed, Adegas wasn't just equipped with divine artifacts but a divine set. It should be known that one of the 22 taboo bosses was a first-generation hero. Moreover, this first-generation hero ranked third among them and had slain multiple ancient gods in the past. The Grand Library also held records of multiple apex powers attempting to raid this first-generation hero, only to have their raid members granted a true death. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that nothing short of a primordial god could defeat this first-generation hero. Although Adegas was undoubtedly weaker than the taboo-ranked first-generation hero, considering he was just level 230, the last first-generation hero to have been slain by players, according to the Grand Library's records, was a level 224-1. At the time, over 3,000 level 240 players had participated in the raid, many of whom were experts equipped with one or two divine artifacts and multiple fragmented divine artifacts. There had also been more than 10 level 240 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Nonetheless, over 2,000 members of the raid team had died in battle. If not for the low level of the first-generation hero in question, at least half of those 2,000-plus players would have suffered a true death. A level 230 first-generation hero. This was an insurmountable hurdle for their 1,000-man team. Even if they had two sixth-floor experts and Snow Wolf was fully equipped with divine artifacts, they still had zero chance of defeating Adegas. Accepting this mission was the worst decision ever. Snow Wolf's expression turned indescribably gloomy as he watched Adegas walking out of the tower. Although Snow Wolf did not know how powerful the human race's first-generation heroes were, he could tell how terrifying an existence Adegas was by simply looking at the other party's 21 HP bars. "Run away," Shi Feng commanded when he saw Adegas was out of the tower. However, as soon as Shi Feng voiced his command, Adegas suddenly pointed his greatsword at the sky. Immediately, everyone felt the world around them tremble. Then, before anyone could react, multiple magic arrays appeared in the sky. Five-fold Tier 6 Curse, World Shaper. Even when cast normally, the magic barrier created by World Shaper could be broken only by Tier 6 gods or existences of a similar standard. When 5 World Shapers were cast on top of one another, they compressed space to the extreme, and even Tier 6 ancient gods would struggle to break out of the compound barrier. "Intruders do not attempt to escape," Adegas suddenly said in a deep and booming voice. "Unless you defeat me, you can only remain here, but it is evident none of you have the strength to kill me." "Esteemed hero, may I know what we can do for you?" Shi Feng asked, not bothering to put up any resistance. After all, trying to resist a level 230 first-generation hero with their current team would be a joke. Unless he could get Kalisha to show up in person, any attempt they made to fight Adegas would end in their demise. "Simple, defeat me," Adegas stated. "Of course, it is impossible with your strength alone. There is only one way you can defeat me, by mastering the skills I have developed. So long as you can exceed the limits of these skills, it will be possible for you to defeat me." After saying so, Adegas waved his hand and imprinted divine runes on the mind of everyone present, which directly conveyed information into their mind. System: Adegas, son of a primordial god, has temporarily granted you the pseudo-tier 7 skill Absolute Thunder. If you fail to defeat Adegas in 3 natural days, you will be deprived of the skill and face the wrath of Adegas. System: it is detected that you have a Great Lord token. The sooner you defeat Adegas, the greater the rewards you will receive from the primordial civilization city. You are advised to master Absolute Thunder. 3 days. I will give you only 3 days, Adegas said, sweeping his gaze over everyone as if passing a sentence. If none of you can defeat me in 3 days, all of you will die. When Adegas finished speaking, some players were surprised while some despaired. Heavens, am I hallucinating? This is a pseudo-tier 7 skill. This NPC must be out of his mind. 3 days. How is that enough time to practice a pseudo-tier 7 skill to the overlimit standard? We're doomed. So far, Lunar River is the only overlimit expert in our greater god's domain, and even she would need more than 3 days to practice a tier 6 skill to the overlimit standard, let alone a pseudo-tier 7 skill. The system must be toying with us. Everyone had mixed feelings over the pseudo-tier 7 skill or spell they just received. It was naturally great news that they could learn a pseudo-tier 7 skill or spell. After all, even tier 6 skills and spells were incredibly precious in the greater god's domain. Core executives of Apex Powers would be fortunate to have a dozen tier 6 skills and spells in their arsenal, while the average tier 6 player wouldn't have more than a few. The average tier 6 player likely wouldn't have learned any tier 6 taboo skills or curses, either. As for pseudo-tier 7 skills and spells, this was the first time they had heard about such things. However, nobody could feel happy about their sudden windfall. After all, they'd be delusional if they thought they could master a pseudo-tier 7 skill or spell to the overlimit standard. They might not even achieve a 100% completion rate in 3 days. Do or die, is it? After Shi Feng withdrew from the immersive demonstration of absolute thunder he was just given, he executed twofold mana body and attempted the pseudo-tier 7 skill. TL notes: the pseudo-tier 7 skills and spells received from adegas are probably determined based on their classes, so the system notification about absolute thunder should be limited to Shi Feng and other swordsmen. Chapter 30, 884, Chapter 958. Skill completion rate 126%. Chapter 958. Skill completion rate 126%. Absolute Thunder requires. Sword pseudo-tier 7 skill allows the user to execute 3 slashes. Each slash triples the user's strength and speed. Cooldown: 30 seconds. After receiving a complete demonstration of absolute thunder in his mind, Shi Feng couldn't help but notice a resemblance to the goddess of space's combat technique that Gentle Snow had learned. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was an exact replica. Only, Adegas's absolute thunder came in the form of a skill. Regarding the skill itself, it allowed the user to meld 3 slashes into one, each slash carrying the power of lightning. When the 3 slashes merged, they would become unstoppable and could bisect an entire continent. The power absolute thunder allowed its user to exhibit was far beyond that of tier 6 taboo skills. Merge. Shi Feng executed 3 slashes at a single point. Even though the surrounding space had been compressed to the extreme, he still managed to create a 100-meter-long lightning dragon that struck the 5-fold barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. This scene drew the attention of those around him, and everyone couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. Why is his attack so powerful? I'm also a swordsman, so why do I produce only 3 small lightning arcs when I execute absolute thunder? Could he have exceeded 100%? Everyone found the power of Shi Feng's attack unbelievable. It was especially so for Snow Wolf, who had already attempted the pseudo-tier 7 skill he was granted. He can't even accomplish manifold execution yet, so how is he progressing faster than me? As Snow Wolf stared at Shi Feng, he couldn't help but suspect what Shi Feng had learned wasn't a pseudo-tier 7 but something easier. Otherwise, how could the other party have achieved a higher skill completion rate than him on the first attempt? Most of those present might despair in this situation, but Snow Wolf regarded it as a massive opportunity. After all, this was a chance to learn a pseudo-tier 7 skill, something many of the 100-race battlefield's monstrously talented experts could only wish to obtain. Now that this opportunity had appeared before him, how could he possibly let it slip by? As for why Snow Wolf felt he could secure this opportunity, it was because he, as a 6th-floor expert, could perform manifold execution. The ability to perform manifold execution was the primary factor that set sixth-floor experts apart from fifth-floor experts. Among the benefits of manifold execution was improved learning efficiency. For sixth-floor experts, practicing a technique once was akin to practicing it 100 times. This was also why Snow Wolf felt he had a chance to complete Adegaz's challenge. While Snow Wolf was confused by Shi Feng's performance, a system notification rang in Shi Feng's ears. System, Absolute Thunder activated successfully. Skill completion rate 106%. You have exceeded the first threshold. Sure enough, excitement colored Shi Feng's slightly pale complexion when he saw the system notification. Mana was the driving force behind skills and spells in God's domain. Due to the complexity of Tier 6 skills, the average fifth-floor expert would be fortunate to execute a Tier 6 skill at a 100% completion rate. Most of the time, they would be stuck at around 90%. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, Tier 6 skills and spells required very complex mana control, far beyond anything required to use Tier 5 skills and spells. Secondly, it was because the strength of their mana was lacking. As the tier of skills and spells increased, so would their mana cost. The mana cost of Tier 6 skills and spells was horrendously high. Most players couldn't use Tier 6 skills and spells with only their own mana. More often than not, they had to rely on external mana. It was also why they could not achieve high completion rates with Tier 6 skills and spells. After all, external mana could not be controlled as easily as one's own mana. Hence, skills and spells executed with the help of external mana could not have high completion rates. However, so long as players could meet the mana cost of their Tier 6 skills and spells, they could drastically increase their skill and spell completion rates. This was where the threefold mana body technique came into play. When executed, the mana technique could qualitatively improve the user's mana by compressing it. This, in turn, increased the quantity of mana the user could store in their body, thus making it easier for them to use Tier 6, and possibly even pseudo-Tier 7, skills and spells that were incredibly taxing on mana. In Shi Feng's case, because his mana strength could reach the pseudo-Tier 7 standard when he executed twofold mana body, he also enjoyed a flat 5% completion rate bonus to all his skills and spells. In other words, he could exceed the 120% threshold with his skills and spells much more easily than other players. He simply needed to achieve a 116% completion rate, while others needed to achieve a 121% completion rate. When Shi Feng saw that Absolute Thunder had come off cooldown, he promptly executed it again with the Shadow Incinerator. System: Absolute Thunder skill completion rate 104%. I was too impatient this time. I executed the first slash too quickly, causing the second and third slashes to fall behind. Shi Feng promptly understood what had gone wrong as he looked at his reduced completion rate. Subsequently, he made his third, fourth, and fifth attempts. System: Absolute Thunder skill completion rate 113%. System: Absolute Thunder skill completion rate 115%. System: Absolute Thunder skill completion rate 109%. System: Absolute Thunder skill completion rate 117%. A day passed by in the blink of an eye, with Shi Feng executing Absolute Thunder countless times. After his initial attempts, he had achieved a 107% completion rate at his worst and a 120% completion rate at his best, and his results stabilized at 115% and above. However, no matter what he tried, he could never exceed the 120% threshold. As Shi Feng sat and tried to figure out what had gone wrong, a stone sword smashed into the five-fold magic barrier, making it shudder. The impact also threw the energies within the barrier into such chaos that everyone had difficulty keeping their body steady. Good. I'm finally at 120%. Just one last step to go, Snow Wolf exclaimed as he looked at the unstable barrier. Sure enough, he truly is a monster. Shi Feng couldn't help but look at Snow Wolf in admiration. In just a day, Snow Wolf had practiced a pseudo-tier 7 skill to a 120% completion rate. Even Lunar River, who was already an over-limit expert, would have difficulties accomplishing such a feat. Although Shi Feng could similarly achieve a 120% skill completion rate with absolute thunder, that was because he had a flat 5% bonus. Without it, he could only achieve a 115% skill completion rate, a far cry from Snow Wolf's achievement. But how can the energy fluctuations he caused be so powerful? Even if he draws all the energies inside the barrier, it shouldn't be enough to let him create such a violent energy shockwave. As Shi Feng scrutinized the chaotic energies around him, realization suddenly dawned upon him. Shi Feng stood up and drew the shadow incinerator. However, he did not rush to execute absolute thunder. Instead, he continuously compressed the mana around him and gradually expanded the compression area until he reached the limits of his control. Now, Shi Feng's eyes snapped open. Then he repeated the 3 slashes he had executed countless times in the past day. Suddenly, a lightning arc stretched into the sky, piercing the 5-fold barrier like a hot knife through butter. Furthermore, the lightning arc did not weaken even after piercing the barrier, streaking tens of thousands of yards away like a shooting star crossing the sky. System: Absolute Thunder activated successfully. Skill completion rate 126%. You have exceeded the second threshold. Chapter 3885, Chapter 959. First Battle Against a First-Generation Hero. Chapter 959. First Battle Against a First-Generation Hero. TL Notes: Changed First-Generation Hero to First-Generation Hero. Sure enough, Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the system notification. Simply put, the power of a skill or spell was determined by the amount of mana fueling it. When players could access only the mana within a certain distance, their only option to supply more mana to their skills and spells was to continuously compress the mana in their vicinity. It was similar to the principles behind the threefold mana body technique. By condensing the mana within a fixed volume, players could increase the quantity of mana they could access without increasing the volume of mana. Fortunately, everything turned out as Shi Feng had guessed. Although compressing external mana was incredibly challenging, his experience with the threefold mana body technique had taught him how to compress mana effectively. Combined with his powerful pseudo-tier 7 concentration, he managed to compress the external mana around him to the point where he could use it to execute absolute thunder at the over-limit standard. What a terrifying strike! He broke through all 5 layers in one attack. His skill must have exceeded the 120% threshold, but hasn't it only been a little over a day? Is Black Flame a monster? It will be the boss challenge next. I wonder if Black Flame can succeed. The sight of Shi Feng's attack piercing the barrier shocked and excited the members of the 7 Luminaries Alliance and 9th Street. They had never thought someone could practice a pseudo-tier 7 skill to the over-limit standard within 3 days. Hope rose within their hearts. Everyone understood that a level 230 first-generation hero was not an opponent their team of 1,000 could defeat. If they wanted to leave with their lives, they'd have to abide by Adegaz's condition, practice the pseudo-tier 7 skills and spells he had granted them, and defeat him. Otherwise, they'd meet with death. As expected of the Continental Championship's second strongest expert, fighting spirit flared up in Rin's calm eyes as she watched Shi Feng walking up to Adegaz. After experiencing Everlasting City's competition and reaching the 6th floor standard, Rin had thought that only other 6th floor experts could be her opponent. Although Shi Feng had means that could grant him incredible strength, these means were ultimately external objects and could not be considered his real ability. However, Rin changed her mind after seeing Shi Feng practice a pseudo-tier 7 skill to the over-limit standard. She strongly believed that, even in the next continental championship, he would be an incredibly strong opponent for her. I admit that this human has a talent for learning skills, but whether he can defeat the Guardian boss is a different story. Ultimately, it'll depend on us to defeat the boss, Snow Wolf said. Although he was surprised by Shi Feng's accomplishment, he quickly resumed practicing the pseudo-tier 7 skill he had received from Adegas, paying no attention to anything else. Although Snow Wolf did not know how powerful the human race's first-generation heroes were, he could sense how terrifying of an existence Adegas was. Adegas was equivalent to a level 230 world boss. Furthermore, basic attributes aside, Shi Feng couldn't even compete with Adegas in combat standards. After all, the latter had a whopping 21 HP bars. In God's domain, the more HP bars monsters and NPCs possessed, the more intelligent they would be. According to Snow Wolf's experience, Adegas's 21 HP bars indicated that the NPC could easily execute peak gold rank techniques. Such a combat standard could not be toppled with just one pseudo-tier 7 over-limit skill. Only 6th floor experts capable of manifold execution would stand a chance of defeating Adegas. Rin did not refute Snow Wolf. Instead, she too resumed practicing the pseudo-tier 7 skill she received. Although the archaic city raid had put them in a perilous situation, it had also granted them a massive opportunity. If they could defeat Adegas and secure a pseudo-tier 7 skill, their combat power in the future would skyrocket. Thus, they naturally couldn't waste time paying attention to Shi Feng. As Snow Wolf, Rin, and a few other experts practiced their pseudo-tier 7 skills, Shi Feng arrived within 100 yards of Adegas. "So, you are the first challenger, huh?" Adegas opened his eyes and gazed down at Shi Feng, who was only 1/10 his height. Then he drew his greatsword from the ground and stated, "3 moves. So long as you can survive 3 moves from me, you will win." "I only need to survive 3 moves." Shi Feng sighed in relief when he heard the rules of Adegas's challenge. In a direct confrontation with a level 230 first-generation hero, Shi Feng had no doubt he would lose. After all, the God Chaser set he currently equipped only rivaled level 220 legendary equipment in basic attributes. Even though he had other items enhancing his basic attributes, such as the Dragon's Fury set, an extraordinary secret treasure set, multiple divine artifact-ranked ornaments, the Shadow Incinerator, a godly relic that was comparable to divine artifacts, and the Ancient Oath, which provided him with 20% of the Frostflame Sacred Dragon's basic attributes. His basic attributes remained slightly inferior to that of level 230 experts fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. His basic attributes would be even worse when compared to Adegas's. However, if he only had to survive 3 moves, he felt that he still had a chance of winning. "Take this," Adegas said as he swung his silver greatsword with both hands. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the greatsword carved with countless divine patterns launched over 30 sword lights at Shi Feng, each 1,000 meters long. The sword lights tore through time and space, and together, they formed a massive wall that slammed down on Shi Feng. Shi Feng dared not act recklessly against the oncoming wall of sword lights. Wielding the Winter of Eternal Night with one hand, he activated the weapon's active skill Holy Mana's Shadow, reconstructing his body into a gigantified version of himself. Besides his height increasing to over a dozen meters, his basic attributes also increased substantially. Immediately afterward, he swung the Shadow Incinerator at the wall of sword lights. Incomplete goddess-ranked mana technique, threefold mana body. Goddess-ranked mana technique, dark moon. Suddenly, a black crescent clashed with the oncoming sword lights. From a third person's perspective, it looked like two worlds had just collided, as countless spatial cracks formed around the primordial civilization city. When the sword lights faded, Shi Feng stumbled a dozen steps back. His HP had also fallen by over 10%, and the shadow incinerator in his hand trembled violently. The first attack is already this strong. Shi Feng gasped at the feeling of numbness in his arm. Although Adegas had granted each of them a pseudo-tier 7 skill or spell, he required challengers to survive 3 moves against him. However, pseudo-tier 7 skills and spells had long cooldowns. This meant that challengers could use their pseudo-tier 7 skill or spell to defend against only one of Adegas's 3 moves. It also meant that the longer a challenger waited to use their pseudo-tier 7 skill or spell, the greater their chances of winning the challenge. However, Adegas was far stronger than Shi Feng had imagined. Even though Shi Feng had already committed a significant portion of his strength, he nearly failed to block Adegas's first move. And going by the nature of NPC trials, there was no doubt that Adegas's subsequent moves would be even stronger. Before Shi Feng could catch his breath, Adegas executed his second attack. Although this was another simple slash, the 30-plus sword lights created this time didn't simply advance on Shi Feng side by side. They merged to form a 10,000-meter-long sword light that shattered space and time as it descended upon Shi Feng. Damn it! When Shi Feng saw that Adegas's second attack was much stronger than the first, he promptly executed twofold mana body, followed by absolute thunder. Immediately, a 1,000-meter-long lightning dragon rose into the air and collided with the sword light, creating countless lightning bolts that bombarded the surroundings. When the dust settled, a crater over a dozen meters deep with a 1,000-yard radius appeared around Shi Feng. His feet had sunk deep into the ground, and his HP fell under 30%. This scene stunned everyone watching. They had never thought a pseudo-tier 7 over-limit skill would be barely enough to defend against Adegas's second attack. They couldn't imagine how anyone was supposed to defend against the NPC's third attack. Die! Adegas was unsurprised by this outcome, executing his third attack without pause. Although Adegas had apparently simply slashed at empty air once again, he had actually executed the pseudo-tier 7 skill that everyone, including Shi Feng, was incredibly familiar with: absolute thunder. When Shi Feng saw the 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon descending upon him, he activated primordial dragon's power and transformed into a primordial dragon without hesitation. Then he swung his massive claw wreathed in pitch-black flames at the lightning dragon. The end. TL notes: 1. Shi Feng's current equipment setup. 1. God Chaser set, rivals level 220 legendary equipment. 2. Extraordinary Secret Treasure set, Dragon's Fury set. 3. Shadow Incinerator, godly relic that rivals divine weapons. 4. Multiple divine artifact-ranked ornaments. Divine ornaments, such as the Abyssal Eye. Can't think of anything else. 5. Frostflame Sacred Dragon's 20% basic attributes sharing Chapter 3886, Chapter 960. Tower's second floor, Chapter 960. Tower's second floor. Boom. When the two dragons clashed, the impact created an explosion that echoed across the entire Skeleton Hill map and reduced 99% of the buildings in the primordial civilization city to dust. It also damaged the spectating members of the Seven Luminaries Alliance and 9th Street, causing them to lose over half their HPS and their minds to grow weary. Did he lose? When everyone regained their bearings and looked at the bottomless pit in the middle of the battlefield, they couldn't help feeling dejected. As the dust settled, the silhouette of a person appeared hovering quietly above the bottomless pit. The figure in question was 20 meters tall, so apart from Adegas, it could not be anybody else. And since only Adegas remained on the battlefield, Shi Feng had evidently failed to survive the first-generation hero's final attack. Sure enough, he still lost, Snow Wolf muttered, staring at Adegas's figure grimly. Shi Feng's defeat did not surprise Snow Wolf. On the contrary, he had expected it. However, the strength Adegas displayed had exceeded his expectations. Despite being at level 235 and equipped with 4 divine artifacts and the rest of his equipment comprising fragmented divine artifacts, Snow Wolf determined that he was still much inferior to Adegas in strength. To make matters worse, the pseudo-tier 7 skill Adegas had used in his final attack reached the over-limit standard. Unless Adegas suddenly decided to lower the difficulty of his trial, Snow Wolf did not think he could survive Adegas's final attack, even if he were to counter it with a pseudo-tier 7 over-limit skill. However, just as everyone was despairing over Adegas's trial, they received a system notification. System, congratulations. Your team has captured the archaic city. Rewarding 1 level and 30 free legacy skill points. You will be teleported out of the city in 5 seconds. We succeeded. Didn't guild leader Black Flame die? The system notification surprised and confused everyone. Nobody could understand what had just happened. However, amidst everyone's confusion, someone suddenly pointed at the smoke-filled air above the bottomless pit. Look over there. At this player's prompt, everyone followed this player's finger and looked above the battlefield. Immediately, they spotted the silhouette of a second figure in the smoke-filled air. This second figure was much shorter, only 1/10 of Adegas's height. Not even that could kill him. Rin was dumbfounded as she stared at the second figure amidst the dispersing smoke. This second figure was none other than Shi Feng. Not only did Shi Feng look fine, but his HP had recovered to full, as if he had never clashed with Adegas. How is this possible? Snow Wolf was equally shocked when he saw that Shi Feng was unscathed and looked even more spirited than before. Even if I were to defend against that final attack with a pseudo-tier 7 over-limit skill, I still wouldn't be able to survive it. How did he not die? Unfortunately, Snow Wolf did not get to voice his questions to Shi Feng. Before anyone could react, Adegas swiped his hand in the air and teleported everyone except Shi Feng out of the primordial civilization city. Well done, young man. I never expected you to block my last attack, Adegas said approvingly to Shi Feng after teleporting the others away. As a reward for your achievement, I will grant you the true absolute thunder. I hope you can take that final step. After saying so, Adegas transformed into a series of divine runes that submerged into Shi Feng's mind. System, congratulations. You have received the complete version of first-generation hero, Adegas's absolute thunder skill and its corresponding legacy memories. Your absolute thunder skill's completion rate has increased by 5% permanently. System, congratulations. You have defeated the first-generation hero Adegas, rewarding 2 levels and 100 free legacy skill points. Following the system notifications, a purple-gold glow enveloped Shi Feng as his rewards for capturing the primordial civilization city and defeating Adegas took effect. His level rose to 231, putting him on par with the Greater Gods domain's apex experts. 1. How close? I nearly missed the rewards. Shi Feng sighed in relief as he looked at the system notifications. Absolute Thunder Complete Version requires. Sword Pseudo-Tier 7 skill allows the user to execute 3 slashes. Each slash quadruples the user's strength and speed. Cooldown. 20 seconds. Shi Feng survived Adegas's last attack with just a sliver of HP. However, because of the end side effects, he lost a level and severely damaged his soul. He had also been continuously executing the threefold mana body technique to practice absolute thunder before his challenge, which had drained his concentration. As a result, his soul became overly drained, causing him to suffer a true death shortly after he blocked Adegaz's attack. Fortunately, the sacred Phantom Ring's Phantom Substitute could help him take on a true death. Otherwise, he'd have had to rely on Hidden Soul and the others to resurrect him with Soul Essence Stew. He'd also have missed out on Adegaz's reward. The complete version of Absolute Thunder was much stronger than the one he was initially given. Besides providing a stronger buff to strength and speed, its cooldown was also 10 seconds shorter. He could use it as a general skill when grinding for levels and raiding bosses. Although the city's guardian boss turned out much stronger than I expected, this complete version of Absolute Thunder makes all the extra trouble worthwhile. After glancing at Absolute Thunder's updated description, Shi Feng flew to the sunken tower in the middle of the city. The sunken tower before him was why this primordial civilization city had garnered great fame in his previous life. It was also where the inferior legendary siege weapon firmament was stored. The reason royal powers were considered as such in God's domain wasn't simply that they had significantly more level 240+ experts and divine artifacts than apex powers. It was largely because of their advantage in siege weapons. As mighty as the Seven Luminaries Alliance was, it never got its hands on an epic siege weapon, much less an inferior legendary siege weapon. Furthermore, Firmament was the sole inferior legendary siege weapon in the Eternal Realm. Any non-royal power that got its hands on Firmament would instantly gain the strength to trade blows with royal powers. Inside the sunken tower, after Shi Feng entered the sunken tower and walked down a dark corridor for about 3 minutes, he arrived in a town-sized space. The space was filled with stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall and covered in divine runes. Hovering in the middle of this stone forest was a giant mechanical sword composed of countless sky-blue metallic structures. This mechanical sword was none other than the inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament. Just as Shi Feng was about to collect Firmament, the ground beneath the siege weapon shook as countless stone slabs engraved with divine patterns shifted. A few seconds later, a staircase leading down presented itself to Shi Feng. A second floor. TL notes. 1 level 231. The Raws wrote level 232, but Shi Feng was only level 229 when he reached the tower. He also lost a level when he used the end, so it would be 229, 1 plus 2 plus 1 equals 231. 2 Soul Essence. The Raws wrote Divine Water of Life, but in chapter 590, it was stated that although the Divine Water of Life could be used to resurrect NPCs, it was useless on players. On the other hand, Soul Essence's sole purpose was to resurrect players. Chapter 3887, Chapter 961. Alchemy Door. Chapter 961. Alchemy Door. Why is there a second floor? The appearance of a staircase beneath Firmament stunned Shi Feng. As far as he could recall, the Sun Dynasty had never gained access to the tower's second floor. Even after developing the primordial civilization city into one of its crucial bases, the Sun Dynasty still only had access to the tower's uppermost floor. There had also never been any hints that players could access anything besides the uppermost floor. This led to everyone assuming that the sunken parts of the tower were only for decoration. Before Shi Feng could figure out what was happening, a system notification rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have defeated Adegaz within 2 days. You have received the Primordial Civilization City's Level 2 authority. You now have control over the first 2 floors of the Philosopher's Tower. Level 2 authority. Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the system notification. players wouldn't get full access to a lost civilization city's many legacies immediately after capturing it. Under normal circumstances, they would be granted basic authority, which provided access to only the city's basic functions and legacies. To access more functions and legacies, they'd have to develop the city to a certain degree and gain level 1 authority, level 2 authority, or higher. In Shi Feng's previous life, despite the various powers' efforts to develop their lost civilization cities, only 3 powers had achieved level 2 authority in their cities. One of these powers was the Seven Luminaries Alliance, and it was precisely because of this level 2 authority that human players managed to retain some living space in the eternal realm. Otherwise, human players would never have had enough strength to survive in the eternal realm. Now that Shi Feng had obtained this primordial civilization city's level 2 authority simply by defeating Adegas, how could he not be excited? With level 2 authority, he could access more of the primordial civilization city's legacies. He could also access the city's advanced functions, such as the teleportation tower. In the eternal realm, players typically had to rely on flying mounts to travel long distances, as few NPC fortresses and cities offered teleportation services. Additionally, the few NPC fortresses and cities that did offer such services charged an exorbitant price that the average player could not afford. As for guild towns and cities, only guilds with guild residences in them could access them via teleportation. However, the teleportation tower function of lost civilization cities could change this situation. Upon unlocking this function, players could establish teleportation towers in up to 5 guild towns or cities and enable teleportation between them. This could help to strengthen a guild's control over its guild towns and cities and attract more independent players to develop in these places, drastically accelerating its development in the eternal realm. This function was something the present Zero Wing desperately needed. After a moment of delight, Shi Feng turned his attention to the Philosopher's Tower's 2nd floor. Although it was great news that he now had level 2 authority in the primordial civilization city, advanced functions, such as the teleportation tower, could only be considered a small bonus compared to the city's legacies. Shi Feng immediately stored the inferior legendary siege weapon firmament in his bag and made his way to the 2nd floor. The Philosopher's Tower's 2nd floor was much smaller than the uppermost floor, only the size of a stadium. Large bookshelves decorated the space, and suspended in the middle of this space was a crimson crystalline door. Divine runes faded in and out of existence around the crimson door at every moment, giving the impression that the door was alive and breathing. The door also exuded divine might comparable to that of ancient gods, making it impossible for the average Tier 6 player to approach it. It's the alchemy door of legend. Shi Feng gasped when he finished appraising the door. Alchemy door, godly relic. The alchemy door is the greatest creation created by the first-generation philosopher after gathering the help of several primordial gods. Spend 1,000 god crystals to activate the alchemy door and grant one alchemist one alchemy recipe. The granted recipe can only be up to 1 rank higher than the target alchemist. Cooldown. 60 natural days. The alchemy door was regarded as a legend by all alchemist players in the human race's greater god's domain. Very little information was available on it, even in the Grand Library. According to legends, the alchemy door held all the alchemy recipes created since the birth of God's domain, and anyone who controlled the alchemy door would have a direct pass to becoming a divine craftsman-ranked alchemist. No alchemist player had ever achieved the rank of divine craftsman in Shi Feng's previous life. According to records, only the first-generation philosopher had managed to achieve the divine craftsman rank. Subsequent philosophers only managed to achieve the high craftsman rank at best. No wonder the alchemy door is considered a direct pass to the divine craftsman rank for alchemists. Its ability is simply unbelievable. Its only flaw is its exorbitant cost. Shi Feng was astonished when he read the description of the alchemy door. Once alchemists reached the master rank, they needed to obtain a significant amount of proficiency points and practice an alchemy recipe of a higher rank to get promoted. However, high-ranking alchemy recipes were incredibly hard to obtain in God's domain. An alchemy recipe at the Great Grandmaster rank was worth as much as one divine artifact. Under normal circumstances, nobody would share their high-ranking alchemy recipes. If alchemist players wanted to get promoted from a Great Grandmaster to a craftsman, they'd need to develop a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe. However, it was difficult to obtain craftsman-ranked alchemy recipes to use as reference, as they were rarer than divine artifacts. Even the various apex powers did not have more than a handful of such recipes. Moreover, these recipes were of utmost importance to the various apex powers due to the heaven-defying and life-changing effects of craftsman potions. In Shi Feng's previous life, even sixth-floor experts greatly desired craftsman potions. Thus, if alchemist players had access to the alchemy door, they'd undoubtedly have a much easier time getting promoted. The only problem was that God crystals were as rare as fragmented legendary items in God's domain. They were also one of the main materials needed to repair fragmented legendary items. Thus, the various powers regarded God crystals as a strategic resource. Normally, only a dozen or so God crystals were required to repair a fragmented legendary item. Yet the alchemy door required 1,000 God crystals per recipe. This was enough God crystals to turn nearly 100 fragmented legendary items into legendary items. This was by no means cheap. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng decided to have Silent Wonder be the first to use the alchemy door. Silent Wonder had long since accumulated the proficiency needed to become a craftsman alchemist. She simply lacked a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe to study and practice. If she could get her hands on a craftsman-ranked alchemy recipe, she would have a great chance of immediately becoming a craftsman alchemist. For the current Zero Wing, the usefulness of a craftsman alchemist surpassed even that of a sixth-floor expert. It's time I returned. The war among the three races should have started long ago. After storing the alchemy door, Shi Feng spent 300,000 eternal gold to repair the primordial civilization city. Then he activated a guild transfer scroll and disappeared from the Philosopher's Tower. Chapter 3888, Chapter 962, Ominous Cavalry, Chapter 962, Ominous Cavalry, Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence. As the light around Shi Feng faded, he found himself back in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence in Shattering Town. I've only been gone for about a week. How did the guild get so many more fifth-floor experts? As Shi Feng scanned his surroundings, he found that the number of guild members loitering in the courtyard was several times more than before he had left. He even spotted close to 100 level 225 plus fifth-floor experts. This was a number that would have been impossible a week ago. Generally, when it came to guilds that commanded fifth-floor experts, less than 5% of their fifth-floor experts would be present at their main headquarters at any time. Sometimes, that number might not even reach 1%. Although Zero Wing was active in only Shattering Town, Luminous Sky City, and the Crystal City of Secrets, no more than 10% of its fifth-floor experts should be in its guild residence in Shattering Town at any given moment. Yet, there were nearly 100 fifth-floor experts in the residence's courtyard. If he included the fifth-floor experts inside the guild hall, the total would exceed 150. In other words, Zero Wing currently had over 1,500 fifth-floor experts under its command. Some pseudo-apex powers might not even have this many fifth-floor experts. Amidst Shi Feng's bewilderment, a loud explosion suddenly came from a distant location, causing the Zero-Wing members in the residence to tense up. A moment later, the fifth-floor experts in the courtyard summoned their flying mounts and rushed to the source of the explosion. Seeing this, Shi Feng promptly chased after a familiar figure. "Guild leader, you're back." Blue Phoenix, who had advanced to Tier 6 and risen to level 227, exclaimed joyfully when she saw Shi Feng catching up to her. Shi Feng nodded. Then he asked curiously, "What's the situation here? The Holy Race's ominous cavalry is attacking us." "The explosion just now was a rescue signal sent by one of our 3 guilds, resurrection camps in the inner area," Blue Phoenix explained. "The ominous cavalry?" Blue Phoenix's answer surprised Shi Feng. "Isn't that one of the Holy Race's adventurer teams? What gives them the courage to attack our resurrection camp?" In his previous life, the ominous cavalry was famous in the Eternal Realm. It was an adventurer team founded in the Eternal Realm, though it had initially operated under a different name. The adventurer team changed its name because all its members had become Holy Seal Cavaliers, a mythical era class that had become available to Holy Race players following Holy Ring City's opening. The Holy Seal Cavalier class was very special. It allowed players to merge with their mounts for a potential gain of up to 100% of their mount's basic attributes. Thus, the stronger a Holy Seal Cavalier's mount, the stronger they would become. The only problem with the class was the complexity of the merging process. The stronger the mount, the lower the merging success rate. Even fifth-floor experts could only merge with Tier 6 extraordinary flying mounts at best. Tier 6 legendary flying mounts were completely out of their reach. Even so, the Holy Seal Cavalier class was still very powerful. It was also because of this class that, despite being an adventurer team with only several thousand members at its peak, the ominous cavalry produced several sixth-floor experts and made a name for itself in the Eternal Realm. At one point, even Demon's Gate had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the ominous cavalry. Presently, Holy Ring City only became accessible not long ago. Logically, with the ominous cavalry's limited numbers, even if the adventurer team sought to target human players, it should only engage human players in field PvP. It was unwise for it to target fortified locations defended by many experts. We don't know why they are doing this, either. The ominous cavalry has already attacked several of our resurrection camps, Blue Phoenix said angrily. Although the ominous cavalry's members are few in number, they are fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts and have high combat standards. Additionally, they always retreat with uninterruptible teleportation tools after dealing some damage, giving our armies no chance to encircle them. Big Sis Rain and the others are also busy grinding for levels in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, so we don't have many capable experts to defend our resurrection camps. Zero Wing has suffered several thousand casualties in the past 3 days because of the ominous cavalry. In that case, let's hurry over there, Shi Feng said, summoning the Frostflame Sacred Dragon. I don't know where the resurrection camp is, so you lead the way. Understood. Blue Phoenix grew joyful when she heard that Shi Feng would join the battle. Immediately, she got on the Frostflame Sacred Dragon and directed it toward a resurrection camp in the World Ark's inner area. As an advanced divine-ranked flying mount, the Tier 6 Frostflame Sacred Dragon was much faster than Blue Phoenix's Tier 5 flying mount. Originally, Blue Phoenix needed over a dozen minutes to reach the besieged resurrection camp. However, thanks to the Frostflame Sacred Dragon, she arrived within 5,000 yards of the resurrection camp in less than 3 minutes. As the Frostflame Sacred Dragon hovered 5,000 yards above the resurrection camp, Shi Feng and Blue Phoenix could see a chaotic battle below them. Of the two sides fighting in the battle, one was an army with over 3,000 level 225 plus human players assisted by magic barriers, while the other was a team of less than 30 level 227 plus holy race players. The holy race players were fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts and rode on tier 6 flying mounts. Despite the camp's barriers suppressing these holy race players, not even the level 235 plus elite experts of the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang could stop them from slaughtering the members of the Red Dragon Nation, Azure Fang, and Zero Wing. In only 3 seconds, over a dozen level 225 plus 5th floor experts were killed. The leader of the ominous cavalry's forces was a level 230 four-armed young man with a savage appearance. As he finished off a level 235 elite expert from the Red Dragon Nation, a space-time passage suddenly appeared a short distance away. Then, a charming, fairy-like woman wearing a silvery gray robe and holding an ancient wooden staff emerged from the space-time passage and silenced the battlefield. This woman was none other than Frey, whom Shi Feng had met not long ago in the greater world's desolate star city. She had reached level 231 and was equipped with as many as 4 divine artifacts. The rest of her equipment also consisted of fragmented divine artifacts, and the aura she exuded was not much weaker than that of Daystar during Everlasting City's competition. Chapter 3889, Chapter 963, Eternal Chosen One Ranking List. Chapter 963, Eternal Chosen One Ranking List. TL Notes. Made a change in Chapter 962. Original. However, thanks to the Frostflame Sacred Dragon, she arrived above the Resurrection Camp in less than 3 minutes. Edited, however, thanks to the Frostflame Sacred Dragon, she arrived within 5,000 yards of the Resurrection Camp in less than 3 minutes. When Frey appeared on the battlefield, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to her in unison. Even the savage young man, the leader of the ominous cavalry, paused to look at her. Hooray! The Vice Guild leader is here. Let's see how Mad God can continue doing as he likes. Vice Guild leader Frey is 65th on the Eternal Chosen One ranking list, while solitary Mad God is only 82nd. He'll definitely lose to Vice Guild leader Frey in a direct confrontation. Admiration and reverence colored the eyes of the Red Dragon Nation's members as they looked at Frey. It was as if she were the overlord of this region. Nobody could resist her. I hadn't expected the famous Netherworld Queen to use a Tier 6 teleportation scroll to meet me in person. I'm truly honored, solitary Mad God said, staring at Frey, who exuded an aura no weaker than that of ancient gods of the same level. I was originally hoping to force the 51st ranked Black Flame to face me, but since you showed up, I'll test my strength on you first. After saying so, solitary Mad God merged with his Mountain Devourer, a Tier 6 advanced extraordinary flying mount, transformed into a 1,000-meter tall, four-armed giant, and punched at Frey. Despite throwing only one punch, solitary Mad God's fist split into 100 afterimages midway through, each carrying the power of a level 230 Ancient God's attack. This attack was clearly a peak gold holy art, and the sight of it shocked the level 235 elite experts who had clashed with solitary Mad God before. Never had they imagined that solitary Mad God hadn't been fighting them with his full strength just now. Arrogance. When Frey saw solitary Mad God attacking her, she waved her weapon Nethersoul and created 2 threefold Tier 6 magic arrays under herself. Of the 2 magic arrays, one created a barrier that blocked all of solitary Mad God's punches, while the other called down hundreds of pitch-black soul spears on solitary Mad God himself. Each soul spear carried power at the Tier 6 limit standard, no weaker than solitary Mad God's punches. However, solitary mad god was not one to be beaten. He threw 2 punches into the sky in rapid succession, striking down every soul spear and turning the sky into an empty void. As neither side could get the upper hand, their fight quickly turned into a stalemate. Eternal Chosen One ranking list. What is that? Shi Feng was confused when he overheard the conversations of the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang members. Seeing Shi Feng's confusion, Blue Phoenix explained, "It's a ranking list that the Holy Race came up with recently. It records the younger generation experts of the 3 races, and only those under 50 can enter it. But unlike the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Divine Glory list, it only records 100 players. It also judges players solely on their strength and age. Talent doesn't matter. A ranking list for the 3 races, younger generation experts." Shi Feng was surprised to hear this. He had never heard of the Eternal Chosen One ranking list in his previous life. There had never been a ranking list for the 3 races' experts either. Each race only bothered to rank its own experts. You are ranked 51st on the list, Guild Leader, while Vice Guild Leader Frey's rank rose to 65th 2 days ago after she fought the Thunder Empire's Garuda and survived several dozen moves against him. As for Solitary Mad God, he replaced the Sun Dynasty's Holy Blood as 82nd on the list after defeating the other party, Blue Phoenix said. Then she sighed. Currently, the Holy Races and the Crystallian Races experts dominate the list. The human race doesn't even have 20 players on it. Fortunately, there are 6th floor experts like Big Sis Frost to hold the line for us, so we have 7 players in the top 30. 7. Did someone else reach the 6th floor standard? Shi Feng asked. As he ranked 6th on the Divine Glory list, he hadn't expected 7 players to be ahead of him on the Eternal Chosen One ranking list. Moreover, all 7 players were mortal gods, judging by Blue Phoenix's words. Azure Fang's Oribeth achieved a breakthrough when fighting the Holy Races, and the Crystallian Race's Chosen Ones not long ago. Besides her, another expert named Morning Tone also achieved a breakthrough after numerous battles, Blue Phoenix explained enviously. Now that the war among the 3 races had begun, the various powers of each race were either ambushing the enemy's NPC armies or assisting their side's NPC armies. Whenever an NPC city was involved in a battle, there would even be hundreds of thousands of Tier 6 NPCs and over 10 million Tier 6 players participating, resulting in grand spectacles that could normally only be found in realm wars. As the 3 races, various powers treated these siege battles as a place to nurture their chosen ones. They had all tacitly agreed to limit the experts they mobilized to under level 235. This created many opportunities for the participants of these siege battles to fight chosen ones and geniuses, achieving unprecedented growth. The training effects of these siege battles overshadowed even that of the Tower of the Abyss. Because of this, the various powers were doing everything they could to transfer more of their geniuses from their respective greater gods' domains into the eternal realm. Unfortunately, as Zero Wing was busy defending its territories, its members did not have the opportunity to participate in these battles. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to hear that more players had achieved a breakthrough thanks to the war. After all, this was a common occurrence in the war between the human race and the holy race in his previous life. If 5th floor experts relied only on themselves to improve, it would be incredibly difficult for them to reach the 6th floor standard. Even if they could eventually succeed, it'd take them a lot of time. But if they could freely fight against other geniuses, they'd have a much easier time achieving a breakthrough. Only, such opportunities were incredibly rare. Now that the war among the 3 races provided players with such an opportunity, it was only natural for the birth of 6th floor experts to be accelerated. As Shi Feng and Blue Phoenix chatted, the Frost Flame sacred dragon arrived above the resurrection camp, its massive frame casting a shadow over the camp. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng and Blue Phoenix jumped off its back and entered everyone's sight. Boss Mad God, that person seems to be Black Flame. Half Knight, the vice commander of the ominous cavalry adventurer team, said to Solitary Mad God, "Should we retreat now?" Following Shi Feng's arrival, their opponents would have 2 experts on the Eternal Chosen One ranking list. Should Shi Feng and Frey join forces, the ominous cavalry would be in a tight spot. "We will retreat, but first, let me see if Black Flame is as strong as Daystar says." Solitary Mad God's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit as he stared at Shi Feng. Immediately, he threw all 4 fists at Shi Feng, the 4 fists merging to create a colossal fist that shattered everything in its path. Even time and space were not spared. The attack was much stronger than anything he had used against Frey thus far. Chapter 3890, Chapter 964, Stunning Strike. Chapter 964, Stunning Strike. Guild Leader Black Flame. Worry flashed in Frey's eyes when she saw Solitary Mad God going after Shi Feng. After exchanging several dozen moves with Solitary Mad God, Frey already had a good idea of the other party's strength. While he might not have reached the 6th floor standard, he already had the strength to trade blows with a level 230 ancient god. The attack he had executed against Shi Feng, in particular, was something she would have to dodge lest she sustain heavy injuries. Although Shi Feng had reached level 232, his equipment remained the same as before, a fragmented legendary equipment set. Furthermore, it wasn't even a taboo fragmented legendary equipment set. This meant that his equipment level was, at most, level 220. His basic attributes weren't even comparable to that of a level 230 expert fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, let alone Solitary Mad God. Even if Shi Feng ranked 6th on the Divine Glory list, with such a huge difference in basic attributes, it was unlikely he'd be able to repulse Solitary Mad God's attack. However, despite her wishes to help Shi Feng, Frey was busy dealing with the several ominous cavalry experts attacking her. She didn't have the leeway to lend Shi Feng a helping hand. Is this the strength of the Holy Seal Cavalier class? Shi Feng was a little surprised as he looked at the colossal fist descending toward him. Solitary Mad God's attack was no weaker than Snow Wolf's all-out attack. In his previous life, Shi Feng had only heard of the Holy Seal Cavalier class and knew it was a powerful mythical era class. Nonetheless, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Despite being at level 230 and equipped with just 3 divine artifacts, Solitary Mad God's strength was close to matching that of Snow Wolf, a level 235 player equipped with 4 divine artifacts. Of course, Shi Feng did not let his surprise hinder his response. He unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator without hesitation and slashed at the colossal fist. Incomplete Goddess-ranked Mana Technique, Threefold Mana Body. Goddess-ranked Mana Technique, Dark Moon. Boom. Suddenly, 2 meteors seemingly collided in the sky, brightly illuminating the entire map and creating a shockwave that propagated tens of thousands of yards. Daystar wasn't exaggerating. You stopped even my strongest fusion legacy skill. As expected of the 51st ranked Eternal Chosen One, when Solitary Mad God saw Shi Feng unscathed, he licked his lips as if he had just seen a rare delicacy. "The next time we get to duel, I will kill you." After saying so, Solitary Mad God snapped his fingers, prompting the battling ominous cavalry members to flock to him. Then he retrieved a golden scroll from his bag. Solitary Mad God's words incited the members of Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation to rage. This arrogant bastard is just asking for it. Indeed, he's only ranked 82nd, yet he dares say he will kill our guild leader. If you have the gall, don't run away. We'll see who will be the last one standing. Brothers, charge. We must kill them all today." Upon seeing that the ominous cavalry was about to retreat, the members of the three guilds charged forward in a frenzy. Even the healers abandoned their duties to join the offensive. "Don't act on your own. Maintain formation," Frey hurriedly commanded when she saw this happening. The ominous cavalry might number fewer than 30, but over half were level 230 players fully equipped with at least fragmented divine artifacts. In comparison, the three guilds members were mostly level 226 and level 227, equipped with only level 220 fragmented legendary equipment and level 225 taboo epic equipment. Although the ominous cavalry's members were suppressed by the resurrection camp's magic barriers, they still had enough of an advantage in basic attributes to cause soul annihilation to the three guilds' weaker members. Soul annihilation was disastrous not only to players, but also powers. After all, every power had to invest considerable time and resources to produce 4th and 5th floor experts. Not to mention, players with the talent necessary to achieve such high combat standards were few and far between, making each loss ever more significant. Only the level 235 plus elite experts in the resurrection camp could truly fight the ominous cavalry's members. It was also because of these elite experts that a one-sided slaughter did not occur in the resurrection camp. If only a bunch of level 225 plus players were defending the camp's defenders would have long since been eradicated. Although these level 235 plus experts weren't as well equipped as the ominous cavalry's members, having only a few fragmented divine artifacts paired with level 235 taboo epic and fragmented legendary equipment, their level advantage allowed them to reduce the gap in basic attributes. Hence, 2 or 3 level 235 elite experts were enough to distract one ominous cavalry member. If 5 or 6 elite experts worked together, they might even be able to kill the ominous cavalry members below level 230. Unfortunately, the various powers could only mobilize a limited number of level 235 plus elite experts into the Eternal Realm, and Shi Feng and the Red Dragon Nation were no exception. Moreover, as they had to station most of these elite experts in the NPC cities at the front lines, they could only commit about 300 players to the world arc. They even had to distribute these elite experts among multiple resurrection camps. However, Frey's words failed to stop those blinded by rage. Over 1,000 players had gotten within 500 yards of the ominous cavalry's members in the blink of an eye. "You ants! Do you think I can't kill you?" Solitary Mad God scoffed at the oncoming human players and swung one of his arms. As Solitary Mad God swung his colossal arm, he swept up a powerful storm that sent every human player within a 500-yard radius flying hundreds of yards away. The players struck by his attack also saw their HPS plummet. This scene stunned the human players who were still planning to take action. Everyone had already known that Solitary Mad God was strong after watching his devastating exchanges with Frey and Shi Feng. However, only after seeing him heavily injuring over 1,000 players with one attack did they truly understand his strength. At the same time, many of the younger players present found it unbelievable that there could be such a huge gap between them and Solitary Mad God. Of those present, only Shi Feng, Frey, and the level 235 plus elite experts were unsurprised by this situation. Unlike those who had never experienced the higher player levels of God's domain, they knew how terrifying a level 230 plus expert with extremely high combat standards and a significant advantage in basic attributes could be. To such an expert, numbers were nothing but a joke. "Count yourselves lucky this time. You won't be as lucky the next time you meet me." Solitary Mad God said as he swept his gaze over the human players he had sent flying. Then, he unfurled the golden scroll in his hands, intending to leave with his teammates. Although Solitary Mad God was confident in his strength, he wasn't so arrogant that he believed he could simultaneously defeat two eternal chosen ones. In that case, he naturally had to retreat. However, a deep voice echoed across the battlefield before Solitary Mad God could fully unfurl the golden scroll. "It'd be rude of me not to return the favor. Since you threw a punch, let me reciprocate with a slash." As this voice fell, Solitary Mad God promptly traced its origin back to Shi Feng. However, before Solitary Mad God could utter any words of provocation, Shi Feng had already swung the Shadow Incinerator at him. Pseudo-Tier 7 skill, Absolute Thunder. Instinctively, Solitary Mad God launched his strongest attack at the 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon that had abruptly appeared above him. Boom! After a blinding flash, Solitary Mad God's body sank hundreds of meters into the ground, two of his arms flew into the distance, and his HP fell by over 50%. Chapter 3891, Chapter 965. Holy Ring City, Chapter 965. Holy Ring City. Boss Mad God. Crap. How is this possible? The ominous cavalry's members couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Solitary Mad God had gotten slammed into the ground. They were well aware of Solitary Mad God's strength. Although his combat standard had yet to reach the 6th floor standard, he could already compete with level 230 Ancient Saints in strength and face a level 230 Ancient Saint head-on. Even a level 230 6th floor expert equipped with multiple divine artifacts wouldn't necessarily be able to do better than him. Yet, Shi Feng's attack had overpowered Solitary Mad God. It had nearly even claimed his life. Besides the ominous cavalry's members, even Frey looked at Shi Feng in shock. She strongly suspected that her Grandmaster-ranked observation skill was defective. According to her observation skill, Shi Feng was only equipped with fragmented legendary equipment. He didn't have a single piece of taboo fragmented legendary equipment on him. The only divine artifact he had equipped was a ring. Yet he heavily injured Solitary Mad God. This was simply unbelievable. While Frey was in a daze, Solitary Mad God straightened his upper body. At some point, he had fully unfurled the golden scroll in his hands. The scroll's activation transformed him and the other ominous cavalry members into streaks of light that vanished from the resurrection camp. HMPH. And here I thought he had the strength to back up his arrogance. Blue Phoenix scoffed when she saw Solitary Mad God fleeing without even lifting his head. "It's a pity we don't have any means to interrupt his teleportation. Otherwise, we would have been able to annihilate the ominous cavalry once today," Frey sighed, looking at the crater that Solitary Mad God was previously in. The teleportation tool he used should be a divine artifact. Without an incredibly powerful godly relic, it'd be impossible to interrupt it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head as he recalled the golden scroll in Solitary Mad God's hands. In Shi Feng's previous life, neither the powers of the human race nor the holy race could do anything against the ominous cavalry. Besides having multiple 6th floor experts, another reason for this was that it had a powerful escape tool. The tool was rumored to be a divine artifact. If that was indeed the case, unless one had a powerful space-sealing godly relic or the ability to one-shot Solitary Mad God, nobody could stop Solitary Mad God from escaping. Regardless, it's great that you could make it this time, Guild Leader Black Flame. Otherwise, we would have suffered much greater losses, Frey said to Shi Feng as she scanned the resurrection camp, noting that they had suffered only a few hundred casualties. Once players reached the standard of level 230 ancient gods, even the ripples of their fight could kill non-elite experts under level 235. Had her fight with Solitary Mad God dragged on, the damage to the resurrection camp would have been much more severe. I just happen to have returned to Shattering Town, Shi Feng said. When he noticed the haggard look on Frey, he asked, "You look tired, Miss Frey. Is the war among the three races not going as expected?" Frey's concentration was already at the Tier 6 limit standard. Unless she had suffered soul damage, the only other reason she would look tired was that she had been working without rest for a long time. Judging by her fight with solitary mad god, her soul was in perfect condition. Therefore, she hadn't gotten any proper rest recently. "No, that's not why I'm tired," Frey said, shaking her head. "The war is going well. We are still holding on for now. It's just that Holy Ring City's recent opening has intensified competition in the World Ark's core area. We have been constantly clashing with the Holy Race over the city's entry slots. The fact that the maps in the core area are level 220 plus taboo maps doesn't make things any better. These maps are crucial leveling spots for the various powers, so we cannot afford to give up any ground. This has led to many large-scale battles recently. It might not have been so bad if they were only normal battles. Losing some levels and equipment would still be tolerable. However, the Holy Race occasionally mobilizes experts rivaling level 230 ancient gods in strength. This has led to the permanent death of many of our geniuses. To address this problem, we had to mobilize our own level 230 ancient god-ranked experts. Currently, the human race is occupying 5 resurrection camps in the core area and has mobilized 24 level 230 ancient god-ranked experts. Excluding the 3 ancient god-ranked experts needed to defend each resurrection camp, the remaining 9 are tasked with assisting the teams operating in the core area. Although I am assigned to garrison the Blood Curse resurrection camp, I also have to move around providing emergency support since we're stretched too thin in this region. Even then, it would have still been fine if that was all I had to do. The problem is that recently, the Holy Race has started to attack our resurrection camps in the core area. The last time the Blood Curse resurrection camp was attacked, the Holy Race mobilized 6 ancient god-ranked experts. We only survived thanks to the super large-scale Great Grandmaster magic barrier we had erected over the camp. However, according to our latest intelligence, the Sun Dynasty and Evil Nature have transferred nearly 20 more ancient god-ranked experts from the front lines. By the looks of things, they seem intent on capturing all of the core area's resurrection camps. Frey's words caused Blue Phoenix to turn gloomy. Evidently, the human race was not doing well in the World Ark's core area. Guild leader Black Flame, I couldn't get in touch with you before because Blue Phoenix told me you were doing an important quest, but now that you are back, I have something to request of you, Frey said as she looked Shi Feng in the eye. I hope you can get Purgatory Jade and her team to help us defend the Blood Curse resurrection camp. It's no trouble if you want only Zero Wing to help, but I can't make any promises regarding Dragon's Crown, Shi Feng said, neither agreeing to nor denying Frey's request. The taboo maps in the World Ark's core area were crucial for Zero Wing's members to level up. If the human race were to lose its resurrection camps in the core area, many of Zero Wing's members would fall behind in levels. The human race would also lose access to Holy Ring City. However, whether Dragon's Crown's members could provide timely assistance was up to luck. After all, he needed to get his hands on the second batch of undying souls as soon as possible. He couldn't possibly delay summoning Dragon's Crown's members and miss redeeming the flame god set for the sake of defending a resurrection camp. It's also fine if only you can help, Frey said, nodding excitedly. I'll head back to the camp and inform Verdant Rainbow. Once the Holy Race makes a move, I'll contact you right away. Previously, Frey had only considered getting Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon's help, as they were 6th floor experts. Although Shi Feng's combat standard was also incredibly high, his equipment left much to be desired. In her opinion, Shi Feng would have difficulty fighting level 230 ancient god-ranked experts. However, she changed her mind after witnessing Shi Feng heavily injure solitary mad god. His strength far exceeded her expectations. Even among the ancient god-ranked experts operating in the World Ark's core area, his strength was above average. Okay. After seeing Frey take her leave, Shi Feng had Blue Phoenix stay behind to tally Zero Wing's casualties and hand out compensation while he returned to Shattering Town. On the other side of the World Ark, multiple streaks of light broke through space and time to land in the middle of a rainforest. When the lights faded, the figures of the heavily injured solitary Mad God and the other ominous cavalry members appeared. Boss Mad God, only 23 of us made it out alive. Racket, Bull, and 2 others were caught in Black Flame's attack and died. Half-Knight, the ominous cavalry's vice commander, reported tentatively. Black Flame. Solitary Mad God's gaze turned cold at the report. He realized that he had underestimated the human player named Black Flame. He had never expected the ominous cavalry to suffer such severe losses. I will remember this. I will make Zero Wing suffer tenfold. Boss Mad God, I'm afraid that might be difficult to accomplish. Black Flame's strength is extraordinary. Even if we were to fight him with better weapons and equipment, it's unlikely we can do anything to him, Half-Knight said, fear coloring his eyes as he recalled Shi Feng's attack. Upgrading our equipment might not do the trick, but what if I get a better mount? Despite his pale complexion, the arrogance and confidence on solitary Mad God's face remained clear as he stated, "We've accumulated a lot of merit points and money recently thanks to those 3 human guilds. If we use everything to redeem a Tier 6 legendary flying mount, Black Flame will no longer be my match." Half-Knight's eyes lit up at these words. What made the Holy Seal Cavalier class powerful wasn't just its legacy skills, but also its ability to let players merge with their mounts. The improvement a powerful flying mount could bring exceeded even that of 1 or 2 divine artifacts.